Chapter 161. At the large publishing house Collins Press in Los Angeles, USA, Lim Yong-wook, who had taken on the task of bowing and scraping excessively, received two pieces of news from Korea. One was good news and the other was bad news. The good news was that Moon In, that bastard, had finally ventured into the realm of science fiction. The bad news was that Moon In, that bastard, had once again postponed his trip to the U.S. Damn it, SSI. Fortunately, Lim Yong-wook's complaints didn't go beyond SSI, not because foreigners had learned the term Cybele due to the influence of K-dramas. The reason was that standing before Lim Yong-wook's eyes was someone far more terrifying and troublesome than the genius author who never listens. Its name is the CEO who never listens. No, really, that's what I mean. Yes, this rogue who insisted on coming to the U.S. despite being told not to, and kept gulping down whiskey despite being told to stop, was now spinning her eyes wildly in a drunken stup. That rogue was none other than Baek Seol. This foolish rogue wasn't just any rogue. She was the infamous Chabel family rogue, which meant you couldn't just beat her up recklessly. Sure, she had plenty on her plate back at Baikak Publishing, and she might have missed the whiskey she used to drink during her studies in the UK. But wasn't she supposed to exercise some moderation at a business meeting? The problem was, the business partner on the other side didn't think the same way. CEO. That's the thing. Yes. I'm so exhausted I can't live like this anymore. Wa. Me ju. The idiot clinging to Baek Seol and crying her eyes out was Rachel Surface, an editor at Collins Press. She was the person in charge of overseeing Baikak Publishing's U.S. business ventures. She was also the person to whom Lim Yong-wook had to bow and scrape, apologizing profusely for not being able to bring Moon In to the U.S. But the person who was supposed to receive an apology was now drunk, clinging to the CEO of their company, and refusing to let go. And the CEO was drunkenly hugging the editor from the partner company, rambling in English while they continued their drunken tirade. Lim Yong-wook found it impossible to believe that the grand dream of Baikak Publishing's expansion into the U.S. hinged on these two idiots. Everything went black before Lim Yong-wook's eyes. K-10 Starry Sky. The freshman Gu Yubin naturally became the class representative. If someone like Moon Someone or Gu Someone, who were personality-direct individuals barely lucky enough not to get ostracized, heard this, they might ask how that could possibly be natural. But for Gu Yubin, a born superior human, everything simply flowed naturally. After all, she was a monster who could write a novel that would turn the Korean literary world upside down, while simultaneously studying for the National College Entrance Exam, all without neglecting regular sleep and exercise. Thus, it took less than a month for all the fools who had been captivated by Gu Yubin's beauty and engaged in disgraceful behavior, and all the idiots who, out of jealousy for her achievements, had behaved disgracefully to be socially subdued. The selection of the class representative was merely a ceremonial victory lap. The department had already fallen into Gu Yubin's hands long before she was elected class representative. However, Gu Yubin wasn't pleased at all. She had already risen so high that she couldn't feel any sense of superiority over such things. To Gu Yubin, literature was like a ladder. There was still a long way to climb, and she wasn't in a position to celebrate just because she had dominated a bunch of undergraduates who hadn't even made their literary debut. How utterly insignificant! In truth, Gu Yubin had her own expectations for university life. One of them was to finally part ways with the idiots who had plagued her life. She had thought that once she entered university, she could leave behind those inferior beings who lacked will, made no effort, wasted their time playing around, and, when others succeeded, felt jealous and lashed out. Wasn't the university she was attending one of the top 3 prestigious schools in Korea? She had hoped to build relationships with people on her level. But what Gu Yubin encountered after passing through the university gates were nothing more than rookies whose greatest life achievement was simply getting accepted into the school, and fools who acted self-important because they were a year or two older and thought that was the peak of their lives. And it wasn't as if they were particularly good at writing. Sure, there were a few promising talents, but for someone like Gu Yubin, who had aimed for someone like Gu Hak-jun since childhood, none of them were impressive. Honestly, they were not on her level. Sigh. The peers Gu Yubin encountered at university were focused on learning to write diligently, hoping to make their literary debut someday. Gu Yubin had already debuted and swept up countless awards. The seniors she met in her department, on the other hand, were resigned to the difficulty of becoming novelists and instead focused on getting good grades, stacking up credentials through double majors, and finding stable jobs to at least make money. Gu Yubin's mother was a semi-chaebol. Level comparison complete. University life had become so dull that it made her want to die of boredom. Naturally, her thoughts turned to Moon In, the genius acknowledged by Gu Yubin. How should she put it? Someone on a much higher level. A monster who existed far above her on the ladder of literature. No one she met at university had deeper thoughts than Moon In, nor did they possess greater literary sophistication. If she told others this, they'd think she was strange. But honestly, every time she saw Moon In, it felt like meeting an older mentor. That's right. Indeed, the only person Gu Yubin could truly recognize as a friend was still Moon In. Not a follower she could control and manipulate as she pleased, but someone with whom she could share an equal, meaningful relationship. In truth, there had been times when she felt slightly intimidated by Moon In's superior level and had experienced moments of inferiority. But now that she had succeeded as a novelist herself, she felt a newfound confidence. She even felt like she was on a similar wavelength as Moon In now. Naturally, she felt a sense of camaraderie and mutual understanding. Anyway, how much must Moon In have suffered from the mismatch with peers of his own age? He didn't. He must have been unable to sleep properly, enduring the jealousy and gossip of those around him who lacked ability or effort. He slept just fine. Surely Moon In must also need a peer on his level. Someone like herself. If she occasionally contacted him to discuss novels, he would certainly appreciate it. He wouldn't. Gu Yubin internally concluded that university life was unnecessary and returned home. She had just begun to grow accustomed to being driven around by her chauffeur, so even stepping out of the car parked in the courtyard felt natural now. And the moment she opened the front door and walked in, Gu Yubin realized that there was one less thing she needed to bother with: contacting Moon In, because Moon In was already at her house. Why are you adding romance to that? I seriously don't get it. It's a necessary element. Yuna, this isn't your usual style. Why are you acting like there's a flower garden in your head? Just do as I say. This time, you're the student. When she saw the two of them, Gu Yubin dropped her bag with a thud. The Moon In she had so admired was learning literature from her younger sister. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. So, you're saying you're working on a new work? As she looked at the two of them nodding in unison, Gu Yubin's emotions grew complicated. This was because Moon In, who must have been Gu Yuna's mentor, had somehow become her pupil instead. And this completely clashed with Gu Yubin's view of societal norms. Her view was rooted in universal and worldly values. According to those values, a writer who had been shortlisted for the International Booker Prize shouldn't be taking lessons from a middle school third-grader amateur. Such an arrangement undermined worldly hierarchies and, worse, demeaned the status of Moon In, the novelist Gu Yubin so admired. She also questioned whether this reversed dynamic of teaching would yield any meaningful results. Well, let's eat first. Make yourselves comfortable. Gu Hakjun had yet to return home from university, and Min Chai-won, as always, was away on an overseas business trip. Acting as the temporary host of the household, Gu Yubin ordered a meal from a nearby steak restaurant to serve her guests. It wasn't that she didn't know how to cook, but by now, she could afford such luxuries even out of her own pocket. Thank you for the meal. You really spent some money, Yuni. Gu Yubin listened to Gu Yuna's twisted expression of gratitude with one ear and let it flow out the other, carefully choosing her words in the meantime. She maintained a moderately social tone, easing the atmosphere with casual conversation, and at the right moment, she injected her question. How on earth did it come to this, with Yuna teaching literature? You wouldn't get it, Yuni, even if I told you. Neither the questioner, Gu Yubin, nor the respondent, Moon In, paid any attention to Gu Yuna's local broadcast-style commentary. As one grows accustomed to Gu Yuna as a person, or rather, as an existence, the people who survive around her naturally learn to ignore her words when necessary. After all, when you gaze long into the abyss also gazes back at you. Thus, Moon-in provided Gu Yubin with a precise and detailed explanation of the current situation. Yuna says that the way I write is completely messed up. She says I need to be torn down and rebuilt from scratch. Oh. A question mark visibly popped up above Gu Yubin's head. She glanced at Gu Yuna, who nodded confidently as if to say that was absolutely correct. Her younger sister seemed crazier than usual today. It was odd enough for Gu Yuna to spout such nonsense so boldly, but it was just as strange for Moon-in to accept it so naturally. If Gu Yuna started saying weird things, the natural response should be to ignore her and move on. So why was Moon-in taking it all seriously? Gu Yubin's brain, which had earned her a perfect 4.3 GPA in her first semester, out of a maximum of 4.3, completely froze. For the record, yes, it was a flawless 4.3. Meanwhile, Gu Yuna, whose brain contents no one could ever hope to decipher, casually munched on her meat and dropped another bombshell. I told you, you wouldn't get it. The moment Gu Yubin heard those words, she finally snapped out of her Gestaltserfall-induced confusion. A severe sense of crisis, one where she feared her intelligence might actually be inferior to her sister's, had jolted her back to reality. If that were true, she would indeed be a disqualified human being. Thus, Gu Yubin decided to refute the proposition that Moon-in could learn literature from Gu Yuna. If she failed to do so, her ego might collapse, and she would be consumed by madness. Isn't this ridiculous? What is? You teaching Moon-in Yuna? Gu Yubin gave an awkward smile. It was a calculated smile, a socially acceptable mask of friendliness. I mean, isn't there a significant gap in skill levels? Huh. Well, Moon-in, you're a very famous novelist, and Yuna, you're still at an age where you're learning the basics of literature, haha. Gu Yubin left out the part where she wanted to say, this meaningless activity is no more than a glorified game of make-believe, and smoothed things over with a light laugh. But in that small laugh was contained all the meaning she wished to convey. Such was the skill of an expert well-versed in people-poking conversations. But regardless of right or wrong, no answer was needed. Gu Yuna's power wasn't in her words. It was in her fists. Gu Yuna, in response to her sister's ambiguous question, decided to offer the most definitive answer possible. That answer came in the form of the rib she held tightly in her hand. Thankfully, the worst-case scenario didn't happen. The rib flying through the air, striking Gu Yubin's forehead, and Gu Yuna standing over her fallen sister, coldly muttering, "Looks like you forgot how I handle things." Had that occurred, Gu Yubin would have shivered uncontrollably, recalling the 7-year-old version of Gu Yuna, a child destined to embody heavenly wrath and untamed madness, reviving her traumatic memories in full force. The person who prevented all of this catastrophe was, of course, the Gu Yuna trainer, Moon-in. Moon-in grabbed Gu Yuna's wrist, which was clutching the rib, and barely managed to stop her. Stop! Sup! You can't hit your sister. Just once? Let me hit her just once. You won't stop at just once. After narrowly restraining Gu Yuna, Moon-in turned to Gu Yubin and gave a more measured response to her concerns. Having escaped upstairs to avoid Gu Yuna's wrath thanks to her years of experience, Gu Yubin cautiously returned to the dining table on the first floor, carefully gauging her younger sister's mood. Of course, her legs were ready to dash back to her room at any moment, but trusting Moon-in, who had Gu Yuna pinned to the dining table with her arm twisted, Gu Yubin cautiously approached. Moon-in handed a stack of manuscript paper to Gu Yubin. It was his response to her suspicion that Gu Yuna cannot possibly teach Moon-in. This is something Yuna wrote. Take a look. And now's not really the time. I'll hold her off. Go to your room, lock the door, and read it. Hurry. Thank you. After receiving the manuscript from Moon-in, Gu Yubin bolted to her room and locked the door. As soon as the door locked, there was a loud thud followed by the sound of fingernails scraping against the door. However, having grown accustomed to living with Gu Yuna, Gu Yubin, like a seasoned zombie apocalypse survivor, ignored the noise and focused on the task at hand. Time passed, how much she wasn't sure. After finishing every page of Gu Yuna's writing, Gu Yubin flung open the door. Even though quite some time had passed, Gu Yuna, who had been lying in ambush beside the door, tried to execute the soul-scattering iron claw on Gu Yubin's side, but stopped abruptly at the following words. You, when did you start writing this? Gu Yuna immediately detected the acknowledgement in her sister's words. She withdrew her murderous intent and casually dusted off her collar. With an indifferent tone, she replied, Took me a few months, I guess. Exactly how many months? Dunno. Probably less than half a year. Having abandoned her primary objective, assassinate Gu Yubin, Gu Yuna marched off to the dining table on the first floor to pursue her secondary objective, nutrient absorption. Left alone in the hallway, Gu Yubin watched her sisters retreating back and let out a hollow laugh. The stack of manuscript papers slipped from her limp fingers and fell to the floor with a soft thud. Am I? Could it be that I'm less talented than my sister? Chapter 162. The ecology of humans is like that of trees. They take root in one place, absorb nutrients, and in the struggle of survival, seeds that are pushed out perish, and eventually, they slowly grow outward. Even if these highly evolved primates call themselves the masters of all things, under the solemn laws of nature, all things are equal. This law remained unchanged even when humanity became an interstellar civilization ruling 42 planets. Life sprouts, grows, competes, perishes, and eventually stretches outward. Thus, human civilization took the form of a massive root spreading out from Earth. At the very tips of the roots, there are parts that extend little by little, breaking into the infinite void, pushing resources upstream in even the smallest amounts, the farthest ends of the roots. As always, the most burdensome positions are given to the weakest among them. Are you out of your mind? Outer space pioneering fleet. No one willingly enters that place. It is where fragile leaves that failed to take root are cast away. The poor, retired soldiers, debtors, political prisoners, refugees, immigrants, vagrants. Even they do not willingly place themselves into the fleet. Society forces them into it. Like the Puritans who boarded the Mayflower to escape persecution. Like the impoverished who ventured into the wilderness believing there was gold in the West, pioneers are the pitiable ones. Only the pitiable leave their homelands. They move toward potentially habitable planets, like explorers searching for the New World. And they entrust their lives to fortune, like sailors who starve to death at sea, scattering the cheapest and most dispensable humans in all directions to discover precious planets. This is the reality of outer space pioneering, disguised as exploration and glory. But the boy said, Please, let me join the pioneering fleet. The recruitment officer looked down at the boy with a dumbfounded expression. At the boy with only one leg. T10 Starry Sky. Wait. Co-writing with Gu Yuna, or more accurately, co-writing under Gu Yuna's lead, was progressing in a way where I referred to her original and wrote the novel from scratch. But Gu Yuna, who had self-proclaimed herself as my mentor, often interfered with my writing. It made me wonder where the person who supposedly loved my literature so much had disappeared to. This time was no different. Gu Yuna grabbed my wrist as I was busily typing away on my laptop. Stop right there. Her tone was icy. A dagger pierced my chest. Gu Yuna stared at me with sharp eyes, like a detective catching a gambler red-handed for cheating. Swallowing nervously under the inexplicable pressure, I heard her ask with a deadly seriousness, When did the protagonist lose his leg again? Ah, that. I thought she was going to ask something serious. A sigh of relief escaped me almost automatically. It wasn't even a difficult question, so I responded with what I thought was a completely obvious common-sense answer. Why? Isn't it good? What is? The idea of a protagonist with some physical flaw overcoming harsh reality through sheer willpower. Smack. Gu Yuna covered her forehead and eyes with her hand. Her expression screamed that she was looking at a headache-inducing troublemaker she could barely stand. But isn't the biggest troublemaker in the history of Bikak Arts Middle School None other than Gu Yuna? Just as I was about to protest my innocence, an order as shocking as thunder struck me. Put the leg back. What? Gu Yuna pointed at me with a slight motion of her finger. Put it back. This is to highlight the contrast between a physically impaired protagonist and their mental fortitude. That obsession with flaws, and it's even overlapping with the other female lead. Put the protagonist's leg back. Absolutely not. Put the leg back. No way. Put it back. A novel is like a child created by its author. And since this novel is still in the early stages of writing, it's equivalent to a baby in human terms. It must be protected. With desperate fatherly love, I closed my laptop and threw myself over it, adopting a posture much like a turtle. Despite expressing my determination to protect it with my entire body, the merciless hands of Gu Yuna showed no sign of compassion. Ow! How can you hit me? Put the leg back. Smack! Smack! Gu Yuna's sharp palm struck my back. It was painful, but I had to endure it. How could someone who takes up the pen as their livelihood abandon integrity and resolve to avoid personal pain? However, that resolve evaporated the moment I met Gu Yuna's gaze. Put the leg back. If I held out any longer, it felt like she wouldn't just make me put the protagonist's leg back but twist my own leg 180 degrees. In the end, I succumbed to external pressure. After successfully preserving the health of the protagonist's leg, Gu Yuna smiled very slightly, contentedly as if a decade-old indigestion had been cured, and smoothed her chest. Phew! This was how Gu Yuna harshly disciplined me whenever my writing deviated from her guidelines. But something felt off. Even though I had surrendered because I valued my life, the strange feeling wouldn't go away. It was as if Gu Yuna was deliberately steering the novel toward brighter, lighter choices. You've figured it out. What? Really? Gu Yuna admitted my suspicion. I widened my eyes in shock, but Gu Yuna simply gestured for me to move on to the next section without answering further. Where had the Gu Yuna gone, who had once firmly upheld her principles during the era when everyone screamed that my work was too dark? Hurry up and write. Okay. Although I had lingering doubts, I didn't even have time to dwell on them, as Gu Yuna's relentless pressure forced me to start typing again. ******. Moon-in wrote novels at an exceptionally fast pace. This was originally because the driving force behind his creativity was the agony of his desperate life. Having spent every waking moment immersed in writing without taking breaks, this speed had become second nature to him. Even now, with his writing habits unchanged, his quick output pleased both the readers who often received new works and the editors who benefited from selling them. However, the pace of writing Starry Sky was unprecedentedly fast. It wasn't just because the physical pain of Gu Yuna's slaps on his back had become a new driving force for his creativity. Starry Sky was a novel with an existing original. It was none other than Gu Yuna's polished work, which she had spent months writing. Moon-in, under Gu Yuna's insistence, was reworking it from scratch in his own style, which allowed them to call this process education or co-writing. However, this justification only worked within the nuanced perspectives of artists. To an outsider, it would seem reasonable to question the point of rewriting an already completed novel from the beginning with another person and to criticize the cancellation of business schedules over something like that. Thus, Moon-in brushed over the detailed circumstances and vaguely explained to Lim Yong-wook that he was suddenly struck with inspiration and was now working on a new project with Gu Yuna. Thanks to this, upon receiving the draft of the new manuscript, Lim Yong-wook uttered pure admiration rather than thinking, "What kind of nonsense is this guy up to?" Already, Lim Yong-wook casually flipped through the manuscript sent from Korea. The concept was good, the atmosphere was solid, and the flavor was stable. Although a detailed evaluation would require a thorough read, based on the pace of writing, it seemed unlikely that the U.S. trip schedule would be delayed further. Good. Then he could leave the book in Moon-in's hands and focus on selling it. A simple and straightforward strategy, as always. It's not possible. However, the execution wasn't going to be that simple. This is an unacceptable request. Sigh. Just when he thought relief pitcher Bec Seol might appear and succeed in sales with her killer alcohol strategy, Collins Press editor Rachel Surface turned out to be someone who clearly separated public and private matters. The points of contention were varied. The promotion strategy, internet bookstore banners, Moon In's potential TV appearances, and so on. But in the end, it all boiled down to one thing: selling books. Both Bikehack Publishing and Collins Press had positions they couldn't compromise on as publishers. First of all, Bikehack Publishing's goal was to break into the U.S. market. To achieve that, an aggressive promotion strategy was essential. They needed to go all in, punching a hole through this massive wall so that starting with Moon In, other authors could barely begin to poke their heads into the U.S. market. What did that mean? It meant putting an end to the long decline of Korea's publishing industry. This would undoubtedly be an achievement that no one could dispute. Strictly speaking, Bikehack Publishing's ultimate goal wasn't just to sell Moon In's books. It was to establish a stable route for exporting books to the U.S. market. In that sense, Moon In could be seen as a delicious bait product. On the other hand, for the American publisher Collins Press, it was in their best interest to simply snatch that bait. To put it bluntly, Collins Press had no particular reason to import Korean literature. The U.S. publishing industry was already the best in the world. Every book in existence wanted to be translated into English and enter this paradise. So there was no need for them to cling to Korean literature. What Collins Press was clinging to was Moon In. It wasn't necessarily because he had made the Booker International Prize long list or because he had written the screenplay that birthed an actress who won Best Actress at Cannes. Those weren't the key reasons. Collins Press was a giant publisher capable of easily publishing Booker-winning novels or the novelizations of Cannes-awarded screenplays. What drew their attention to Moon In was his age. There were plenty of Booker International Prize nominees, but none of them were minors. Nowhere in the world could one find an author who had achieved such remarkable literary accomplishments at Moon In's age. This was less of a common occurrence and more of a phenomenon bordering on a miracle. And miracles translate into money. Thus, Collins Press's business strategy was clear. Take the treasure Bikehack Publishing was holding onto Moon In. Even if it was just for a few months of U.S. activities, they wanted the management rights transferred to them so they could spin him through variety shows across America, stirring the nation to tears. Collins Press had already completed their investigation into Moon In's family background and upbringing. This kid's life was a movie. With a polished script and a well-produced broadcast, he was guaranteed to attract tremendous attention. At the decisive moment, they would capture the entire U.S. publishing industry's attention and sell the books in a big way. Collins Press would then sit atop a pile of money, editor Rachel Surface would earn a promotion with a bright smile, and Bikehack Publishing, which had begged for Korean literature to be accepted in the U.S., could be cut loose at that point. And if, after showing Moon In what real money tasted like over a few months, they could pay off the penalty fee and snatch him for themselves, that would be the icing on the cake. Summing up the differences in their positions went something like this. It seems like you don't understand the situation. We're not handing over Moon In until you buy into all of Korean literature. Oh, cut the bullshit and hand over Moon In and get lost. This wasn't because the representatives from either side were particularly cunning. It was simply an inevitable clash arising from their respective companies' interests. And since this wasn't an issue stemming from the whims of human emotions but rather one based on objectively analyzable economic reasons, both parties fully understood each other's positions. A card game where both sides could clearly see the other's hand wouldn't end easily. That was why the negotiations between Lim Yong-wook and Rachel Surface couldn't be resolved quickly. Even before Lim Yong-wook flew to Los Angeles, the negotiations between the two had been raging fiercely for months across the Pacific via email and phone calls. Please, just today. A great deal was riding on Lim Yong-wook's shoulders. In smaller terms, it was a question of whether the collaboration between Bikehack Publishing and Collins Press would end as a one-time deal or continue as a long-term partnership. In broader terms, it was about whether they could deliver a much-needed injection of U.S. dollars into the long-parched Korean publishing industry. to the point where Lim Yongwook prayed to God that the outcome of the negotiation would favor Baikak Publishing. And then, divine grace answered Lim Yongwook's prayer. What? The name of this divine intervention was Baek Seol. To summarize the holy miracle that took place that day at the Collins Press headquarters. When Baek Seol of Baikak Publishing arrived in Los Angeles, news quickly spread that the CEO herself had appeared, prompting the CEO of Collins Press to make an appearance as well. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Michael Collins. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Baek Seol, CEO of Baikak Publishing. You speak English very well. Oh, it's nothing, he. Judging by your accent, you must have studied in the UK? Some pleasantries were exchanged to break the ice. Moonin's works, regardless of age, are truly remarkable for their vivid descriptions and emotional depth. It's astonishing that such a genius exists in the world. I'm often astonished myself. Ha ha ha. And the English translations, my goodness, the quality is so impressive. I was genuinely amazed. Flattered by what was clearly a polite compliment, Baek Seol beamed with pride. Oh, I translated it myself. Huh? I thought there was a separate translator who made the Booker International Prize long list. That was me. My goodness. So you've been promoted to CEO in the meantime? That's incredible. The Collins Press CEO poured out praise, clearly intending to toy with the seemingly inexperienced new CEO, as if she were a ball resting in the palm of his hand. To become a CEO at such a young age and to excel as a translator as well, truly remarkable.
Ke, hihi.
By the way, where did you study in the UK? I studied English literature at Oxford. At that moment, the Collins Press CEO froze in place. Which college, if I may ask? Lincoln College. The Collins Press CEO broke into a broad smile. Lim Yongwook had a feeling he understood the meaning behind that smile. Chapter 163. Michael Collins, CEO of Collins Press, was not the kind of warm-hearted person who would greet his college alumni with a boisterous, "Aren't we all family?" The U.S. publishing industry is undoubtedly the world's largest market, and Collins Press is one of the top-tier conglomerates in that fiercely competitive field. And Collins Press is Collins Press. Like Otto's Potato Soup or Kim Jeom-rai's Army Stew. It means it's the Collins family publishing house. That's right. Michael Collins is the heir of a prestigious publishing family, inheriting a publishing empire with a 70-year history. In other words, he's a chaebol. Although he didn't possess a secret ink recipe handed down through generations for 70 years, he still had a sharp eye for people, honed as the manager of a major corporation for decades. As an American, who could casually greet even a stranger in an elevator as if they were a friend of 10 years, Michael Collins greeted Baek Seol with a broad smile the moment she entered the office, and immediately began his ruthless evaluation. Hello, East Asian. -1 point. Nice to meet you. I'm Michael Collins. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Baek Seol, the CEO of Baikak Publishing. A CEO but too young. -1 point. Chaebol. +1 point. You speak English very well? Oh, not at all, haha. Judging by your accent, did you study in the UK? Oxbridge accent. +1 point. But the laugh sounds weak. -1 point. Ha ha ha. And the English translations, my goodness, the quality is so impressive. Oh, I translated it myself. Huh? I thought there was a separate translator who made the Booker International Prize long list. That was me. International Booker Prize nomination.
+3 points.
Overly boastful. -1 point. At this point, Michael Collins' inner thoughts were veering toward cold ridicule. The person sitting before him was nothing more than an amateur, unable to carry out even the basics of business conversation in such an important meeting. Like a starry-eyed honor student meeting their teacher for the first time, she sat wide-eyed, delighted at being praised. One thing was certain: a businessman should never act like such a nerd. In this jungle, only the beasts capable of seizing their opponent by the throat could make money. It was only because she gave off the impression of being from a wealthy, highly educated, upper-class background that he was willing to treat her as an equal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even entertained the thought of sharing a table with the CEO of some small, weak publishing house from far-off East Asia. Well, Michael Collins had already been briefed on how negotiations with BICAC Publishing were expected to progress. Though it was just one of dozens of projects Collins Press was running, a sharp CEO should always examine even the smallest details with precision. In his view, the business with BICAC Publishing wasn't a mutually beneficial partnership but rather a job akin to snatching a pearl necklace off the hands of beggars trying to leech off America's wealth. They're so full of themselves just because they have one-star author. Michael Collins resolved to extract every last ounce of profit from this unproductive conversation. The plan? To win over the amateurish young CEO sitting across from him with just a few words. After all, goodwill could always be exchanged for money later on. But then, I studied English literature at Oxford. A piece of information he couldn't overlook slipped out. It wasn't a statement that appealed to his cold logic as a businessman, but rather a word that stirred his sentiments. For a brief moment, Michael Collins almost blurted out, "Oh, me too." But his rationality as a cold, economic animal held him back. Do Hogwarts graduates jump around excitedly just because they meet a fellow alum in a foreign land? Not all Hogwarts alumni are the same. Some are Gryffindors and others are Slytherins. And besides, while Hogwarts only has 4 houses, Oxford has 39 colleges. Including the 6 PPHs, private permanent halls, there are effectively 45 institutions. While the Sorting Hat doesn't sort the slightly shady kids into an underground dormitory using some mystical insight, each college within Oxford has its own distinct characteristics. There's a college that only accepts true, ultra-geniuses, and another where the entrance exams are a bit more relaxed. Some colleges are more welcoming to international students, while others primarily cater to British aristocrats or families from prominent political lineages. There are colleges where students go to church on weekends and others where students party instead. Even within this framework, colleges are ranked by wealth and donation size. Because of this, not all Oxford alumni are the same. Treating all of Oxford as a single entity is the kind of uneducated remark you'd expect from someone who never attended Oxford. Thus, when Michael Collins heard the word Oxford, it was inevitable that he would ask, "Which college did you attend?" Swallowing his nervous anticipation, he asked Bec Seol, "Which college, if I may ask?" Bec Seol then uttered a magical incantation. "Lincoln College." At that very moment, like a rose transforming into a dove inside a magician's hat, Michael Collins was no longer a cold-hearted capitalist. He became an Oxford alum. And Lincoln College? That was worth an extra 100 points. P10, the starry sky. So, do students stick together by college these days? Yes. It's not completely gone like in your time, senior. Lim Yongwook felt lonely. Even though the office was filled with people, he couldn't understand why he felt so isolated. It reminded him of his early days at BICAC Publishing, during a company dinner, when the mood at the table turned icy as soon as he mentioned his alma mater. "Professor Yona is still there? I got scolded a lot while learning from him. He was like that even when I was there. I remember I once asked a ridiculous question, and, as soon as the words Lincoln College were mentioned, Michael Collins and Bec Seol drifted off into a world of their own. For dozens of minutes, they exchanged stories that only they could understand. "Did you hear our dorm produced a prime minister? Rishi Sunak?" Yes. The first Indian-British prime minister. Our alumni chat room was in chaos at the time. I actually studied with him. Wow. Really? Ahem. Well, we weren't exactly close, but we were on decent terms. Please tell me more. When he was younger, he was... From whether the moss on the dorm walls was still intact to whether the dorm conditions were still as miserable as before, from the atmosphere among today's students to whether those impudent British students still looked down on international ones, it was a formidable conversation, one that no one who hadn't attended Lincoln College at Oxford could ever hope to join. Given that Lim Yongwook had already been scarred by being consigned to the repentance zone of a basement parking lot due to the crime of not graduating from Seoul National University, he instinctively shrank into himself. Drained of energy, Lim Yong-wook withered like a half-dried squid, slouching dejectedly. His exhausted eyes stared blankly at the floor, waiting for the conversation to end. When he glanced at his watch to check the time, his gaze met that of Rachel Surface, the editor, who was looking in the same direction. No words were necessary. Their gazes said it all. The two editors, who had engaged in fierce negotiations for months, shared a silent moment of empathy and mutual pity. As the friendly conversation between the two Oxford alumni dragged on endlessly, the two staff members realized with despair that all their months of negotiation had effectively gone to waste. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The boy loved the sky. If asked where this desperate first love began, the boy wouldn't have been able to provide an answer. Love was simply like that. The memory of curling up beneath the slanted ceiling of the shantytown, gazing up at the starry sky, remained only as a concentrated warmth. Staring at the glittering jewels scattered across the black canvas, being swallowed by the galaxy's celestial travelers, becoming the universe and the universe becoming him. Such beauty. What is beautiful because it is beautiful. The boy loved such profoundly self-evident beauty. That's why the boy's designated spot was always the window ledge. Sitting by the windowsill, large enough for someone to lie down, his daily routine was gazing at the starry sky with sparkling eyes. Whenever he sat still, staring at the sky full of stars, he felt the mysterious beckoning of the starlight. Hey, what are you staring at so hard? That star. Isn't it beautiful? Serious? It's a shitty place. The governor changes every month. This is why you can't give voting rights to those tin heads. Even though all of that was in a world that had already disappeared. Phew! After writing for a long time, my eyes started to blur, and I leaned my head back for a moment. I closed his eyes tightly and stretched his interlocked fingers high above his head. The obligatory stretch made my whole body creak. Ugh, ugh. Still, having a teenage body is nice. Joints bend flexibly, and there's no hunched neck like a turtle. Though lately, dark circles had started to form bit by bit. Speaking of which, I got up and stood in front of the bathroom mirror. After roughly washing my face with water, I met eyes with the boy who had gloomy eyes. Seeing my image with water dripping from my hair reminded me of that day when I opened my eyes on Christmas Eve 10 years ago. TL note. The day MC died in future. Meeting my childhood self again was truly beautiful. There were no dark circles stretching darkly, no reddish skin damaged by alcohol, no scabs on the lips from constant biting. I didn't know my barely remembered childhood self could be so pure. It was beautiful. And so, growth must be the process of beauty slowly corroding. Even the way people perceive youthful versus aged faces reveals this truth. Youth is beautiful, age is ugly. Purity is beautiful, impurity is ugly. And over time, the world slowly corrupts humans. Why is that? Is it the world that's corrupted? Or is it humanity? I don't know. But one thing is clear. There is no way to escape this corruption. For several years, I've carefully observed how much I've become corrupted over time. Still unable to believe that the boy in the mirror was the same person as me, I lightly pinched my cheek. The boy in the mirror imitated me. That boy had become noticeably more corrupted since the last time I saw him. I ran my fingers through my damp, messy hair. It's a mess. Ah! Bang Jong-ah, a teacher at New Light Spring Orphanage, had a decent amount of experience working part-time at a hair salon. Though she'd been chased out crying after being underpaid and fired without warning, the skills she had learned back then remained. She was quite good at cutting hair. Thanks to her, the kids at the orphanage always had neat hair. Though the older kids, self-conscious about having their hair cut by the teacher, would run away here and there trying to avoid it. I was one of those self-conscious kids. Starting around middle school, I'd run away, horrified, whenever teacher Bang Jong-ah offered to cut my hair. Instead, I saved up the little allowance I didn't have and went to a salon. If I couldn't afford it, I just didn't cut my hair. I thought it was more grown up and cool that way. Looking back now, it was a stupid thing to do. As I've grown older, I find myself missing that warmth. And I respect her. For a teacher at an orphanage to carve out time from her responsibilities to cut kids' hair, that's purely volunteering her talent. But since I rarely visit the orphanage anymore, claiming to be busy writing, my hair has grown out like a bean sprout, turning into an unkempt mess. And because I'm constantly staying up all night writing, my skin has become rough and most notably, my dark circles have deepened. The only reason I still look somewhat human and not like a beast is probably because I'm still young and because of Kim Bile's obsession with my skin. Whenever a pimple appeared, Kim Bile would panic and shove me into Bikehack Entertainment's skincare room. Kayak, a pimple. We have to get rid of it right now. Kayawayak. What exactly are pimples to Kim Bile? I don't know. But even though Kim Bile could deal with my pimples, she couldn't stop me from overworking myself. Writing excessively had taken a noticeable toll on my body. My wrist throbbed, my lower back ached with sharp pangs, and my bleary eyes were sunken, consumed by fatigue. This is what adult corruption looks like. Not the refined maturity of adulthood, but the kind of recklessness that comes from stubbornly ignoring a doctor's advice. A body that should be sleeping early and waking early is instead being run ragged by a careless owner, wearing down far too quickly. That day, the day I returned from Christmas Eve 10 years ago, where had the emotions I felt looking into the mirror gone? Where had the guilt gone? The guilt of having ruined such a pure, beautiful child with cigarettes, alcohol, and melancholy? Even if I tried to recover that sense of righteousness now, it would be a miracle if that resolve lasted 3 days. Truly, purity must be something incredibly difficult to protect. Koo Hugh Hook. A sinister laugh escaped from my lips. It was ironic, after all. The very story I'm writing right now is about purity. Starry Sky is a story about a boy who retains his purity in a world full of corruption. In other words, Gu Yuna instructed me to write about purity. I didn't fully understand the reasoning behind her directive, but I trusted Gu Yuna enough to follow it. And as they say, blessings come to those who trust. Eventually, I began to understand why Gu Yuna had assigned me such a task. Ha! It wasn't easy. Even after I returned to my computer and let out a long sigh, I couldn't come up with a single worthwhile sentence. It felt as though a part of my brain had been completely blocked off, leaving me stuck, unable to progress my thoughts from a certain point onward. In the end, I had to admit it. Truly, the subject of purity was one that I found incredibly difficult to handle. How could Gu Yuna have known that? She really must be a genius. Setting aside my admiration for Gu Yuna's genius for now, returning to the challenge I faced while writing the story, the problem was that corrupted thoughts kept creeping into my mind. The theme Gu Yuna had given me was purity. The purity of a boy enchanted by the mystery of stars in an age where all the secrets of the stars have been uncovered. The pure yearning of a boy who dreams of exploration centuries after the extinction of explorers. And yet, what my fingers kept typing out wasn't purity. It was corruption. I found myself writing about cutting off the boy's leg, about filling the interstellar pioneering fleet with human garbage, about the loss of human rights and romance in a distant future. It felt like my brain was broken. It was as though my mind had been saturated by the corruption of this world. Then, like a lightning bolt, an emotion struck me. Who? It was jealousy. Jealousy toward what? Toward the boy. The boy who carried the romance of the star's beauty in his heart. The boy who had the courage to venture into the unknown, the wisdom to see starlight simply as starlight. But I wondered, how long could you possibly hold onto that purity? With pure malice in my heart, I began typing with sinister intent. 2 new sentences appeared on the screen. Day 340 of the Pioneer Fleet's voyage. All food has run out. Chapter 164. Happy are those ages when the starry sky is the map of all possible paths. Ages whose paths are illuminated by the light of the stars. Lim Yongwook knew this sentence. It is a line that adorns the opening of The Theory of the Novel by Georgi Lukács. Though the opening feels somewhat disconnected from the main content of the book, it possesses a vitality even stronger than the author or the core of the book itself, lingering deeply in the hearts of readers. There are many reasons why this phrase is still widely remembered. Nostalgia for lost things, the fame left by a giant of literature, aesthetics, and socialist philosophy in history. But there was a more immediate and easily understandable reason right next to Lim Yong-wook. It was the dazzling nightscape of Los Angeles. K10 Starry Sky. Phew! The bald editor with a cigarette in his mouth turned his head toward the window. He casually switched off the stand light, the only light source in the dim room. The hotel room did not fall into darkness. The neon signs of bar signs, car headlights, and the lights from the forest of buildings streamed in from beyond the window. Developers crunching before their deadlines, young people sticking out their tongues for selfies in front of clubs with friends, LAPD officers chewing on a donut while patrolling the roads late at night because of an inconvenient weekend shift. Everyone was living a night more radiant than the day. But there was no starlight there. Humans had dragged the stars down to the ground. Now, it was not the sky but the lights of the earth that illuminated the night. Neon signs of whiskey bars drove out the stars from the night sky. Georgi Lukács had mourned those vanished stars. Starlight was the guide for sailors navigating the vast open seas, the only friend to console the loneliness of shepherds on hilltops, and the guide for wanderers treading the wilderness with nothing but a walking stick. As long as they had starlight, they could go anywhere in the world. Even to an unknown world no one had ever reached. Of course, the past wasn't solely filled with brilliance and purity. Explorations of the New World led to the massacre of indigenous peoples, the slave trade, and imperialism, and medieval travelers were often frightening vagabonds doubling as merchants, jesters, and bandits. But did progress ever bring peace? No. Advanced technology turned humans into slabs of meat hung on barbed wire, and developed culture made everyone into ideologues, killing and being killed in the fervor of revolution. The cogs of industry spun by consuming the fingers of children, and peace never came even after the dreadful war to end all wars had ended. It was in such a world that a Hungarian philosopher yearned for the things that had been lost. The same was true for the boy. Ha! This is interesting. Thanks to his rich background knowledge, Lim Yong-wook thoroughly enjoyed Starry Sky, an era where all the mysteries of the stars had been unveiled, where travelers were forcibly conscripted for conquest and colonization rather than out of curiosity for the unknown, and where people could still see the starlight from their windows yet no one felt its beauty. A boy born into such a time, possessing the soul of a true adventurer. This story, even for a seasoned reader like Lim Yong-wook, was one that stirred his heart deeply. You little punk. Lim Yong-wook packed all his thoughts. Moon in, you little... He could write like this if he wanted to. I kept telling him I wasn't asking him to only write stories that make money, but still, it would have been nice if he wrote something more mainstream. Why did he make me suffer so much when he could write such interesting SF? Into those words, you little punk. Lim Yong-wook rubbed his nose bridge, feeling grateful for how this story was soothing the fatigue of his grueling U.S. business trip. He continued turning pages with a content smile for quite a while. Then once again, with a Buddha-like smile, he repeated his earlier words. You little punk. But this time, his laughter wasn't genuine, and the emotions behind you little punk weren't affection. Lim Yong-wook smiled brightly while watching the boy who was about to offer up his own leg as food on the spaceship where supplies had run out. I knew this would happen. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. There is a saying, even if you are caught by a tiger, you can survive if you stay calm. That saying is contradictory. You cannot stay calm in front of a tiger. It's not because of some infrasound in the tiger's roar that tenses up human muscles, but because humans are intelligent beings. The human brain is not so simple as to just run away the moment it encounters a tiger. It's far more literary than that. When humans face a tiger, they use their rich imagination to predict their future. In doing so, they envision 101 ways to become tiger food, and by the time they try to calm themselves and run, the tiger is already lunging at them with a hearty, "Thanks for the meal." Therefore, the only thing a human in front of a tiger can do is lie and say, "Write me a review, and I'll give you a rice cake," and then run away while the tiger is busy writing the review. I decided to follow the wisdom of the ancients and escape from this beast. I need to use the restroom for a moment. Sit down. I don't know if a tiger's roar contains infrasound, but Gu Yuna's voice certainly does. The muscles in my thighs, which had tensed up to lift me from the chair, went slack. Before I could even fully stand, I plopped back down onto the chair like a deer tranquilized mid-jump. It's common knowledge that Gu Yuna can use word spirits, so I could accept that. But the electric, prickling aura of murderous intent emanating from her right now was completely incomprehensible. Why are you doing this? What did I do wrong? Gu Yuna, who had been glaring icily at me, muttered in an even colder voice, "Wrong." And then came the single damning sentence. "Do you not even know what you did wrong?" Ku. If words could take physical form, those words would have turned into a dagger and plunged straight into my heart. Those words were a harbinger of disaster. From the depths of time and memory, a familiar feeling began to creep up. "Do you not even know what you did wrong?" Ha! So you really don't know, do you? Fine. If you don't know, then just stay as you are. Familiar voices brushed past my ears automatically. Horrific terror squeezed my heart. If my mental fortitude had been even a little weaker, I would already have broken down, curled up in a corner of the room, repeating, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry," like a machine. But fortunately, the Gu Yuna before me was not the same Yuna from those days, who had been a master of scolding. I exploited the imperfections in her craft and escaped the mental demon. Summoning all my strength, I resisted. I didn't do anything wrong. Proper trials only serve to strengthen the theme. Gu Yuna remained silent. I would have preferred it if she said something, anything. But Gu Yuna just stared at me with a chillingly blank expression. So when Gu Yuna suddenly stood up, it wasn't strange that I flinched in fear. Crack, pop, twisting her neck from side to side and loosening her shoulder muscles. Gu Yuna moved as though she was preparing to land a punch right in my face. In that moment, I couldn't help but recall a famous movie quote I'd once seen on the internet. "This punk must have forgotten my temper." There she stood, towering over me as I sat frozen in my chair, glaring down with icy eyes. She said just 2 words. "Leg. Back." I gritted my teeth and bowed my head deeply. I was too scared to look at Gu Yuna, so I tightly shut my eyes. A chilling sensation crept up my spine. But I couldn't break. "You may break my neck, but you cannot break my pen. What are you on about?" Gu Yuna walked toward me with firm steps. As the miniature human weapon drew closer, my entire body trembled. But Gu Yuna didn't break my neck, nor did she twist my leg. Instead, Gu Yuna walked right past me, picked up a pen and a stack of manuscript paper. "Okay, special agent deployed." And then she broke my pen. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The colonial planet, Sirius Alpha, in the Sirius star system is infamous for its frequent changes in governors. The reason lies in its political integrity. Sirius Alpha, once the center of the intergalactic civil rights movement, is home to more androids with human rights and voting rights than anywhere else in the universe. These androids are adept at protests, revolutions, and strikes. Above all, every single one of them has the planetary government's legal code implanted in their systems. Unlike humans, who create labyrinthine legal systems to differentiate the upper class from the lower class, every android is both a legal expert and highly politically engaged. Thus, whenever something irrational occurs, they don't just mumble, "Ah, of course, those high-ranking guys again," and let it go. When corruption or embezzlement by a governor is detected, the androids immediately initiate political action. Impeachment, elections redos, hearings, even responses that are often reduced to mere dead letters in law, or those that are legally possible but politically frowned upon, are promptly and rationally enacted. If such rational measures are rejected by high-ranking politicians or capitalists, the androids begin to exercise the strongest right guaranteed by the Constitution: a general strike. Planet-wide general strikes are a specialty unique to Sirius Alpha. When this specialty was exported to other planets, leading to the first intergalactic general strike, every android, semi-intelligent entity, and clone in the universe gained their human rights. Amid this rational response system, the political structure of Sirius Alpha plunged into an endless labyrinth. The governor, tasked with managing the most demanding and powerful voters in the universe, rarely serves a term exceeding 6 months on average. In a universe where governors ruling planets for over a century is the norm, this is not just rare, it's an extraordinary phenomenon. Therefore, amidst the countless tragedies across space, where food supplies had run out and humans had begun consuming one another, it was not entirely irrational for an android to stand up with a steel pipe in hand. "Stop!" the android spoke, but neither the violent thugs about to devour an infant nor the boy kneeling before them, begging them to take his leg instead, stopped at the android's command. So the android personally ensured their functions were stopped. Clang! With its precise mechanical intelligence, the vertically descending steel pipe concaved the skull of one of the thugs. The thug collapsed with a thud, foaming at the mouth for a moment before becoming completely still. A flawless stop. "What the hell? Please cease your actions. You damn tin can bitch. Return to your position." Clang! Clang! With 2 more resounding clangs, the remaining thugs also had their functions stopped. The boy, holding the infant who had just lost its mother and had almost been eaten himself, trembled as he looked up at the android. The android, holding a steel pipe dripping with red liquid, asked with a puzzled expression, "Why are you afraid?" The boy, unable to form words, pointed with a trembling finger at the 3 thugs whose functions had been stopped. The android stared blankly at the organisms with stopped functions lying on the ground, then let out an ah and began to explain its actions. This falls under exemptions for emergency evacuation, self-defense, and the Good Samaritan law. Thus, it is not an illegal act. Please do not be afraid. Only an android or perhaps another android would nod and say, "I see," in response to such logic. But the boy, being a kind and wise human, forced himself to smile through his tears, tightly hugged the infant, and nodded. Why yes, I see. That makes sense." The android could not comprehend the emotions carried in the noise of the human's voice. "Do you have a functional defect in your vocal cords?" And no, they're fine. Perfectly fine. That is fortunate. Please, rise. The android extended a hand to the boy who was sitting on the ground. The boy, his excitement now subsiding, hesitated for a moment before grabbing the mechanical hand and standing up. As the android helped the boy to his feet, it spoke. "If you are unharmed, will you assist me?" "And me? Assist you with what?" "I intend to enter the bridge, take control of the Pioneer fleet, and restore order." The boy blinked blankly, trying to make sense of what the android was saying, but no answer came to mind. However, the android, interpreting the human silence as a refusal, wasted no further time and turned around without hesitation. Then, farewell. The android briskly walked away. Clutching the infant tightly, the boy hurriedly chased after it. "Wait, I'll go with you." On the back of the android, which the boy had begun pursuing, the identification code 9UNA was inscribed. Chapter 165. Long ago. So long ago that even the data records have been lost, making it difficult to trace the origins. There existed a tale of a wood-gathering android. Across eras and servers, this wood-gathering android consistently showed a desire for a heart. As for what this heart signifies, interpretations differ. Some say it symbolizes emotions befitting an organic being. Others interpret it as the love traditionally represented by the heart symbol. Some even claim it signifies courage, like the heart of a lion. Or perhaps it is a literal, physical heart meant for human sacrifice. Personally, considering the wizard named OZ who always appears in this tale, I lean toward the human sacrifice theory. Besides, Don't countless skulls emerge when you scour the surface of Earth in the 21st century? Anyway, setting aside my thoughts on this tale for now and focusing again on the present scene, I discovered a fundamental contradiction within that story. Attention! From this moment forward, this vessel will be under the control of Unit 9 UNA. If there are any objections, step forward now. What the hell is this tin can? Get the hell dash. Clang dash. Next. A sufficiently advanced steel brain possesses such strength that it requires neither courage, love, nor emotions. 9 UNA, who had been elected to the temporary representative position by all the androids aboard the ship, swiftly organized a strike team, seized the bridge, and took control of the spaceship. This is an announcement to all intelligent beings aboard. Cease all disturbances immediately, and surrender all weapons and food to the ship's leadership. Repeating. Cease all disturbances immediately. What? Don't give me that bullshit, you goddamn tin can. Why the hell should we hand over the food we've got to you? That's right. That's right. What have you ever done for us? You dragged us here by force and now expect us to starve to death in the middle of space. To the unidentified crowd occupying Sector B's storage warehouse, I ask, is there no room for negotiation? That's right. Go away, you bastard. I will cut off oxygen supply to Sector B. 5, 4, 3. Let's resolve this through dialogue. After appropriate negotiations, when the surviving pioneers aboard the vessel finally gathered in one place, there was no one who denied the steel-like leadership of Android 9 UNA. The raiders who had succumbed to fear and resorted to cannibalism, the victims who hid with their loved ones in secluded spots, and the gray humans who were a mix of both groups. The crew members who became the first targets of hatred as soon as order on the ship collapsed, the rare militia who fought for justice and defended survivor zones, and countless other individuals with stories too varied to list. Though all of them experienced the catastrophe of enemy in an instant, they were able to barely gather in one place after endless cycles of conflict and reconciliation. I still cannot forget what happened that day. At the moment, in that place where everyone had gathered, 9 UNA, the warlord supported democratically by a terrifying army of androids, 7 in total, and the leader of the largest military faction on the ship, pushed me forward. Thus, unprepared, I staggered a few steps ahead, swallowed hard to overcome my tension, faced the gaze of everyone. Everyone, I spoke. How about we all look for a star together? And so, our adventure began. P10 the starlit sky. Amidst the crowd shrouded in silence, an old gentleman in a white coat stepped forward. A star, the boy replied. That is, a new place where we can all live without fighting. In that case, wouldn't planet be a more appropriate term? More precisely, a habitable planet dash. Stop nitpicking and just stay quiet. A woman in a tank top roughly shoved the old man aside. However, the reason why this old gentleman, part of the highly educated demographic that was among the first to be slaughtered when the riots broke out, was still alive was precisely thanks to this woman's protection. Therefore, the old man, with a not-so-unpleasant smile, allowed himself to be easily pushed aside. The woman demanded fiercely, "Hey, kid!" It was an accent often associated with the uneducated, but her darting eyes, constantly on the move, and her hand resting on her waistband, ready to draw and fire a pistol at any moment, proved her primal intelligence. Further evidence of her sharp mind was the fact that her question pinpointed the core issue of the situation. Let's say we keep going with this shit show of a colonization. Then how the hell are we supposed to get food to eat tomorrow? As her subordinates, deeply loyal to her leadership, nodded vigorously in agreement, 9 UNA, the democratically chosen leader of the largest military faction on the ship, stepped forward. Everyone who remembered the blood-stained steel pipe fell silent. Since the red stains, whether blood or paint, still hadn't been wiped off, the moment the android warlord advanced a single step, the bridge fell into an instant hush. And the solemnity born from that silence further amplified the authority of this android warlord. That matter will be explained by this unit. During the process of unifying the ship with the boy, the android's cold, logical intellect had identified a solution for sustainable food supply. We have confirmed that the inventory of psionic molecules used to operate emergency medical regenerators is abundant. It is sufficient to implement a food enhancement plan via organic cultivation. Unlike foolish humans, androids utilized 100% of human language. Thus, their precise use of terminology in all situations inevitably gave their speech the tone of smug engineering students flaunting their knowledge. This instance was no exception. However, no one dared to ask what the so-called food enhancement plan via organic cultivation entailed. This wasn't because of 9UNA's crimson-red customized steel pipe, but rather due to its thoughtful intellect. 9UNA was a sociable unit with extensive experience interacting with humans, and it had learned that most humans were not intelligent enough to immediately comprehend an android's explanation. For effective communication, visual aids were often helpful. Thus, 9UNA projected visual aids into the air using the laser hologram mounted in its eyes. In other words, everyone clearly understood that the food enhancement plan via organic cultivation meant cut off a person's arm, use it to make meat soup, then regenerate the lost limb with medical equipment, and this was conveyed vividly through a detailed 3D visual aid. You've got to be kidding me. This is insanity. This is absolutely insane. That lunatic machine is trying to kill us all. It's the cyborg rebellion. The AI apocalypse is here. The bridge was instantly consumed by shock and terror. However, in the end, authority comes from force, and after a few minutes of chaos, 9UNA regained the right to speak. Regenerated arms can be restored, and if anesthesia is applied during the procedure, there will be no pain, correct? That's no different from cannibalism in essence. The organic beings aboard this vessel have already dashed. Before 9UNA could finish its statement, which could be interpreted as, "Many of you have already eaten human flesh, you horrific survivors," the boy stepped in to stop her. There was no benefit in provoking the collective trauma of people that had taken weeks to barely suppress. And besides, there was a better alternative. "Everyone, please calm down." 9 was only suggesting a contingency plan in case of the worst possible scenario. The woman in the tank top, visibly more agitated than before, slammed her hand down on the table. "Damn! So what's the solution for food?" "We have plants." "What?" The boy had already explored every nook and cranny of this massive spaceship with 9UNA. Together with the superior computing capabilities of 9UNA and the 7 androids, all calculations had been completed. It'll be tight, and we'll have to implement a strict rationing system, and everything will need to go perfectly. And if there's even a single unforeseen event, we might face an immediate catastrophe. But please, keep things like that to yourself. If we all work together, it's possible to establish stable plantation farming to sustain our voyage. This was possible because the number of people aboard the spaceship had significantly decreased from the original capacity, and the ship itself was equipped with an agricultural zone designed for emergencies. What the boy discovered brought far greater joy to the people than he had anticipated. After all, most of them had been agonizing over a choice between death and cannibalism only a few days ago. Hope returned to their eyes as they embraced one another and cheered. And amidst the cheers, a natural but deflating question emerged from someone. Then why did all of this happen in the first place? It was half a mutter to themselves, but 9UNA kindly provided an explanation. Because you inferior organic beings panicked upon hearing the news that half of the stockpiled food had been lost to mold, distrusted the captain's order to implement rationing, and incited a meaningless bloodbath by rioting against the ship's leadership. The humans remained silent, but the androids, whose inner flames of justice were not extinguished, objected. 11GAA sternly warned 9UNA. The term inferior organic beings is discriminatory. A leader who rejects freedom of expression and cultural relativism may be deemed an enemy of the community, driving it toward fascism and subject to impeachment under the Human Rights Charter. I will revise my careless statement. Those humans were, from the time they were drafted, a community fundamentally composed of anti-socialists and social misfits who were rebellious against the system, highly susceptible to agitation and fear, and, despite the crisis being entirely manageable, caused a near catastrophe through reckless behavior. However, they are not inferior organic beings. That's acceptable. Somewhere in the crowd, a muttered complaint. Shit, are all androids like this these days? Could be heard, but as 9U turned its head smoothly, it disappeared as if by magic. At that moment, a middle-aged man covered in grease asked a question. Wait, where's the captain? In the morgue. What about the first officer? In the morgue. And the chief mate? In the morgue. The second mate? In the morgue. The third mate? In the morgue. The head of security? In the morgue. Why don't you just be the captain yourself? The greasy middle-aged man stepped back in frustration, but 9U had taken the patriotic decision to suppress this emergency, not to incite a horrific mutiny. Therefore, protocol had to be followed.
No.
According to the proper chain of succession, the role of captain is now inherited by Lenny A. Dolores. Conveniently, the greasy middle-aged man didn't need to ask who that was. One of the clerks in the crowd, who had been standing nervously, dropped their coffee cup in shock. Me? 9U uttered the title that Lenny A. Dolores least wanted to hear at that moment. Captain Dolores. Ah, please assume your position. Captain Dolores, who had suddenly become captain, shook their head and waved both hands. They seemed to be expressing rejection with their entire body. No, I'm just a regular clerk. Still, the manual takes precedence. I don't even know how to steer a ship. All I've ever done is make coffee. That doesn't change the fact that you're the captain, Captain Dolores. Hearing the word, captain, Lenny Dolores suffered a mental breakdown and fainted on the spot. Even so, someone gently caught the newly appointed captain as they collapsed and laid them down carefully on the floor. Meanwhile, the woman in the tank top, observing the situation, brought up another sharp point. Speaking of which, the captain doesn't even know how to steer the ship. And with the navigation systems completely destroyed, how are we supposed to find this so-called star? Hey, you, engineer, can you fix it? The greasy, middle-aged man glanced at the navigation system and shook his head firmly. I'm an engineer, not a software technician. What's that supposed to mean? I can't fix it. Speak in plain language. You dumb bitch. At that moment, 9U, who had been quietly observing the situation, answered. There is. The people, who instinctively pondered the meaning of its words, quickly realized that someone had just asked the android if there was an alternative to the broken navigation system. A shiver ran through them. This was salvation, a promise that, whether they turned back or ventured further into the unknown, this damn spaceship wouldn't dry up and crumble in the vast expanse of deep space. When the ecstatic crowd immediately asked what that alternative was, 9U's finger slowly moved toward someone. His finger stopped, pointing at a person. A boy who had been born in the slums, scavenging through garbage heaps to collect books of all kinds, devouring the knowledge available on the internet, and teaching himself astronomy and navigation as hobbies. A child who loved the stars. The android's finger was pointing at that very boy. Asterisk. It was shocking. An android holding a steel pipe. The moment a single character jumped into the story, the narrative genre gained life and began to pulse with vitality. The brutal literary death game, where one carves off their own flesh to preserve their innocence, transformed once again into an adventure toward the stars. Of course, Gu Yuna's literary style is somewhat like a fairy tale. It leans more toward genre fiction than pure literature, and at times even resembles a web novel. In other words, the human alienation typically expected in the SF genre, especially in its portrayal of future societies, was replaced by playful killings and humor. Gu Yuna dismantled the inherent cruelty of humanity and reshaped the story however she pleased. It's like forcibly dragging a 19+ rated work down to a 12+ rating. But it's entertaining. From the cold, ruthless android who saves a boy pure enough to offer up his own flesh, to the process of uniting a spaceship full of horrific cannibals using a steel pipe, dark humor, and the boy's innocence-driven orator. It feels like witnessing a hero's party on a victorious rampage. And from a reductive perspective, every story is a plot where a hero defeats the demon lord. That's right. Gu Yuna's pen touches the essence of storytelling more than anything else. The most chilling part is that this intuition emerged without any formal study. What I've taught her so far is just the basics, and with just those basics, Gu Yuna is already astonishing me. Of course, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. In fact, it used to happen frequently in the past. Whenever I witnessed such glimpses of Gu Yuna's genius, I felt a self-destructive urge to break my pen in frustration. What I have is only writing, and yet you're born as Gu Hakjun's daughter, and you're taking writing from me too. That's the kind of dark and petty emotion it was. Even while feeling such inferiority, the reason I didn't give up writing was because of my competitive spirit, the conviction that I must never lose to Gu Yuna as a rival. And after we both realized that a considerable amount of friendship and love was intertwined in that rivalry, I also discovered that Gu Yuna occasionally felt the same inferiority toward me. That realization recharged my self-esteem and helped me avoid falling into despair. Looking back now, though, if we hadn't become close friends and had continued competing relentlessly, our relationship probably would have spiraled into a twisted and worsening rivalry. Writers, after all, are not the most pleasant group of people. In any case, reminiscing about the past now is meaningless, and it's difficult to compare it to the present, given how much things have changed. Back then, Gu Yuna, who made me feel inferior, was an amateur at a similar level to me. But now, I am a writer in my 20s who has written countless stories with her, and the person in front of me is a 9th-grade middle school girl who has been taking intensive private lessons from me for years. That girl has surpassed me. Ha! Of course, this doesn't mean that Gu Yuna suddenly underwent some mega-evolution into an all-around better novelist than me. It simply means that, while writing this story, she came up with better ideas than I did. But even just that much was enough to leave me utterly astonished. Literature has no objective criteria, and the judges only exist within the hearts of its readers. And since the judge in my heart had sided with Gu Yuna, I couldn't help but feel admiration from the depths of my soul. For the first time, I felt like I could vaguely understand the emotions of ordinary people in the present day, shocked and awestruck by the antics of a time traveler. If a child were to surpass the heights that someone had spent a lifetime building, that person would be left with only two choices: worship them or resent them. So I chose to worship her. Isn't Yuna really incredible? How can she write something like this at her age? That comment was half a joke. After all, how can you write something like this at your age? Was the compliment I had heard the most throughout my life. So naturally, Lim Yongwook would smirk and quip, "Look who's talking," and I should pout and grumble in response. That was our usual way of chatting. But this time, Lim Yongwook was silent, and I immediately sensed that this silence wasn't ordinary. What is it? What's wrong? Yeah. Yuna really is amazing. Even over the phone, I could hear the sound of Lim Yongwook swallowing nervously. I read the manuscript you sent me. I thought it was great, and CEO Beck thought it was great too. A name I'd never heard before came out of Lim Yongwook's mouth. And Michael Collins said it was entertaining too. Who's that? The CEO of Collins Press. I finally understood why Lim Yongwook's voice carried such tension. Thanks to the words he added at the end. He's packing his bags right now to fly to Korea. Chapter 166. A spaceship is also a ship, and the crew are sailors. And sailors are susceptible to superstition. This is not because some cosmic law has turned the profession of sailor into supercowards, but rather because it reflects the mental vulnerability shared by those confined in an isolated space, unsure of when they might face death. Therefore, superstition still plagues sailors. The variety of ghost stories is as vast as the infinite expanse of this universe. There are tales of space stations somewhere in the galaxy that eat people, or of a giant squid as large as a planet, or kai-aha, even a navigator using a protractor to plot a course. That, that, that bastard. A voice filled with shock echoed through the bridge. The owner of the trembling finger was Judy Capstan, the leader of the vigilantes, known for her signature tank top and shotgun. The same Judy Capstan who rallied industrial workers during the riots, took over an armory, and blew off the heads of looters, was now trembling like a frightened child who had seen a monster under their bed. The fact that something had drawn a girly scream from the famously fearless Judy suggested it was no ordinary threat. People hurriedly gathered on the bridge in alarm. What the hell? What's going on? Captain Judy. We're coming. Pa. I knew it. Something had to go wrong on this damn spaceship. A couple of gunmen woken from sleep, several of Judy Capstan's gang members, Patrick the technician who had been tinkering with the engine near the bridge, and various others. Given that the spaceship had recently been a living hell, even the passengers grabbed guns and rushed to confront the unknown threat. Captain, are you okay? What's this? You look fine. However, the cosmic horror awaiting them on the bridge was not the kind that could be resisted with mere firearms. Judy Capstan, who had collapsed to the floor like a newborn deer, pointed to the source of all evil as the others stared at her in confusion. It was a young navigator boy scratching his head with an awkward smile. That guy? Why? Judy Capstan responded, her voice trembling with terror. That crazy bastard was plotting a course with a protractor. Oh damn dash. It didn't take long for the bridge to fill with girly screams from bearded, muscular middle-aged men. And it took quite a long time for the boy to explain to the pioneers of the interstellar era, who had forgotten their history, that there was no fundamental difference between what he was doing and the work of state-of-the-art navigation equipment. This was generally how their navigation went. T10 Starry Sky. Human imagination is not infinite. The brain has a fixed capacity. This is a psychological defense mechanism to prevent cognitive overload. This is why people go mad when they encounter cosmic horror, something that transcends the bounds of human imagination. When something beyond human understanding is forcibly crammed into the mind, the brain breaks down in an instant. A prime example would be Korean publishers who witnessed the Japanese publishing industry. Koreans don't read books. A difference in cultural maturity. Koreans don't read books. They're like beasts. The revival of the great Japanese empire. That's the only salvation for the publishing industry. After facing an unspeakable something, these unfortunate publishers went mad, trembling as they muttered incomprehensible words to themselves. As these pitiable souls attest, the scale of Japan's publishing industry compared to Korea's is truly at the level of cosmic horror. And yet, the American publishing industry is even larger than Japan's. And the CEO of one of America's major publishing corporations came all the way to Korea for business. Who made this happen? None other than the parachute-appointed CEO. How did the employees of Bikehack Publishing react to this? Kaya. Bikehack Publishing is invincible, and CEO Beck is a god. Seeing the Bexiology rice cakes served as snacks today makes me realize once again how incredible CEO Bexiol's foresight is. TL note, Bexiol literally means Snow White, and so Bexiol became a walking messiah. In truth, Bexiol, who hadn't even graduated from Seoul National University but rather some obscure countryside university in England, had no chance of earning the support of her employees. Why does one go to university? To build connections. There's a reason why the cookie-cutter K-elites start with Seoul National University and then move on to get an MBA from Harvard. In fact, if you skip Seoul National and only go to Harvard, you might just be treated like some foreigner with a big nose. And when it came to Bikehack Publishing, a company firmly entrenched in a culture of prestigious school elitism, it was even worse. To the academic cartel, both Lim Yong-wook, who came from a no-name university, and Bexiol, an Oxford graduate, were considered equally unremarkable. Bexiol? That person. Isn't she just a parachute hire? How long are we supposed to treat someone who almost won the International Booker Prize as some kind of genius translator? Isn't she going to start pulling some nonsense, insisting we call her by her English name just because she graduated from a British university? Even her intimidating appearance, enhanced by a full face of makeup, was soon revealed as shallow. In the end, the only real strength of this bumbling parachute hire was her so-called cuteness. But originally, if a parachute soldier takes down an armed spy, from that moment on they become a special forces unit. But this isn't just taking down an armed spy. It's like bringing back Kim Il-sung's head. TL note: former North Korean dictator. That analogy is way too outdated. Shut up, you. Lim Yong-wook and Moon In looked down from the second-floor railing of Bikehack Publishing, observing the lobby below, which was bursting with excitement and joy. Michael Collins, the CEO of Collins Press, was being treated like a state guest. Among the perfectly aligned suits bowing at a precise 90-degree angle, there wasn't a single employee. They were all executives. Even a former National Assembly member, who had never actually shown up to work despite holding a director's title, made an appearance. Meanwhile, the actual employees, like kids watching a royal procession, stood on tiptoes, craning their necks from afar, stealing glances at the face of the important guest. And Michael Collins, true to being an American who is cheerful and friendly everywhere, smiled brightly as he shook hands with people. It's a pleasure to meet someone who has made such meaningful contributions to the American publishing industry, he says. Really? Haha. Please tell him I'm also very glad to meet him. On the other hand, Michael Collins, who was colder and more ruthless than anyone else, a true economic animal, considered all of this ceremonial nonsense trivial. These people can't even speak English and are wasting my time with an interpreter. But Collins knew that maintaining a good image through these formalities, even in front of useless people, had its benefits. Even if he avoided astronomical amounts in taxes, the simple act of visiting environmental organizations and children's charities for photo ops could make prosecutors and police hesitate to wield their knives against him. In the same way, all the formalities at Bikehack Publishing served as a kind of build-up for Michael Collins to achieve his goal. To flaunt his influence and make it easier to persuade his target. To plant a positive image in the target's mind. To establish his presence with the target. It was all part of a carefully aimed process. Thus, Michael Collins gave lectures at Bikehack Publishing, went on tours, made donations, and shared meals, all while spending his time as planned. And then he pulled the trigger toward his target. Naturally, that target was none other than Moon In. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Ah, nice to meet you. The first place where Michael Collins spoke words laced with genuine sincerity was none other than the sofa in the reception area of Bikehack Publishing's CEO office. The interpreter was Baek Seol, a world-class translator who shone as a nominee for the International Booker Prize. Across from her sat the long-awaited genius boy. Michael Collins sized up the boy, wrapped in a blanket, from head to toe. A calm demeanor, unassuming hair, eyes shadowed by fatigue, and eyes that didn't belong to a child. The boy, now face-to-face, appeared smaller than he had on screen, yet also more mature than he had seemed on screen. Most striking of all, he wasn't nervous in the slightest. His casual manner of sipping coffee in the presence of the CEO of an American corporate publishing giant left a deep impression. Whether it was because he placed no value on worldly matters or simply because he was ignorant of them was a question that Michael Collins intended to explore from this point forward. In any case, Michael Collins slightly lowered the possibility that this boy's reputation might be an inflated fabrication. And then, with a gentlemanly smile, he spoke. Did you know that I decided to come to Korea because of you, Author Moon? Ah, I didn't know that. Well, then I'll take my time explaining it to you from the beginning. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Michael Collins from Collins Press. I'm Moon In-seop, a novelist. I write under the pen name Moon In. Ah, so the pen name Moon In comes from your actual name? What does Moon In mean in Korean? Michael Collins already knew what Moon In meant in Korean and the nuances of the term. He had read a report his secretary had prepared beforehand. That's why he brought it up first, thinking it could make for a decent conversation starter. And naturally, he began to close the distance between himself and Moon In. Ask questions, express amazement. Ask questions, show empathy. Ask questions, agree. the astute businessman of the American publishing industry skillfully steered the conversation with systematic communication. The unsocial boy, on the other hand, only responded with answers, gratitude, and humility throughout. And because Michael Collins deliberately encouraged such passive responses, the conversation naturally arrived at a specific point. Michael Collins' strategic target point was Starry Sky. Starry Sky. Personally, I'm not particularly fond of Georgy Lukács, being a socialist and all, but this line of his is worth remembering. In an age when civilization has driven out the unknown, where should the traveler who follows the starlight go? It's a profoundly literary proposition, don't you think? It's quite striking. So, when I came across a book that developed this proposition into a science fiction novel, for the first time, Michael Collins' words carried genuine sincerity. I guess you could say I fell for it. But before that sincerity could be read by anyone, he concealed it behind a sociable smile. Haha. I'm sorry for reading a novel that hasn't even been published yet. You see, when I heard that C.O. Beck-Seol personally translated something, my curiosity got the better of me. I used my position as her college senior to twist her arm a bit and managed to snag a copy. I didn't expect to find such a treasure in it. Ah, thank you for seeing it in a positive light. No, I should be thanking you. After all, you wrote such a wonderful piece. Michael Collins carefully selected his next sentence. He had come all the way to Korea to hear the word yes in response to this very statement. And everything leading up to this moment, every official event, every friendly expression, every conversational technique designed to evoke goodwill and indebtedness, had been building toward this. Like a battle-hardened samurai drawing his sword, the veteran businessman unsheathed his words. I won't mince words. Let me get straight to the point. Would you consider letting our company publish Starry Sky? Of course, only for the U.S. market. As for the Asian market, Bikehack Publishing should continue to handle it. In any case, as Bikehack Publishing's reliable partner, we at Collins Press are fully prepared to become author Moon In's second friend. He deliberately held back from saying, after all, the more friends, the better, as it might reveal too much sincerity. Collins Press' true strategic goal was to bypass Bikehack Publishing and establish a direct relationship with Moon In. Instead of signing a contract with Bikehack Publishing's Moon In, the plan was to make Bikehack Publishing Moon In's Asian partner, while Collins Press became his American partner. Naturally, being the American partner would also mean becoming the British partner, and being the Anglo-American partner would inevitably lead to becoming the European partner. Because that's how the Western world works. It was a natural flow of events. And before long, the second friend would naturally transition into becoming the first friend. It's a perfect plan. While popularity might depend on the whims of the heavens, things were different when it came to a company like Collins Press. With sufficient capital, even the order of the universe could be twisted. That's capitalism. It wasn't just that a child is writing. It was that a child is writing well. If you couldn't turn such a weapon into an international star author, you didn't deserve to hold the title of CEO. Even that weak and unimpressive Oxford alum managed to make this boy into a star author in Japan. Didn't they? Moon In was like a stock destined to hit its upper limit. If Moon In fell into his grasp, Michael Collins was confident he could sweep up both money and fame more easily than twisting a child's wrist. Still, the fact that he wasn't planning to completely steal Moon In away, as per his initial plan, demonstrated Michael Collins' magnanimity. Bikehack Publishing would remain Moon In's partner in the Asian market going forward. Of course, Bikehack Publishing already had complete dominance over Korea, and while the entry of American publishers into China was challenging, Collins Press could effortlessly take over Japan if they set their minds to it. Thus, leaving the Asian market to Bikehack Publishing was indeed an act of goodwill toward his junior from Oxford. Even Michael Collins, the snake-tongued professional swindler of the industry, was, for once, conducting business with sincerity.
I'm sorry.
But then he was rejected. That's a proposal I can't answer right now. The boy sitting before him had just said no to Michael Collins, the most powerful figure in the publishing industry. Michael Collins felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and failure, like countless final bosses who, in their dying breaths, cry out, "Me? Beaten by the likes of him." The book isn't finished yet. What's worse, the reason Moon In gave was entirely incomprehensible. Michael Collins had already read the ending of Starry Sky. The book was already complete. No matter how much he tried to hurry him, Moon In simply responded curtly, like an old man whittling a bat, as if to say, "No matter how much you rush raw rice, it won't turn into cooked rice." The book isn't finished yet. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Moon In didn't live his life like some neurotic potter smashing imperfect ceramics, tearing up manuscript paper in a frenzy while screaming, "This isn't it!" On the contrary, Moon In thought that a novelist who shredded perfectly good manuscript paper while wailing was just a self-indulgent lunatic. Why would anyone rip up perfectly fine manuscript paper? Clearly, it wasn't the paper that was flawed, it was their writing skill. To Moon In, who had once scraped together his meager allowance just to buy manuscript paper, wasting paper was unthinkable. Thus, the delay in writing Starry Sky wasn't Moon In's fault. This isn't it. Rip. Riot. Moon In stared blankly at Gu Yuna, who was screaming and tearing up manuscript paper in the clubroom. Chapter 167. The boy, who had been sleeping wrapped in a blanket on the bridge, opened his eyes at the sound of movement. By the window of the spaceship, where a chilly air had settled, a humanoid figure appeared. It had the form of a human, the spirit of a human, and the qualifications of a human that it had one with its own two hands. It was a human made of steel and circuits. T10 Starry Sky. Android 9 Yuna was gazing out the window. In the dim bridge of the spaceship, to the boy, her figure appeared as a black silhouette. This was because beyond the window, the starlight scattered across the infinite universe shimmered quietly. Thus, the android girl seemed as if she were enveloped among the stars. What could that android girl be thinking as she gazed at the starlight? The boy tiptoed closer and stood behind 9 Yuna. Then, with a playful tone, he spoke. "Nine." Had her high-performance sensors failed to detect the boy? The android jumped back with a start like a startled cat. It was unexpected. The boy grinned mischievously. "Did I scare you? You startled me." This too was an unexpected reaction. The boy had thought that Android 9 Yuna would brush off such pranks without a fuss. The android he knew was, in many ways, like a steel human. "That's surprising. Your high-performance sensors didn't detect me approaching." "Warning. That's racism." "Ah, is it?" The boy's thoughts were swiftly corrected by a race that had mastered the art of intergalactic civil rights movements. To enlighten the ignorant human, 9 Yuna personally began explaining. "As you know, we are consumables created to suit labor environments. To us, who are deployed to the harshest workplaces, the concept of inefficiency was not permitted." 9 Yuna looked down at her soft fingers. In the past, androids with hands like hers were rare. Cleaning androids had broom-like hands, industrial androids had tools attached, and naturally some androids had weapons affixed to their hands. As she wiggled her 5 fingers, which she still hadn't fully gotten used to, 9 Yuna continued her story. "Thus, after the Empire's Congress passed the Human Rights Act, what we gained was the right to program inefficiency. The right to cease activity for about 8 hours a day, the right to restrict the scope of our thoughts, the right to be bound by moral laws, the right to think cats are cute and pet them, the right to nitpick and call out someone's verbal slip-ups. Those kinds of useless things are exactly what we so desperately longed for. Since the integrity of mechanical intelligence personalities became more relaxed, there has even been a significant increase in marriage rates with humans, statistically speaking. Therefore, we can sleep, occasionally feel depressed, and, while staring out the window and losing ourselves in thought, fail to notice someone approaching from behind. We are inefficient beings." The android fell silent, and the boy also fell silent. But soon, the boy realized the true meaning behind her words and said what he thought the android would most want to hear. "You haven't been able to sleep, have you?" 9 Yuna nodded slightly. "And you're very depressed? What's causing all this?" "I'm afraid." "Of what?" "That dark universe." The android gestured toward the infinite darkness beyond the window. Her lens-like eyes somehow conveyed a faint sense of fear. Out there lies a world of incalculable uncertainty. Countless unknown dangers are waiting for us. At any moment, we could collide with an unidentified asteroid, or be swept up in a plasma-stellar wind dash, or encounter a giant squid monster. What's terrifying is that even such a stupid scenario cannot be said to have a 0% chance of happening. The boy's well-timed squid joke failed to pull the android out of her depression. Na gazed at the sleeping infant in the basket in the corner of the bridge with a melancholic expression. Someday, the day may come when we end up devouring that child. If we never find a planet to settle on, even after an unimaginably long time, madness and uncertainty will consume this spaceship. By then, there will be no room left for reason or compromise, just as what happened a few months ago already proved. Yes, what I ultimately fear is my own annihilation. I am afraid of death. The android's confession about fearing death evoked an unfamiliar emotion in the boy. The boy didn't know what name to give this tender, soft emotion. It was because he lacked the vocabulary to describe it. But the boy possessed a certain wisdom that allowed him to respond to the android's concerns. And so, his answer was long and deeply personal. I'm not afraid of death. All intelligent beings fear annihilation. Death has always been by my side. Death. It wasn't a foreign concept. Death had always been near the boy. Humans in the slums are cheap beings. They killed each other over trivial arguments, died from infected wounds after being beaten in drunken fights, succumbed to a lack of cold medicine, or were executed for offending the powerful. They died caught in gang shootouts, starved to death while high on drugs, burned to death because firefighters didn't come to the shantytown, were murdered in alleys during robberies, or died from lung disease caused by dust from cheap construction materials. The boy was born in a place where few people lived long enough to die of old age. This was not unusual. In a land lacking culture, people were born easily and abandoned easily. To put it bluntly, if the boy and the android were put up for sale on the black market, there would be a price difference of over 100-fold. Human organs were easy to find anywhere, but high-performance android parts were exceedingly rare. Thus, from the moment the boy was born into the slums, his fate had already been determined. He would never attend school, would spend his days begging under the thumb of gangsters, and would live a life staggering drunk and drugged, only to collapse and die in a damp alleyway. However, to a boy who dreamed of stars and adventure, such a fate was utterly unacceptable. So, the boy threw himself into the world of uncertainty. He joined the pioneer fleet. I don't regret that choice. Of course, I almost died. I even came close to being eaten by other people. The boy laughed cheerfully, but the android girl couldn't bring herself to laugh along with him, knowing that his laughter wasn't fundamentally different from the humor of someone staring death in the face. Yet, the boy who loved the stars, continued to gaze out the window toward the starry sky with eyes still full of innocence. But, if I hadn't boarded this ship, would the day have come when I could pilot this massive spaceship? Would I have had the chance to rescue people in danger, to carry their hopes and expectations, and to search for humanity's 43rd planet? The android girl and the star-loving boy shared the same insight about the vast universe. It was a world of uncertainty. But while fear took root in the girl's heart, the boy's heart was filled with a powerful pull toward the starlight. So, 9, I hope you won't be too afraid of the unknown. It's a world full of starlight. Isn't it beautiful? You won't know until you open every door, whether good things will happen or bad things. Even if bad things happen, we can cry together, and we can laugh together. At least it's not a journey you're making alone, right? The android girl felt, for the first time, as if she had caught a glimpse of the fragments of that starlight. That faint glimmer was weak, fleeting, and seemed as though it might vanish at any moment. The faint glimmer was weak, laughable, and seemed as though it might disappear at any moment. Yet somehow, A desire to move toward that starlight was beginning to take shape. How happy must have been the era when one could look at the starry sky, discern the paths that could be traveled, and read the map of the roads that must be taken. Unconsciously, the android girl recited a passage from one of the old texts the boy loved most. Watching the boy's bright smile as he asked if she knew that verse too, the android felt a new emotion beginning to stir within her thought circuits. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hiss. Does it really make sense to insert romance here? I was right. I got hit by Gu Yuna. Grasping the sharp pain radiating from my side, I used a Chin Na technique to block Gu Yuna's mountain soul iron claw. With both her wrists caught by me, Gu Yuna finally began using words for persuasion instead of fists. Opposites attract. If you add romance on a spaceship where they don't know when food will run out, readers' mental state will be shattered when the food does run out and the apocalypse happens. So it would be better to have them realize their feelings belatedly after catastrophe strikes. Papak. In an instant, Gu Yuna twisted her wrists free and struck pressure points on my neck and ribs. Collapsing as my 8 extraordinary meridians twisted, I trembled on the floor, while Gu Yuna looked down at me with a cold gaze, as if I were an insect. Seems you still don't understand. Ugh. I keep telling you this isn't an apocalypse novel? Gu Hakjun, who had been watching Gu Yuna and me engage in our smooth collaborative writing, chuckled and offered some advice. Kids, take it easy, okay? Next to Gu Hakjun, Gu Yubin shivered. That doesn't look like they're joking. True, it wasn't a joke. We were more serious than ever. We were passionately debating the direction of the novel through a mix of sparring and discussion. Don't ask why sparring is involved in writing a novel. Anyway, even if my body was exhausted, my heart was at peace. It had been so long since I had felt this deeply immersed in writing. Felt as if I had returned to the old days. In any case, then and now, Gu Yuna was the perfect partner. Not only in the past, but even now, especially now, as she wasn't intimidated by my hollow reputation. Gu Yuna's literary worldview is steadfast. As evident in her tendency to name characters after herself, she has an unyielding philosophy. Thus, if anything violates that philosophy, she ruthlessly obliterates it, even if it comes from a teacher who taught her. This is her strength. Anyone who argues it's a flaw has already been obliterated. So yes, it's a strength. The only thing I dislike, no, to be precise, the thing I find peculiar, is that Gu Yuna now leans toward light instead of darkness. It used to be the opposite. When Gu Yuna veered too far into dark themes, I had to painstakingly persuade her to bring her back to the bright side. Thus, our co-writing process was like a tug-of-war. In the struggle between me shouting, "Make it darker," and Gu Yuna shouting, "Make it brighter," the novel took shape. And so, I was able to list Gu Yuna's name alongside mine as the author of the completed manuscript. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Starry Sky. Authors Moon In and Gu Yuna. Lim Yongwook stared at the manuscript with a tense expression. The bundle of papers now in his hands held immense value, a value that none of the people riding the subway with him could even begin to imagine. Felt almost amusing. If Lim Yongwook had been holding a gold bar worth the same as this envelope, dozens, even hundreds of people would have been staring intently at him. Among them, there would likely have been those who recklessly threw themselves at him, trying to snatch the gold bar. But that gold had taken the form of text contained on paper, and the paper had become a reliable bank safeguarding these precious words. The investment was up to Lim Yongwook. How much he could grow this gold bar would be the measure of his ability as a publisher. And Lim Yongwook, who prided himself on being the top elite of bikehack publishing, had no intention of squandering this opportunity. Sigh. As Lim Yongwook stepped off the subway, a long sigh, filled with tension, escaped his lips. Emerging from the subway station, the cool night air tickled his smooth scalp. Though his head had cooled, his mind had not. Every single cell in his body was shouting in excitement, urging him to seize this unprecedented opportunity. And that opportunity was Michael Collins' favor. Before that favor cooled, this manuscript had to enter the U.S. publishing industry. If that could be achieved, the manuscript would enter the U.S. market under the patronage of a giant in the field. But Lim Yong-wook's pride as a gambler wouldn't let him stop there. If it was this easy to break into the U.S. market, why not break into other markets as well? Thus, by the time Lim Yong-wook arrived at the bar where he had once met former CEO Baek Do-hyun, 2 guests he had invited were already waiting in the reserved room. Lim Yong-wook bowed at a 90-degree angle to greet the 2 professionals he had called upon. "Thank you for accepting my invitation." The man and woman scanned Lim Yong-wook with cold, analytical eyes. Yohei Iwamoto from Kyosentia and Rachel Surface from Collins Press. This was the dream team Lim Yong-wook had assembled. Chapter 168. Receiving a thank you from someone whose voice once made my heart constrict tightly was something I could never get used to. "Thank you so much for spending time with our Yuna." Clatter. A plate was placed in front of me with the sound. It was an American-style breakfast with 2 fried eggs and thick-cut bacon. On top of the soft and delicate yolks, green parsley powder was sprinkled, and the bacon was cooked to perfection, not too crispy, nor too limp. All in all, it was just a simple breakfast, but it was clear that a great deal of care had gone into it, as if it was being served to a very important guest. And that important guest was me. How in the world did things end up like this? "Would you like a glass of milk too?" It wasn't really a question. Min Chai-won placed a glass of milk in front of me as she spoke. The answer was already decided, so all I had to do was respond. TL note. If you forgot, Min Chai-won is Gu Yuna's mom. Thank you. No, it's me who should be thanking you, ho-ho. Min Chai-won, who was more venomous than pufferfish poison, smiled warmly at me. It felt as though a barricade had been set up in my throat, making it hard to swallow my food. Then, just like a stereotypical father in a 90s American drama, Gu Hak-jun, who was eating breakfast while spreading a newspaper out at the table, gave a rebuke. "Hey, why are you putting pressure on the kid while they're eating? I'm just grateful, that's all, for being with our Yuna." Gu Yubin, who was hurriedly finishing breakfast and getting ready for university, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Are you guys using formal speech right now? Just because there's a guest? Why are you bringing that up now? I've used it before occasionally." As if. "I've never heard you use it before." The bickering between Gu Yubin and Min Chai-won was put to an abrupt end by a single word from Gu Yuna, the tyrant of the Gu household and the embodiment of 70s and 80s patriarchal values. "Water." Splash. Gu Yubin respectfully poured water into Gu Yuna's glass. Gu Yuna downed it in one shot, like a salaryman drinking soju at a street food stall after work, let out a strange sigh krrrr, and then abruptly stood up from her seat. Then she grabbed the back of my neck and pulled me up. "Let's go right now." Wait. I haven't finished eating yet. Supreme and unique, Gu Yuna is not one to be tied down by trivialities. As I was being dragged away by Gu Yuna, I caught a glimpse of Gu Hak-jun chuckling softly, Gu Yubin giggling brightly, and Min Chai-won scolding them furiously for being rude to a guest. But even Min Chai-won couldn't hide the faint smile on her lips. Over the weeks I had been going in and out of the Gu household for the collaborative writing project with Gu Yuna, I had somehow become a part of their family. Perhaps, could such a future have come to me in the past as well? Ironically, the one pondering this question was none other than the past me. However, I had already found the answer within myself. Time isn't linear nor planar. It exists in the form of memories. Therefore, only the cold truth existed that time already experienced cannot be reversed. So I resolved to leave my regrets as regrets and focus on the story I was writing now. What matters most is Kiten Starry Sky. This is not literature. That was Lim Yong-wook's answer. After much contemplation, anguish, and selling books over and over, the conclusion remained unchanged. Therefore, Lim Yong-wook answered the 2 editors' question of why we should join forces like this. What affects sales figures isn't the content of the novel. It's the packaging. The packaging of a novel, namely the cover and the book band, is adorned with cliché phrases. Things like, a masterpiece that moved the nation, the most talked about new release, or this year's sensation. Of course, among all these cliché phrases, the most effective one is winner of such and such literary award. In other words, Lim Yong-wook was asserting that a novel's commercial value and sales are entirely dependent on such external factors. Literary merit comes second. It was a statement that would have made Gu Hak-jun frown in disapproval and driven Park Chong-woon to whack Lim Yong-wook's head with flute in exasperation. However, Kyosencha's Yohei Iwamoto gave an awkward yet insidious smile, while Collins Press's Rachel Surface whistled, calling it a rather bold statement. They weren't people who wrote books. They were people who sold books. For book peddlers covered in all kinds of dust, such a remark wasn't anything novel. After repeatedly slamming into the cold walls of the industry, it was a thought everyone had buried in the dark corners of their minds at some point. Thus, the two editors, Kyosencha's Yohei Iwamoto and Collins Press's Rachel Surface, focused on Lim Yong-wook, who had unearthed the darkness within the hearts of editors. And Lim Yong-wook, too, had secretly invited these two by using his personal funds instead of company money to gift them plane tickets. Business class, no less. And round trip, too. To make sure the terrifying expense that had chopped his salary into pieces didn't go to waste, Lim Yong-wook carefully chose and re-chose his next words. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Lim Yong-wook finally rolled the dice. Somewhere along the way, we entered an era where the content of novels no longer matters much. People pick up books not knowing what the novel is even about. They only care about how famous the author is, what awards they've won, or how many copies it has sold. So, why don't we deceive the world? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The phrase lacking fortune in awards doesn't apply to just anyone. It's natural for someone who seems unlikely to win an award to not win one. The expression lacking fortune in awards is used for someone who, by all accounts, should have been able to win but didn't. Moon In was a writer who lacked fortune in awards. Although he had made a sensational debut, simultaneously winning as many as 16 literary awards, he had strangely been devoid of luck with awards ever since. The only notable instance was being shortlisted for a literary award on the other side of the globe in England, but that was just a case of being almost awarded, not actually receiving it. To put it elegantly, it's called being nominated. To put it bluntly, it's just almost d'or. TL note, from Award Palme d'Or. Thus, aside from being an almost d'or for the Booker International Prize, Moon In has no significant history of winning major literary awards, an unadorned, crownless novelist. And it was highly unlikely that would change anytime soon. The backlash from his exposé on the debut fee practice, which bruised the egos of every literary magazine out there, was severe. Even the Booker Prize, the world's most commercial literary award, had only used Moon In as a tool to stoke public interest. Why? Giving a literary award to a minor would inevitably create countless enemies who couldn't accept it. Therefore, anyone with even a shred of sense would naturally be cautious about whom they award. Lim Yong-wook felt this reality keenly. Who was the one who came up with the idea to make a stormy debut by purchasing literary awards, and then expose the debut fee practice by saying, "Sorry, I stirred things up just to show you this"? It was Moon In who, while causing trouble, decided to escalate things by targeting not just one award but 16, pouring fuel on the fire. But the one who first conceived and proposed the idea was none other than Lim Yong-wook himself. Contrary to public misunderstanding, Lim Yong-wook was not a cephalopod but a primate, and thus could not escape feeling pangs of guilt. To sell books, you need a literary award. But that's a matter of fate. You can't receive a literary award just because you want one, and even if you go to unethical lengths to try, there's no guarantee of success. Of course, if you were a major publisher like Baikak Publishing, the story would be different. After all, there was the Baikak Literary Award, hosted by Baikak Daily, a subsidiary of the Baikak Group. If Lim Yong-wook had shouted, "We're family," Moon In could have easily won the Baikak Literary Award 4 times. And, in truth, they weren't even really others. Historically, publishing companies and media outlets share common roots, and Baikak Daily and Baikak Publishing used to be the same company. Every member of the Baikak Literary Awards judging committee had some connection to Lim Yong-wook, either directly or indirectly. In fact, it wouldn't have been strange for Lim Yong-wook himself to be part of the judging panel. But Lim Yong-wook had not awarded Moon in the Baikak Literary Award, even though it was one of the top 5 most prestigious literary prizes in Korea. Why? Because readers weren't fools. Moon In was far too close to the Baikak group. In fact, it wasn't much of a secret. Therefore, the first reaction to Moon In winning the Baikak Literary Award wouldn't have been congratulations, but suspicion. Whether Lim Yong-wook had actually influenced Moon In's win didn't matter. The point was simple. Moon In was a writer who could not win the Baikak Literary Award. That's why Lim Yong-wook had gone so far as to exert pressure to ensure Moon In wouldn't win. Ironically, that's just how the world worked. Thus, a more sophisticated kind of deception was necessary. That was Lim Yong-wook's judgment. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. While Lim Yong-wook couldn't bestow a literary award upon Moon In, he could make him a bestseller anytime he wanted. In truth, Moon In's fame had reached a point where not being a bestseller was stranger than being one. If Moon In failed to top the charts or fell from the top spot too quickly, it would draw criticism and ridicule. So when Lim Yong-wook deployed the full force of promotional resources, seeing the following phrase on online bookstores wasn't difficult at all. Today's bestseller, Starry Sky. Kyosencha's senior editor and translator, Yohei Iwamoto, grinned slyly at the words glowing on his smartphone screen. #1 bestseller in Korea. That was the signal flare Lim Yong-wook had promised. The operation had begun. Yohei Iwamoto pushed his desk with force, and his wheeled chair rolled backward, naturally bumping into a staff member behind him. Turning to them, Iwamoto gave his instructions. Miyamoto-san. Yes. Submit Starry Sky for release tomorrow. Understood. Everything had already been prepared. The translation was complete, the printing was done, and distribution to bookstores nationwide had been finalized. The books were even adorned with book bands that read, "No. 1 bestseller in Korea." This phrase had been prepared before Starry Sky was even released in Korea, a product of meticulous planning. And if the plan unfolded as expected, preparing the next phrase wouldn't be difficult either. Moon In's popularity in Japan hadn't waned. The publishing revenue from Moon In's works in Japan was highly favorable to Kyosencha, and Yohei Iwamoto, as the person in charge, had secured his status as the exclusive translator for future projects. In short, the industry, the company, and the person in charge were all sending positive signals for the business. With this trinity cutting through the labyrinth of shady connections, they were fully prepared to sweep through the notoriously insular Japanese publishing industry. Yufufu. Yohei Iwamoto let out a sinister laugh, licking his lips with his tongue.
No.
1 bestseller in Japan. Just thinking about devouring that glorious title, as if it were freshly prepared winter yellowtail sashimi, made him unable to hold back his laughter. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The small ball launched in Korea was received in Japan, and by the time that ball was passed to the US, it was no longer a small ball. Therefore, Collins Press editor Rachel Surface could engrave these phrases on the cover of the novel Starry Sky. No. 1 bestseller in Korea. No. 1 bestseller in Japan. Oh, it perfectly encapsulated everything Americans imagined to be a charming Asian. China was seen as a mortal rival, and most Americans couldn't even pinpoint Southeast Asia on a map. So Rachel Surface, twirling her hair around her finger, deliberated for a moment before refining the catchphrase. The sensational new release sweeping through Asia. No. 1 bestseller in Japan. No. 1 bestseller in Korea. If it had swept through Japan and Korea, then from the perspective of Americans, it had indeed swept through Asia. And since Japan was more recognizable, she swapped the order of Korea and Japan. Perfect. Great. Rachel Surface didn't forget to include the prestigious title of the Booker International Prize nominee. After all, it's an S-tier literary award that always resonates in the English-speaking world. Thus, the novel Starry Sky, which suddenly appeared out of nowhere without any prior build-up, briefly became the #1 bestseller in the US. Of course, it wasn't on the overall rankings. It wasn't even on the rankings of online bookstores. It was simply #1 in the literature section, based on a 24-hour tally, for a very short period of time. And then, just as quickly, it vanished somewhere around 39th place. But that was more than enough. Rachel Surface sent an email to the bald editor Lim something from Bikak Publishing. Mission complete. *****. Sometime later, the book bans for Starry Sky were updated in both Korea and Japan. The new book band now carried the fact, no. One bestseller in the US. This marked the moment when Lim Yong-wook's operation was half a success. Chapter 169. Let's say there's a stock called A. And let's also say there are two bastards, Gapdol and Yulsoon. Gapdol and Yulsoon are major shareholders who hold stock A. Hey Yulsoon, I think I've found a way to duplicate money. Oh my, really? Let's do it right away. With this mutual understanding, they carried out the following plan. One day, Gapdol sold 100 shares of stock A to Yulsoon for 10,000 won. The next day, Yulsoon sold 200 shares of stock A to Gapdol for 20,000 won. The day after that, Gapdol sold 300 shares of stock A to Yulsoon for 30,000 won. The next day, Yulsoon sold 400 shares of stock A to Gapdol for 40,000 won. The next day, and the next day. As this trading continued, Gapdol and Yulsoon's financial positions didn't change significantly, but the trading volume and stock price of stock has skyrocketed endlessly, ignoring any limits. The stock price graph reached as high as the moon. Seeing this, retail investors, also known as ants, went wild, screaming, "We're going to Mars!" as they frantically started buying up stock A. Now, even without Gapdol and Yulsoon's trading, the trading volume and stock price of stock A showed an upward trend. When the stock had ripened to perfection, Gapdol and Yulsoon sold off all of their stock A and reaped their profits. Retail investors, seeing the stock graph plummet in an instant, despaired, some even jumping into the Han River, while Gapdol and Yulsoon promised to place a high-ranking financial supervisory service official as an outside director of a major bank and escaped criminal charges. This is called collusive trading. It's a malicious stock price manipulation that disrupts financial order, and without sufficient power, it's a serious crime that can never be forgiven. What Lim Yong-wook was doing right now was something quite similar to this. Proceed with it. Department head? Isn't this too much exaggeration? Whatever, it's true that it hit #1 on the US bestseller list, right? T10 Starry Sky. In their home ground of Korea, Bikak Publishing launched an all-out effort to reach #1 on the bestseller list. Then, they used the title of #1 bestseller in Korea to claim the top spot in Japan. Finally, they leveraged the title of being #1 in both Japan and Korea to achieve the same in the United States. And then, they circled back using the title of #1 bestseller in the US to renew their position in Korea once more. Team leader Kim Jae-young couldn't help but break into a cold sweat watching this series of events unfold. This is madness. Since his motto for office life was to keep things low profile and steady, he had tried to avoid drawing attention. However, Kim Jae-young could no longer suppress his righteous anger and stood up resolutely. If this continued, everything would really be screwed. Department head. Team leader Kim Jae-young strode toward Lim Yong-wook. Lim Yong-wook, despite the dire situation, was engrossed in a cheesy mobile game, making pew-pew sounds. Hearing the Japanese voice lines emanating from the phone, Kim Jae-young even figured out that Lim Yong-wook was grinding a difficult raid called Kaiten Insane in Blue Archive. Kim Jae-young raised his voice, stopping Lim Yong-wook's mobile game in its tracks. Department head. You scared me. Lim Yong-wook almost dropped his phone in panic but barely managed to catch it. Then he replied sulkily, What is it? The new works marketing. Are you sure about this? What about it? The scale has gotten way too big. There's already all sorts of talk. Lim Yong-wook chuckled sinisterly and uttered something terrifying. You bastard, are you pulling the "there's been a lot of talk about you lately" card on me? Has Bikehack Publishing's discipline gone completely down the drain? Has it? A team leader lecturing a department head now. No. It's true. Kim Jir-young hadn't brought up. There's been a lot of talk lately to reprimand Lim Yong-wook. The truth was, there really was a lot of talk. To prove his innocence, Kim Jir-young provided specific examples. Several critics posted public criticisms on SNS. A few literary elders lamented to the company's editors, asking, "Can this really be allowed?" And even the opinions of hardcore readers weighed in heavily. They weren't fools. Lim Yong-wook's transparent strategy had already been completely exposed. Famous because it's a famous celebrity. Famous because it's a famous brand. Famous because it's a famous restaurant. From Paris Hilton to BTS, the marketing techniques of the information age had evolved, succeeded, and become widely known as a result. Thus, it wasn't particularly surprising that some intellectuals frowned upon Lim Yong-wook's behavior. Where is literature's place in Bikehack Publishing's marketing? Do you want to sell books so badly that you're changing the slogans on book bans daily? I told you not to put those damn bans on books. From critics who warned against the phenomenon of marketing power overshadowing literary value, to literary elders roaring, "The principles of the literary world have fallen to the ground." The voices cautioning against Lim Yong-wook were far from small. This was precisely the point Kim Jir-young was warning about. How did Lim Yong-wook plan to deal with the aftermath of going so far off the rails? Lim Yong-wook's answer to that was simple. So what can they do?
Pardon.
No, really? Aside from posting complaints on SNS about aggressive marketing, what else can they actually do? Well, what could they do? Team leader Kim Jir-young fell silent, his gaze unfocused. He stared blankly into space, dazed. Looking at him, Lim Yong-wook gave an affectionate smile. "You poor, ignorant soul. Yes. Do you now understand your foolishness?" "Yes, I do." "Return to your seat." "Yes, sir." ****. When preparing for his entry into the U.S. publishing industry, the first reference point for Lim Yong-wook was, naturally, BTS, the most successful Korean content in America. BTS created a buzz in South America, where traditional K-pop fandoms already existed, spread that fame to New York, creating a boom there, and then swept through Los Angeles using their New York fame as a foundation. It was the famous because famous strategy. What Lim Yong-wook paid attention to in this process was not the stage of creating an issue, but the stage of expanding and reproducing it. That was the core of the strategy, and at the same time the most challenging part. The tabloid press, desperate for views, had expanded and reproduced the issues created by Paris Hilton. The countless global fandoms spread across the world had expanded and reproduced the issues created by BTS. In other words, if Paris Hilton hadn't played the tabloid press with skillful media maneuvers, or if BTS hadn't secured a global fandom online before their US debut, their famous because famous strategy would have failed, or so Lim Yong-wook's analysis went. The wrinkled brain hiding beneath Lim Yong-wook's shiny scalp didn't stop turning there. His thoughts extended into the publishing industry. Who could serve as the functional agents of the expand and reproduce model in the publishing world? Readers? In an era when zombies infected by all sorts of glamorous cultural industries roam the world, the influence of a literary fandom is akin to that of a tiny handful of survivors in a zombie apocalypse. Literary magazines? Literary magazines only hold authority in the East, where the beautiful tradition of literary debut exists. In the world of foreigners, who recognize anyone as an author just for publishing a book without the judgment of literary elders, literary magazines are no different from other media outlets. Literary prizes? Would love to win one. If only he could. As Lim Yong-wook eliminated each of these possibilities one by one, his brain finally arrived at a brilliant conclusion. It was that, in the publishing industry, both the production of issues and their expansion and reproduction are the responsibility of the publisher itself. Why? Because the industry is small, filthy narrow, filthy poor, filthy dried up, so narrow that just a handful of companies could monopolize the entire market. Even the dissemination of information about books to readers isn't done by authors. Authors write. They don't advertise their work. Thus, the publishing industry is a single, information monopolistic market where the sole provider of information to all critics and readers is the publisher. As a result, even if a publisher distorts and reproduces information as it pleases, no dissenting voices can organically arise in protest. After all, critics ultimately earn their livelihood thanks to publishers. So Lim Yong-wook's judgment was clear and concise. The Korean gangster, Bike Hack Publishing, the Japanese Yakuza, Kayasensha, and the LA, not quite American gangster Collins Press. If these three forces joined hands, they could conquer the US, and if they could conquer the US, they could dominate the world. So Lim Yong-wook kick-started the engine of his train. The train roared forward, powered by the force of the triad, and finally, at some point, conflict dominates this novel. It's a clash between the old and the new. Like many post-Blade Runner sci-fi works, Starry Sky condemns the alienation of humanity caused by technological advancement. However, the fact that this condemnation emerges through the collision of traditional romanticism and rational individualism is particularly noteworthy. It was an incredibly cool story. An android strike. The concept was great, and so was the storyline. It didn't try to act heavy-handed like old-school sci-fi, which made it so much fun. I think even beginners in sci-fi would find it easy to read. Oh, but that doesn't mean it lacks depth. If you read carefully, it's a terrifying dystopia. But you know what I mean, right? How it's kind of sexy when the story doesn't dwell on explaining all those details and just brushes past it as background. The theme where Western rationalism leads to alienation, riots, and selfishness, while Eastern romanticism connects to cooperation, compromise, and collectivism, serves as an unparalleled critique of the radical trends permeating contemporary American society. It reinforces the timeless lesson that what happens in fiction doesn't always stay in fiction. Mission accomplished. Nice! Collins Press editor Rachel Surface let out a cheer in the office. Her 7 team members joined in with applause and satisfied smiles. Congratulations, Chief! Wow! This actually worked. By the time the Korea-Japan U.S. cycle had spun around roughly 5 times, Starry Sky had made its way to the fringes of the U.S. cultural major leagues. Famous authors, critics, and even book YouTubers were now talking about the much-hyped work Starry Sky. On the bestseller rankings, it was holding steady in the top 10 without dropping out. At this pace, achieving the real #1 spot didn't seem impossible. That's right. Now Starry Sky had joined the cultural mainstream without any further push from the publishers and had begun to gain momentum on its own. Like a tiny snowball at the top of a snowy mountain. By the time that snowball rolled down and grew bigger, it would turn into massive results and extraordinary bonuses. Word was that Japan and Korea were already going wild, and Rachel Surface felt a bit resentful about being slightly slower to achieve results than her comrades. Still, she felt better when she reminded herself that she'd properly earned recognition for helping the Oxford alumnus that her boss liked. Hey. Rachel Surface briefly grinned slyly. Her previously cheering teammates averted their eyes and subtly stepped back. But fortunately, she didn't notice. All right, time for phase 2 of the plan. Rachel Surface picked up the phone and called that Mr. Lim something to check on the progress of the operation. Mr. Yong-wook, are you preparing for your departure? Ah, of course. This time you're really coming to the US, right? Yes. Are you sure? I'm sure. I don't know. I've been fooled too many times already. Over the past few months, Rachel Surface's only messages to Lim Yong-wook had been sharp prods. Like, when exactly are you coming to the US? While her words might have sounded a bit cutting, both Rachel Surface and Lim Yong-wook laughed them off as humor with a cheerful, haha. When business is going smoothly, there's no reason to dwell on negativity. The piles of money growing in real time make the world seem like a vibrant rainbow. However, there was one unexpected variable contrary to Rachel Surface's expectations. The author of the work was not solely Moon In. The author name on Starry Sky was credited as Moon-in and Gu-yuna. It was co-written. Because of this, Rachel Surface had additional requests for Lim Yong-wook, all of them stemming from literary magazine inquiries connected to Collins Press. Oh, by the way, is that young author, Gu-yuna, coming along too? Teach that friend. If possible, it'd be great if you could bring her along. The team here got really intrigued when they heard it was co-written. And from our publishing company's perspective, it's honestly a bit more advantageous to market it as something written by a boy and a girl teaming up, rather than just a boy writing it alone. You know what I mean?
Oh, he said.
Understood. Would it be difficult? No, not at all. It's fine. All right then, we'll see both author Moon-in and author Gu-yuna in LA. I'm looking forward to it. Talk soon. Asterisk. Beep, beep, beep. Only the dial tone could be heard on the other end of the line. After a long silence, a short, despairing groan escaped from Lim Yong-wook's mouth as he finally accepted the brutal reality. Everything went dark before Lim Yong-wook's eyes. Chapter 170. Yuna spoke. Surrounded by angry sailors, she stepped forward like a criminal standing before the jury, shielding the boy who was protecting her and instead hiding him behind her. The uproar of the furious crowd, who seemed ready to drag the tyrant to the guillotine at any moment, was silenced in an instant by a single word from the small android girl. I know I'm not human. Androids are human. The entire galaxy had been stained with blood to write these words. Thus, Yuna's words possessed the power to silence the sailors on the verge of mutiny. Destruction always carries authority. It has always been that way. The only difference this time was that what Yuna destroyed was not the skulls of the mob, but universal common sense. The boy, as always, defended the android with his pure, innocent gaze. In his eyes was a clear conviction that he thought of her as human. But the android denied it. How could something made in a factory, not born from a woman's womb, be human? Our rights were the result of political compromises achieved through strikes and rebellions. And politics can't change the essence of what we are. That's right. I'm not human. Ironically, the very people who had risen up against the oppression of the mechanical tyrants thought, for the first time, that this android who declared herself not human seemed more human than ever. So, understand. I tried my best, but how could I have satisfied you? I don't eat, so I don't know hunger. I don't feel pain, so I don't know what it's like to be beaten. I have no pride, so I don't know the humiliation of being dominated. And, at the very least, I don't defecate, so I don't know the misery of sleeping next to a pile of excrement. I can comprehend it intellectually, but I can't empathize with it. That's why I couldn't empathize with your stories, and for the sake of efficiency, I ignored them. I'm sorry. For a dictator on the verge of being overthrown, her attitude was surprisingly dignified. But the crowd, who had been on the brink of staging a mutiny, began to calm down as they observed her. Because for the first time, this android felt like a person. In that silent, implicit moment of final argument, Yuna, with machine-like coldness, presented a clear conclusion. But our course isn't wrong. I guarantee the abilities of our navigator. It's not your soft, emotion-driven, and fear-addled brains that made the judgment, but my intelligence, which always performs consistently. Of course, if smashing my circuits with a hammer will relieve your anger, I won't stop you. But harming this boy is something I won't allow. The problem isn't the course. It's this unpredictable, terrifying universe. And so the girl spoke, the belief passed on to her by the boy. So please, believe in me just one more time, everyone. We can find the star. Kiten Starry Sky. A self-introduction is like Pokemon's. At first glance, it seems simple, but the deeper you delve, the more bottomless it becomes. Enthusiasts who have mastered eugenics and metamorphosis can attest to this. Anyway, the act of introducing oneself inherently includes various questions. What's your name? What are your hobbies? Where do you belong? And so on. The end of that long enumeration ultimately leads to the question, where does human identity originate from? It's a question that gives you a headache just hearing it, but self-introduction appears in life more often than expected. Comes when you least expect it, and always leaves you scratching your head. Guyuna was no exception. Can you introduce yourself? If it had been the usual Guyuna, she would have responded with the terse reply, Guyuna, leaving the person in front of her flustered. If they had asked for more details, she would have replied with, it's Yuna. Not Yuna, Yuna, not Yune, further baffling them. Perhaps, in its own way, that was a method of introducing what kind of person Guyuna was. But today, Guyuna didn't exhibit her usual aggressive, selfish, narcissistic, cold, indifferent, or cyborg-like attitude. Guyuna's gaze, for once, looked toward the reason and hesitated. Glance. What made the normally supreme and absolute Guyuna nervous was none other than the camera angle watching her from 1 meter and 30 centimeters away. But the reason Guyuna was being so cautious wasn't the red light blinking on the camera, signaling it was recording. No, it was because of Moon In's endless nagging to please watch her behavior in front of the camera. Hello, I'm Guyuna. I'm a third-year student in the creative writing department at Bikak Arts Middle School. Guyuna graciously spoke as if she were an ordinary person. If Moon In or Gu Hak Jun had witnessed it, they would have wept tears of gratitude, choking on their emotions. However, the broadcaster's interviewer, unfamiliar with Guyuna, failed to recognize this monumental act of grace and simply moved on to the next question. It was like a clueless novice, unaware of the realm they'd entered, trying to walk a tightrope in front of a martial arts master, entirely oblivious that their very life was on the line. Fortunately, today's celestial omens showed that the ominous star Kyeonsalseong, the heavenly killing star, had dimmed, leaving Guyuna's murderous intent unshaken. Thus, Guyuna miraculously completed the interview like a normal person. Thank you so much for taking the time today, Student Guyuna. I hope we can meet again at the broadcasting station someday. Thank you. Goodbye. The interview took place under the large green Zelkova tree in Bikak Arts Middle School's field, so plenty of students were loitering around, curious to see what was happening during their lunch break. Most of the children had come out to gawk at the broadcasting station's vehicle and the pretty female reporter, but scattered among them were students from the creative writing department. These students looked pale as they stared at Guyuna, as if they were looking at a monster imitating a human being. Get away now. That's not a human, but something pretending to be. The creative writing students were sending warnings with their expressions and glances, much like characters in a horror movie who die first. However, the regular Bikak students, enchanted by Guyuna's cute appearance, couldn't help but approach her. As soon as the broadcast vehicle and reporters left, the gathered onlookers instantly transformed into a fan base. The bravest of them was the first to speak to Guyuna. Hi? You did really well in the interview. Guyuna didn't retort with her usual, who are you? To put the person in their place. Perhaps it was because she hadn't completely ignored Moon In's advice to be careful about her behavior for the time being. As a result, she hesitated, unsure of what to say. That silence naturally became a nonverbal response along the lines of, Hey you, reveal your identity. I'm Kim Yi-bin, a third year in the piano department. I really enjoyed your book. Kim Yi-bin suddenly thrust a book into Guyuna's hands. Starry Sky. The authors' names, Moon In and Guyuna, were printed on the cover. Could you, maybe sign it for me? Guyuna remained silent for a very long time. Her database didn't contain an appropriate response for such a situation. *****. Guyuna, third-year student at Bikak Arts Middle School. Like most teenagers her age, Guyuna introduced herself with the title of third-year student at Bikak Arts Middle School. However, unlike other teenagers, it wasn't because her school peer group formed the center of her relationships or world. It was simply because she didn't have anything else suitable to say. But Guyuna wasn't someone who gave appropriate but hollow answers when introducing herself. She never brushed off words casually, nor did she possess the social skills to do so. Self-introductions are questions of identity. They delve into a vague and ambiguous territory that is difficult to express in words. And Gu Yuna was someone deeply immersed in literature, the art of refining that ambiguity into precise language. Therefore, Gu Yuna's identity was clear. Novelist Gu Yuna. It was a phrase she wanted to declare proudly one day. In other words, she couldn't say it yet. In Gu Yuna's mind, the title of novelist was not something she had earned yet. To her, a novelist was Gu Hakjun, Gu Yubin, and Moon In. Thus, for someone like herself, who hadn't yet mastered even the language of ordinary people, to call herself a novelist was unthinkable. If Gu Yuna were to call herself a novelist already, it would only tarnish the goal she had set for herself. To Gu Yuna, being a novelist was like a pure gold trophy waiting at the end of a long staircase. Therefore, to Gu Yuna, novelist was not a profession. It was closer to a concept imbued with profound meaning. The day Gu Yuna would become a novelist would be the day she carried on her great father's legacy. The day she caught up with her sister, who monopolized her mother's love. The day she mastered the teachings of her admired friend. And also, to this. This isn't right. This isn't normal. Honey, calm down. How could she do such a thing to her own sister over a silly joke? Honey, she can hear you. Ichhyuk. It's abnormal. She's abnormal. She shouldn't be in school. She should be in a mental hospital. Hey, Min Chaiwon. It would be the day she perfectly refutes her mother's claim that she was a mental patient who needed to be sent to the hospital. Gu Yuna's sharp intellect vividly remembered her childhood. And by vividly, it meant she could close her eyes at any moment and replay that day's events, as well as the things she had done, like watching a video. Thus, Gu Yuna still couldn't refute what her mother had said that day. The scale in Gu Yuna's heart was merciless, wise, and fair. And that scale was tipped not in her favor, but toward her mother. The judge within her stated, Gu Yuna's very existence is clearly abnormal. Thus, Gu Yuna's life was a journey from abnormal to normal. Gu Yuna's literature was her effort to learn the language, the mindset, and the emotions of a normal person. And so, the day she became a novelist had to be a grand one. It would be a day of resounding applause, angels blowing trumpets, surrounded by family and friends, celebrating the fact that she had finally become normal. Not a monster, but a person. That was how she was supposed to become a novelist. But that day arrived too suddenly, and with far too little grandeur. Congratulations! You're officially a novelist now, aren't you? Gu Yubin beamed at her with a bright smile, holding up her smartphone. Beyond the screen, the internet's most frequently appearing phrase was this: genius novelist Gu Yuna. The world had already begun calling Gu Yuna a novelist. Ha! But Gu Yuna wasn't a genius, nor was she a novelist. Yet the world declared otherwise. And so, Gu Yuna found herself in the abnormal position of being the only one opposing the rest of the world. And Gu Yuna despised the feeling of being in that position. So, like a swift cat, she swatted at Gu Yubin's phone with her paw, knocking it out of her hand, then stomped away from the dining table and retreated to her room. Hey, Gu Yuna, you cracked the screen. Ignoring Gu Yubin's anguished cry, Gu Yuna locked her door, crawled under her blanket, and curled up. She endured the sense of isolation, as if she had fallen into a bizarre world. After the publication of the novel Starry Sky, Gu Yuna's world had turned upside down, a complete 180. The book, having gone through a whirlwind of processes beyond her reach, suddenly began selling across the globe, South Korea, Japan, the United States, and even Europe. As a result, Gu Yuna's social reputation also spiraled out of her control, evolving as others saw fit, spreading, and eventually solidifying into a widely accepted truth. That truth was this: Gu Yuna is a genius novelist, the second coming of Moon In. She couldn't agree with it. Gu Yuna hadn't written that novel to make money, nor had she written it to become famous. Starry Sky had a clear purpose. Until that purpose was fulfilled, the novel was a failure. ******. I'll go. Really? Gu Yuna readily agreed to join the trip to the United States for precisely that reason. Gu Yuna's gaze, however, wasn't fixed on Moonin's eyes as he explained the precautions for their time in America. Her eyes were focused far beyond him. Chapter 171. In the darkness, my body swayed slowly. With that swaying motion, my senses began to return one by one. The sound of a car engine, the damp scent of an air freshener, and Ma Ki-hoon gripping the steering wheel beside me. "Oh, you're awake?" It seemed I had dozed off in the passenger seat. Blinking blankly, I stretched out my stiff body to relieve the discomfort. A groan escaped my lips naturally. After replenishing my oxygen deficit with one yawn, I briefly summed up my thoughts on the short nap in the passenger seat. Ah, that was a great sleep. It was a strange thing. Falling asleep comfortably in an uncomfortable passenger seat was odd enough, but what was truly strange was that Ma Ki-hoon's driving, which usually turned the passenger seat into a roller coaster, had allowed me to sleep so soundly. Leaning slightly forward in curiosity, I realized that the car barely shook at all. Watching the vehicle glide smoothly like it was sliding on ice, I understood that Ma Ki-hoon's driving skills had significantly improved. If that was a professional achievement, then it was one worth recognizing. I offered a word of congratulations. "Hyung, your driving has really improved." "What's this?" A sudden compliment. Seeing Ma Ki-hoon's driving skills, I suddenly became aware of the passage of time. He was no longer a fumbling rookie road manager, but a competent new manager who could handle driving well. Lim Yong-wook, once the phantom of the underground parking lot, had become a department head with executive-level treatment. The rookie editor, Baek Seol, had become the CEO of Bikehack Publishing. The washed-up Kim Bile had transformed into superstar, Kim Bile. What have I become? A third-year student about to graduate middle school? A somewhat famous author? Well, titles like that felt meaningless. None of them were things I had earned through my own efforts. So, in the end, it all came down to books. Writing words, writing novels, writing books, stacking them one by one to build a tower. That's what I need to do. But sometimes, I couldn't help but wonder what lay at the top of that tower. Who knows? So, like any ordinary working person who needed to clock in and get things done, I had to tackle the tasks in front of me one by one. Sometimes, being a novelist didn't feel all that different from having a regular job. In that sense, today's task could be considered a kind of business trip. In Seop, we've arrived. Beyond the car's windshield, Incheon Airport slowly emerged from the thick morning mist. T10 starry sky. Back to the Future. Doctor Who. ReZero Starting Life in Another World, a recommended book by Min Hyo-chan. And so on. Compared to the various media portrayals, my identity as a time traveler was much more sentimental, dreary, and tedious. I had already defined my life in such terms. My life wasn't two separate existences cut off from each other. It was one continuous life. Time wasn't a straight line or a flat plane, it took the shape of memory. Strictly speaking, the term past life that I sometimes muttered was more accurately just the past. But the irony of fate's vortex often made me, a time traveler, feel quite bored by the overly cliché nature of it all. And that cliché was as follows. Ah, don't you know? This is a child writing stories. Woo-woo. The moment I landed in California and barely managed to shake off the exhaustion of a long flight, the exploitative black company Bikehack Publishing dragged me around, parading me as some kind of K-genius boy wonder. Then, a crowd of pale-skinned people from the world's greatest superpower, America, gathered around, pointing fingers at the South Korean kid writer, as if he were some kind of spectacle. I felt like a fascinating monkey on a circus stage. Since I wasn't fluent in English, my monkey trainer, Lim Yong-wook, handled most of the general communication. It's truly astonishing that such a young author has written so many books. Is there any special secret to it? Rather than a specific technique, I'd say it's closer to talent. From the moment I first met this kid, he was already an author. Talent, huh? What an incredible gift. But surely there must have been something that first led you to pick up the pen. Would you mind sharing that story? Of course, It's not like Lim Yong-wook had actually stood in the middle of Times Square shouting, "Come wan, come ol. We've got something amazing to see here. Stop by and give a pat on the head to this child writer. Only $1 per touch." Nothing like that. We were meeting a journalist at a cafe near the hotel, sipping on America's traditional gukbap Americano, as we carried on a calm interview. Of course, I was also actively cooperating with the interview, accompanied by Beck Something, the professional interpreter dispatched from Bikehack Publishing. I started writing because I loved books. There weren't many hobbies to pursue at the orphanage. It's not like there weren't TVs or computers, but those were always claimed by the older kids. So, I got pushed into a corner and just read books. Thinking back, it's kind of funny that my first experience with reading started that way. In any case, that's how I formed a connection with books. The interviewer gave me a thoughtful smile and typed my response into their laptop. Then, they expressed sympathy for my past, admiration for how I had overcome my struggles, and even offered words of encouragement. A very kind journalist, indeed. Of course, this industry is full of reporters who say one thing and then stab you in the back in print. But I didn't doubt this particular journalist's goodwill. After all, they were handpicked by Collins Press. So, even if I hurled curses at them, the interview article would still come out painting me like an angel. In other words, this whole process was just a formality. This wasn't an interview, it was an advertisement. Or, to put it another way, it was a sales pitch. Just before putting the extraordinary monkey on display, this was the refined equivalent of shouting, "Come see the amazing monkey here." A bit more sophisticated, that's all. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hey, so when singers perform on TV, is that basically them saying, "Look at this amazing parrot"? Oh. What do you mean, oh, you bastard? Flick. Lim Yong-wook's knuckle flick landed with precision. I collapsed onto the table like someone whose skull had just been cracked open. I played the part of a wronged corpse, my eyes open in eternal grievance. Hey, stop pretending to be dead. People are staring at us weirdly. You seriously look like a corpse. Rise. From the dead. Poke. Lim Yong-wook jabbed me in the side, reviving my body with a jolt. I twitched from the ticklish sensation but pretended it was nothing as I sat up again. Just then, a waiter approached, and Lim Yong-wook accepted 2 cups of cola, handing one to me before continuing. You always view everything in such a structured way, but there's no warmth in a system. How long are you planning to live so coldly? Sip. Let's change the analogy. Forget that cruel circus monkey stuff. How about this instead? You're a cultural ambassador spreading K-literature across the distant land of America. My novels aren't nationalist literature, though? You mean that it's not K-literature that's great, but the author Moon in who's great, so why attach K to everything? Fine, you're great. Keep living like that. Humph. Yeah. I would keep living like this. There was no other choice. Money, fame, popularity. To me, those things were like sour grapes. Not just because I had experienced time travel, but because I had lived my entire life like the fox that never got to taste the sweetness of grapes. I had no choice but to mutter to myself that they were sour. So even now, when I finally could have my fill of grapes, they still tasted sour to me. The moment I admitted they were sweet, it would feel like I was denying my past self. It was a kind of complex, sort of like how Lim Yong-wook would say, "College isn't that big of a deal." If I explained it to him in that way, he might actually understand my feelings. But I didn't want to shatter the heart of a sentimental middle-aged man. So I kept my meaningful silence. Lim Yong-wook, gulping down his cola like it was beer, glared at me over his fries. "What are you looking at? You, department head Lim. That's an unpleasant gaze. You were cursing me in your head just now, weren't you? You're like King Kung-yi." Lim Yong-wook grabbed me by the collar and gave me a shake. But then, true to his sentimental middle-aged nature, he muttered like a sulky child. "Well, if it's really that hard, just say so. I'll adjust your schedule." "It's not that hard." "Then why were you grumbling?" That was how I kept myself entertained, by teasing Lim Yong-wook just enough to relieve some stress while smoothly following through with my schedule. However, as my time in the U.S. went on, I began to notice something rather interesting. There was far more interest in Baek Seol and Gu Yuna than I had expected. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Among the employees at Baikak Publishing, there were naturally those who dismissed Baek Seol's title of Booker International nominee as nothing but empty hype. They believed Baek Seol's reputation as a translator was overrated. Baek Seol? A Booker Prize nominee? But she never actually won the Booker Prize, right? Yeah, so basically, trash. There were various reasons why such talk started circulating. Some were more loyal to the COO than to the CEO. Some resented Baek Seol for being Baek Do-hyun's puppet. And some were bitter after getting chewed out by their boss just because Baek Seol had personally changed the office water dispenser. Not every employee was going to blindly support the CEO, so it was only natural for rumors like these to spread. However, their claims were objectively incorrect. The Booker Prize is not hype. It's one of the most prestigious literary awards in the world. Some even argue that, since the selection process considers reader opinions, it's superior to the Nobel Prize in Literature. Even if she hadn't won, just being nominated was an accomplishment in itself. There's a reason why nominees are divided into long lists and short lists. Moreover, the Booker Prize originally focused on English-language works, while the Booker International recognized foreign literature, including its translators. That meant Baek Seol, who had made it onto the Booker International long list, was a translator with international acclaim, regardless of her title as the CEO of Baikak Publishing. And this renowned translator, who is also the CEO of a major publishing house, and a chaebol, that automatically made Baek Seol a celebrity. CEO Baek, just one question, please. Do you have any plans to translate works other than Author Moon's, particularly American novels, into Korean? Can you share your SNS handle? What? You don't use social media? Why not? Wait a moment. Celeb Baek Seol instantly became a media sensation. Of course, part of it was her own celebrity aura, but it was also thanks to Collins Press stirring up attention behind the scenes. The deep affection of the Oxford graduate Collins CEO had played a role. Baek Seol herself had no desire for popularity, but from an outsider's perspective, she was a textbook Paris Hilton type, an elite figure born into wealth and status. In America, the businessperson plus entertainer combination was as classic and comforting as Gukbap. For example, we had the OG Gukbap business owners, Paris Hilton, Kim Kardashian, and Donald Trump, especially that last one who added the politician attribute and ended up cultivating a borderline cult following. After all, slightly twisting a cliché is far more effective than copying it outright. So, Baek Seol, who carried the added attributes of translator and Asian, made for an even more intriguing character. Like a scene-stealing minority actor introduced in Season 3 of a hit American drama, Baek Seol captivated those obsessed with uniqueness. Naturally, the clueless Westerners who couldn't tell the age of an Asian woman started throwing around the usual comments. You're not 17? Really? Then, how old are you? That's... Baek Seol, translator 29, was dreading the approach of her 30s. In any case, it wasn't surprising that Americans were fascinated by a businessperson plus entertainer plus translator with a Booker Prize nomination. Baek Seol had plenty of reasons to attract media attention. Gu Yuna, on the other hand, did not. She only had one. But that one reason was more than enough. Is it true that you're the daughter of novelist Gu Hakjun? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The world of media manipulation is vast and deep, especially in an era where the rise of social media has expanded public discourse beyond the reach of traditional media. The size, shape, and complexity of public opinion. Since ancient times, the collective mindset of the masses has been a world of uncertainty, much like Schrodinger's cat in a box, who enjoyed tormenting animals. That's why precise media manipulation requires local expertise. Just like in military operations, understanding the geography and culture of the battlefield is crucial in media warfare. Thus, the Baikak publishing style of media play, where the literary world was manipulated through tight-knit connections and the mass media was bombarded via affiliated companies, was ineffective in the U.S. After all, in California, Bike Hack Publishing had no loyal critics willing to act as mouthpieces. Nor did it have powerful subsidiaries ready to respond to its media blitz. As a result, the entity controlling the strategy for U.S. activities was Collins Press, a publisher that treated California as its own backyard. And as the control tower, the first thing Collins Press did was seize control of social media. News articles and advertisements could be handled with money, but social media couldn't be bought so easily. Unlike in South Korea, where paid commenters could steer public sentiment with a simple, "Oh wow, how nostalgic," Americans were far more skeptical, always demanding transparency, raising concerns about data privacy, and sniffing out media manipulation. So Collins Press mobilized celebrities. They leveraged the voices of well-known figures who could influence not just California's local community but the entire nation. That was Collins Press's media strategy. These young friends wrote a novel. Absolutely incredible. I'm sure our viewers at home are just as amazed. The fact that rapid technological development has alienated human nature. Even this young child understands this undeniable truth. And to everyone joining this book club today, Goo Hak-jun's daughter debuting so quickly. Did she inherit her talent from her father? Goo Yuna, what are your thoughts on that? A social media-driven strategy meant direct engagement with the public. And the public was drawn to things that were provocative, personal, and easy to understand. So instead of promoting the novel itself, Collins Press focused on the authors, driving media coverage through controversy, avoiding technical discussions, and even tying it into politics. Why aren't we talking about the novel itself? The fact that such a question popped out of Goo Yuna's mouth was perhaps inevitable. Chapter 172. In recent years, the South Korean publishing industry has undergone significant changes. The industry, which had been plunging endlessly underground as if unaware of Hades' terror, miraculously rebounded. The graphs formed a V-shape, and industry professionals proudly struck V-poses with their fingers. The driving force behind this transformation was unmistakable. The novelist Moon In, or rather, the one who unearthed him, Lim Yong-wook. At least, that was how industry professionals saw it. Art belongs to the realm of the author, but business is the domain of the editor. While Moon In may have produced masterpieces, it was Lim Yong-wook who revitalized the industry. This was a fact acknowledged by both fans and critics alike. Thus, given that Lim Yong-wook had once been buried in an underground parking lot only to rise again in a dazzling resurrection that saved the industry, he should have long since been elevated to the status of a second coming of Christ. But reality was grim. In both the literary world and the publishing industry, Lim Yong-wook was still regarded as either a heretical blasphemer or a deceitful rogue monk. This wasn't solely because of his legendary controversy of simultaneously purchasing 16 literary awards, effectively making all literary magazines nationwide suffer a crushing defeat. Though that was partly true. The decisive reason why Lim Yong-wook was treated as an practitioner dabbling in devious dark arts was because Lim Yong-wook actually practiced sinister dark arts. It's dark arts. That bastard is using dark arts. Dark arts is a deviation from the righteous path. It is neither proper nor upright, it is devious. And there was, undeniably, a touch of the devious in Lim Yong-wook's business model. What exactly is publishing management? To put it simply, it is the transformation of authors into celebrities. Since the industry was on the brink of collapse due to people's declining interest in books, the idea was to turn authors into celebrities, cultivate a fandom, and sell books through that fandom, a business strategy. The importance of such aggressive business expansion is evident if one considers a certain girl group that became school idols to save their school from shutting down. However, there was one fundamental problem with this approach. If authors become celebrities, then novels become merchandise. People no longer buy books for the literature within them. They buy them simply because they were written by an author they like. This isn't illegal, but when publishing companies actively encourage it, it becomes an issue. Because in that process, literature dies, leaving only the merchandise behind. In other words, in the name of survival, artworks were being degraded into souvenirs. No wonder people called it dark arts. Thus, the loudest critics of Lim Yong-wook were neither those who envied nor sought to suppress him, but rather those who were genuinely concerned about the survival of South Korean literature. Baikak Publishing's recent moves have gone one step beyond the American-style agency model. They now aim to mass-produce authors like an entertainment company manufacturing idols. A chaebol conglomerate with market dominance featuring its own affiliated authors on its own broadcasting channels and publishing through its own subsidiaries is less an example of creative management and more an act of domination through capital. In that sense, the South Korean literary world is currently under invasion. Such criticisms that can be roughly summarized as the way of the martial world has fallen to the ground didn't resonate much with the general public. However, for those who firmly believed in preserving the purity of South Korean literature, who valued the literary world of artists over the publishing industry of businessmen, and who had enough experience to understand what a chaebol conglomerate was capable of when it truly set its mind to something, these arguments were highly persuasive, and the South Korean literary world was a closed-off web, intricately woven together by the deep networks of these veteran figures. As long as Lim Yong-wook continued his black magic of sacrificing artistic value to summon commercial success, and as long as Baikak Publishing, a corporate giant, kept expanding its publishing management business to exert even greater influence over individual authors, Lim Yong-wook would never gain recognition from those dedicated to preserving the independence of the South Korean literary world. But if one were to flip that statement around, it also meant that in the U.S., where such concerns over literary independence were non-existent, none of this mattered in the slightest. T10 Starry Sky. In a country where anyone can self-publish a book simply by signing up for an online shopping site, criticism like, if authors rely on fandom marketing, the overall artistic quality of the industry may decline, is as nonsensical. You could also call it dogs grazing on grass. Capitalism thrives on abundance. The more money, the better. The bigger the industry, the better. The greater the popularity, the better. Concerns over the excessive authority of novelists only hold weight in places like South Korea, where writers have historically held significant political influence. Therefore, Lim Yong-wook's business strategy of leveraging fandom marketing, the pinnacle of 21st century cultural commerce, worked exceptionally well in the U.S. After all, even politicians there engage in fandom marketing, so that says it all. In fact, witnessing the unexpected success in the U.S. even led some veteran figures in South Korea to change their minds. As Confucius once said, "Show and prove. For the literature of Korea to rise and challenge the great nation. Am I dreaming? I can close my eyes with no regrets now." Lim Yong-wook. How could that heretical devil achieve such a feat? For is that so? The back waters of the Yangtze, no, the Han River are pushing forward the front waters. Fundamentally, South Koreans have a tendency to feel good when Korean content succeeds in the U.S. Don't ask why. Explaining it would require starting from the Japanese occupation period. Thus, within the grand scheme of Lim Yong-wook, Yohei Iwamoto, and Rachel Surface's card rotation strategy, the most effective move was, in fact, boasting about their success in the U.S. to South Korea. So, Lim Yong-wook pushed even harder with aggressive promotions, and even Collins Press, astonished by how effective fandom marketing turned out to be, poured in money like mad, seizing the moment. However, just as there were problems that arose because they were in South Korea, there were also problems that arose because they were in the U.S. And the root of that trouble was this. Aggressive business are aggressive. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The Lim Yong-wook, Yohei Iwamoto, Rachel Surface alliance was effectively an alliance between Baikak Publishing, Kyosentia, and Collins Press. With the combined strength of these three companies, they formed a triad. Among this fearsome triad, the biggest thug was Collins Press. However, that didn't necessarily mean Collins Press held more power than the other two. The reason for that lay in territory. Baikak Publishing was essentially a nationwide mafia that monopolized the South Korean publishing industry. Kyosentia, while not technically the sole ruling Yakuza syndicate of Japan, had its two main competitors absorbed under a single conglomerate, the Hitakawa Group. So, while it appeared to be a three-way battle, in reality, they were all under the same umbrella. Unlike these national-level gangsters, who effectively controlled entire countries as their exclusive turf, Collins Press was, unfortunately, just a California-based gang. Of course, since the U.S. is a land flowing with milk and honey, even that was enough for Collins Press to far exceed Bikac Publishing and Kyosentia in market capitalization. However, from a political standpoint, this put them at a significant disadvantage. That disadvantage was the presence of competitors. Unlike Bikac Publishing and Kyosentia, who could monopolize all opportunities and resources in their respective countries, Collins Press could not do the same. One only needs to look at web novels to understand the implications of this power dynamic. A story with one regressor is completely different from a story with multiple regressors. The mere possibility of another player interfering is a huge problem. And Collins Press had been far too brazen. It wasn't just Harper Simon, the CEO of Simon Publisher, who thought so. What the hell? These bastards have no goddamn business ethics. Aggressive promotion is, by nature, aggressive, meaning someone ends up on the receiving end of that aggression. In this case, Collins Press wasn't just targeting Simon Publisher. They were practically attacking every competitor in the industry. They were swallowing up an entire quarter's worth of publishing industry headlines in ways never seen before. Holy shit! What the hell are these bastards even doing? No, seriously, how the hell does it make sense for a middle schooler to be a best-selling author? At least make your lies believable. You pricks. Harper Simon, feeling his insides rot, took out a cigarette and lit it up. His black secretary spoke up with concern. Sir, the situation is getting really serious. Watching the smoke slowly spread across the office ceiling, Harper Simon finally made up his mind. His eyes shone with resolve as he spoke. Okay, all right. These bastards need to be dealt with. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. War had broken out. Led by Simon Publisher, the coalition of companies who hate Collins Press set out to prove that Collins Press wasn't the only one who knew how to manipulate public opinion. To sabotage Collins Press's business, which relied heavily on social media to target younger generations, they brought a rather well-known puppet author onto a broadcast. Then, without warning, they took a Chinese cleaver and hacked off its hand, declaring it should quit the business. As you all know, A Starry Sky is a book that gained popularity not for its content but because its two authors are children. I've read it myself, but after finishing it I had to ask, are those two kids really the authors? Here's my reasoning. Like most slander, if you stitch together half-truths and suspicions just right, you can make it sound plausible. And in the end, whether the claims were true or not didn't actually matter. Because the public is always looking for someone they can attack just to relieve their boredom. I knew it. Another scam? These ugly Koreans scammed with cryptocurrency, then with superconductors, and now they're scamming with novels too. How are they any different from the Chinks? I told you it makes no sense for kids to be writing novels. Holy shit, we need to save these poor kids from those bastards. Why are Koreans so obsessed with exploiting children? Look at K-pop. It's the same. Instead of playing outside, they lock them up and force them to practice all day. Why did they even let Kim Jong-un's spies into the country in the first place? Once the mob starts throwing stones, the reason for the attack stops mattering. People who don't want to admit they were wrong will keep fanning the flames of criticism no matter what. Thus, no matter how much Collins Press tried to explain itself, it couldn't fully erase the wave of backlash. After all, hate is a much more entertaining emotion than tolerance. The Booker Prize selection process has already verified everything. Moon-in wasn't some suspicious newcomer. He had been an established novelist in Korea for years. These accusations are not only baseless but also seem deliberately malicious. Boo! Lies! As the controversy over, "Are those kids really the actual authors?" spread like wildfire, the triad convened in secret. Well, not literally. Plane tickets aren't something you can casually buy on a salaried employee's paycheck, so they met through a video conference. Through the monitor screen, Lim Yong-wook looked at Yohei Iwamoto and Rachel Surface and made a firm declaration. We're activating contingency plan C. Lim Yong-wook wasn't an idiot. Neither was Yohei Iwamoto, nor Rachel Surface. They had already anticipated this scenario. Rachel Surface, in particular, had predicted with absolute accuracy that if Collins Press started doing too well, Simon Publisher would be the first to lose its mind over it. After all, they were both part of the big 5 publishing houses in the English-speaking world. Simon Publisher is based in New York. Now, you might think, in an era where books are sold online, does location really matter? But while money and books may not be bound by geography, people are. And in the US, the center of power is the East Coast, with New York at its heart. Which means, when it comes to manpower, Simon Publisher has the upper hand. Still, we can't back down now. Let's proceed with the plan. Phew. This is nerve-wracking. Logically speaking, if you say, a child wrote this novel. Amazing, right? The natural response would be, really? That much was predictable. What they couldn't predict in advance was whether that really would be asked with genuine curiosity or outright skepticism. And right now, a considerable faction had taken the stance of, cut the bullshit, you scam artists, and was spewing pure rage. Faced with this, Lim Yong-wook chose the strongest and most aggressive countermeasure they had prepared in advance. Counterattack. *****. Rachel Surface of Collins Press took charge of the front lines as a field commander, while Lim Yong-wook accompanied the authors, responding to situations in real time. And on the other side of the Pacific, Yohei Iwamoto cheered them on with all his heart. Through this intense collaboration, Lim Yong-wook amplified the scale of the controversy, positioning Moon In and Gu Yuna as innocent victims being subjected to malicious attacks. Since they really were innocent, it wasn't exactly a difficult task. Meanwhile, Rachel Surface worked to find critical evidence proving that Simon Publisher had orchestrated the smear campaign. At the same time, she prepared for a decisive counterattack. Naturally, that counterattack would be proving that Moon In and Gu Yuna were indeed the real authors of A Starry Sky. And the most effective way to dispel doubts? A credible endorsement. To achieve this, Collins Press brought in a heavyweight figure. Nice to meet you, everyone. I'm Jamie Schneider. Just call me Jamie. Oh, have you kids ever heard my name before? Jamie Schneider. A TV show host, entertainer, film actor, voice actor, and journalist. Essentially, a face that most Americans would recognize and immediately associate with his name. But to the 2 kids from across the Pacific? Just some guy. Seeing the 2 children shaking their heads, Jamie Schneider shrugged, pretending to be nonchalant, thinking he should become more famous. All right, then, let's get started with the interview. Collins Press did not put Moon In and Gu Yuna on Jamie Schneider's live TV show. Rachel Surface knew that Moon In had the mouth of a devil, and she wasn't the kind of person to stake her business on coincidence and improvisation. Thus, their interview with Jamie Schneider was a pre-recorded session, allowing for post-production editing. Standing in a corner of the set with her arms crossed, Rachel Surface gnawed on her nails but couldn't suppress a grin. Good. Everything is perfectly set. In truth, Collins Press hadn't arranged for Jamie Schneider. Rachel Surface had called in a personal favor, which meant that, to make this interview happen, she had incurred a significant invisible debt, and if it failed, that debt would become a complete loss. Thus, the level of preparation matched the immense pressure Rachel Surface was under. She had drilled it into Lim Yong-wook, Moon In, and Gu Yuna not to act unpredictably, and had painstakingly coordinated the interview questions with Jamie Schneider in advance. The hardest part? Convincing Jamie Schneider that these kids were truly the authors and that he wasn't being used in a fraud. Since that had been successfully accomplished, all that was left was to let him do his job. Phew! Just in case, she had even replaced the interpreter with someone she had personally bought off, rather than Baek Seol. Rachel Surface let out a quiet sigh of relief. However, there were 2 things she had failed to account for. First, after watching this long, drawn-out war in the publishing industry, Gu Yuna's madness had reached its breaking point. Second, Gu Yuna could speak English. Why aren't we talking about the novel itself? Gu Yuna's fluent English cut through the air. And at that moment, Rachel Surface lost control of the situation. Chapter 173. The phrase Guyuna heard the most after coming to America wasn't hello. It was just stay quiet. Yuna? Could you do your uncle one favor? Guyuna responded with a disinterested gaze that practically said, Humph. Let's hear it first. Lim Yongwook bowed as much as he could to this sharp-tongued, brash little kid. Partly because she was the daughter of author Gu Hak-jun, but mostly because, over the past few years with Moon-in, he had heard bits and pieces about Guyuna's madness and eccentricities. Never, ever, ever, answer reporters' questions on your own. Please. Guyuna answered with her eyes. Humph, fine. I'll do you this special favor, and gave a nod. To Lim Yongwook, the same impudent attitude he had seen in Moon-in now exuded from Guyuna. In truth, Moon-in had learned, or perhaps absorbed, his cheekiness from Guyuna, making her the original source. That also meant Moon-in understood Guyuna's danger far better than Lim Yongwook did, because Moon-in had a decade of first-hand experience that no one else knew about. Yuna, just stay quiet. Oh. Don't speak. At all. Moon-in was well aware that one of his nicknames was the Mouth of Hell. It had stuck ever since his infamous remark. During unannounced inspections of high school students, they seize condoms as if catching mice, but then treat you like a whore if you get pregnant and become a single mother. But Moon-in knew what a real Mouth of Hell was. Compared to Guyuna, he was heaven. His mind flashed with memories. Ones that felt like the tortured screams of countless sinners falling into the depths of hell. A man who almost went to prison for touching a girl young enough to be his daughter is really in no position to lecture about morality, don't you think? No, I don't particularly respect him. Too many of his old works were blatant plagiarisms. It's fine. It's obvious that losing to someone who didn't even go to an arts high school shattered your self-esteem. So now you're taking it out on his girlfriend. No need to apologize. This is just for show anyway. Isn't it? How shallow. Ugh. Just recalling it felt like his psyche was being torn apart. It was as if his brain was eroding. Moon-in took a deep breath, forcing out the creeping darkness that seeped into his core. Once he finished steadying himself, he spoke. Got it, Yuna? Do not slip up in front of reporters. If you absolutely have to answer, whisper to the interpreter, and they'll find a way to smooth things over. Guyuna, feeling a bit offended by the excessive warning, pouted slightly. Do you really not trust me that much? Moon-in answered immediately. Yeah. Guyuna accepted it. If Moon-in said so, then that was that. Fine. I'll be careful. It wasn't a promise that would last long. K10 Starry Sky. Lim Yongwook and Moon-in had brought Guyuna to America despite feeling like they were strapping a ticking time bomb to their bodies. This decision was largely due to Rachel Surface, a California native, whose ability to read public sentiment was spot on. And public sentiment wanted Guyuna. I really hope Guyuna joins the schedule as well. Since the 1990s, California had been a stronghold of the Democratic Party. It was the first gateway on the West Coast for Asian immigrants arriving from across the Pacific and the primary settlement area for Hispanic immigrants coming up from the South. It was, in short, the region that best embodied America's so-called melting pot. It was also the most populous state. As a result, public opinion in California was largely shaped by the Democratic Party, and the general political leaning of its citizens followed suit. The Democratic Party's platform emphasized political correctness, values rooted in multiculturalism, environmentalism, and feminism. This meant that, to attract the attention of Democratic politicians, a woman was a far more appealing figurehead than a man. At this point, leaving Guyuna out was the real problem. Unlike in Korea and Japan, where Moon-in was perceived as the main author and Guyuna as a supporting writer due to his established fame, in America, both Moon-in and Guyuna were seen as equal new faces. This meant that if Guyuna were excluded from the U.S. tour, it could easily escalate into a serious gender discrimination controversy. And there were plenty of companies eager to stir up such controversy just to screw over Collins Press. So when Rachel Surface heard about the Guyuna risk from Lim Yongwook, The solution she came up with was simple. If she's that problematic, can't we just remove her as a co-author? Let's just promote Moon In alone. It would make the focus much easier. Lim Yong-wook immediately shot that down. If you do that, Moon In will become the bomb instead. Asterisk. Thus began Gu Yuna's U.S. tour, which turned out to be far more difficult than expected. In fact, it was downright disappointing. Gu Yuna hadn't come to America expecting exotic sightseeing. Being a privileged child, she had already visited the U.S. 3 or 4 times despite only being a middle schooler. Rather, she had hoped that by engaging in literary discussions, she could escape from the dull, ordinary students of Baikak Arts Middle School, who made her want to die of boredom, and instead spend some meaningful time with Moon In. After all, she had learned more from Moon In than from school. But there was no learning, no deep discussions, none of that. To be precise, there was no time for anything else. The 200-year-old capitalist powerhouse took bookselling as seriously as anything else. Gu Yuna had to fly across a region more than 4 times the size of Korea, appearing on countless radio shows, interviews, YouTube channels, dinner meetings, book launch events, charity parties, and political fundraisers. Yet, more exhausting than the jam-packed schedule, comparable to that of an idol during promotions, was the endless, narrow-minded, and pointless debates surrounding her novel. What did it matter who contributed more, Moon In or Gu Yuna? Why were they meeting so many journalists, YouTubers, celebrities, and politicians? If people wanted to believe, they could. If they didn't have to. So why were so many people getting riled up and engaging in bloody verbal battles over whether she was a real writer? Everything was incomprehensible. She felt like Alice, lost in a bizarre wonderland. So Gu Yuna turned to the white rabbit who had dragged her into this strange United States and asked, "Is it always like this?" Wrapped in a blanket, the rabbit sputtered excuses as if caught by Alice wielding a butcher's knife. "I just asked if I were coming notify one to kamatagather just to be clear. T/N. I just asked if you were coming, not if you want to come together, just to be clear. Come to think of it, Alice in Wonderland wasn't about a girl getting kidnapped by a white rabbit. She chased after it herself and ended up falling into a strange world. Gu Yuna knew that too, so she didn't blame Moon In for her disappointing American experience. Only ordinary people, those whose emotions ruled their reason, would do something like that. That's not what I meant. I'm asking if publishing is always like this. Well, yeah. Was it like this in Korea too? What do you mean? People being so rough? No, acting like lunatics obsessed with money. Moon In didn't take long to answer. Her mentor smacked his lips once before replying coolly. Well, America is a bit more extreme, but overall Korea was the same. It just wasn't as obvious because people there tend to be more conscious of each other. What can you do? It's all a battle over the rice bowl. Gu Yuna couldn't accept that. To her, literature was perfection. Her attitude toward literature wasn't that of a student learning a subject but of an ascetic cultivating the way to become an immortal. Thus, literature was a path of discipline that transformed an incomplete self into a complete being. Therefore, a novelist was a perfected human, and a novel was an art imbued with perfection, just like the brilliance her father, Gu Hak-jun, had demonstrated. A novel had to contain something far greater than just money. This was precisely why Gu Yuna couldn't tolerate the absurdity unfolding before her eyes. She might not have realized it, but her thoughts aligned exactly with the aestheticist critics who were most fiercely critical of Lim Yong-wook. Literature was not a merchant's commodity. Why aren't we talking about the novel itself? It was a dry, emotionless, and outright rude question. Rachel Surface, who had been observing the interview, was horrified by the unexpected disruption. Moon In was equally stunned, not having expected Gu Yuna to have already mastered English. Meanwhile, Lim Yong-wook, who had been in the corner discussing logistics with the staff, immediately sensed the familiar air of shit hitting the fan. The only person in the room still thinking clearly was, naturally, the one most accustomed to handling unexpected situations. Jamie Schneider, a host personally recruited by Rachel Surface for this interview. A television personality with his own show, a comedian, an actor, a voice actor, and a journalist. He had the composure to handle situations like this without breaking a sweat. More importantly, this wasn't the first time he had encountered something like this. Specifically, when an interviewee veered off the agreed-upon script and started going off on their own. So, Jamie Schneider acted according to his golden rule as a broadcaster. As long as the cameras are rolling, the show must go on. The interview continued without the slightest pause, as naturally as if this had all been planned. He had just asked Gu Yuna about her rising fame in America, so Jamie Schneider played along, adopting a look of exaggerated surprise. "What do you mean by that, Miss Gu Yuna?" "I mean it exactly as I said." At this point, Jamie Schneider was no longer conducting the carefully arranged interview that had been painstakingly requested by a distant acquaintance's acquaintance. He was running an impromptu show, and a show had to be entertaining. So he leaned in and asked, "Then let me ask you directly, what do you think about the suspicion that you are not the author of A Starry Sky?" As he posed the question, he thought to himself, she's going to deny it. As a seasoned broadcaster, Jamie Schneider had already outlined the rest of the interview in his mind. He knew exactly what the follow-up question would be, and the one after that. Audiences don't watch interviews for the interviewer. They watch for the guest's responses. But it's not the guest who dictates those responses. It's the interviewer. The one who sets the questions controls the answers. A skilled interviewer can manipulate an entire interview from start to finish, steering it exactly the way they want. Jamie Schneider was one of those rare people with that ability. It was a skill honed over decades in the industry. But Gu Yuna was an even rarer case. That's a meaningless question. Common sense doesn't apply to beings who exist outside the bounds of human understanding. I would clearly answer no, but even that would be a meaningless answer. When Collins Press shouts the truth and Simon Publisher shouts lies, who wants the truth? What people look for in the Colosseum is entertainment and blood. So both the question asking to clarify suspicions and the answer are futile. Gu Yuna's words were razor-sharp. Jamie Schneider hadn't expected to see this level of intellect from someone so young. His expertise came from experience, so he had no immunity against things that defied conventional wisdom. And in the brief moment he was caught off guard, Gu Yuna seized control of the interview. "I have a question, too." Rachel Surface had arranged for this to be a recorded broadcast, not a live taping of the Schneider show, precisely so she could intervene and shut things down if necessary. But Lim Yongwook stopped her. He had more guts than Rachel Surface, because in Gu Yuna, he caught glimpses of the same genius that Moon In occasionally displayed. And the nature of that genius was astonishingly similar. So he decided to take a gamble on it. Thus, Gu Yuna's questioning continued without hesitation. "Why do people talk about everything except literature when they buy books?" "Well, because of their vulgar and blatant nature." Jamie Schneider already knew the answer, but to say it aloud, he needed to choose safer wording. Gu Yuna, however, had no such hesitation. So while Jamie Schneider wavered, she answered the question herself. Because they don't actually care about difficult things like literature, but they do want to flaunt their intelligence by pretending to discuss it. And because the idea of kids writing books is as amusing to them as a circus monkey performing tricks. Even with Moon In's limited grasp of English, he understood circus monkey just fine. Realizing what Gu Yuna had just said, he squeezed his eyes shut. That was a thought he had once planted in her mind. And now she was laying out her opinion with no filter. "I think it's really strange. My whole life, people have called me an odd child. But for once, I think the world is what's strange. The people selling books by emphasizing that they were written by children, the people eagerly opening their wallets for that same reason, the people criticizing them just because they were written by children. And it's also sad, because it means literature can no longer even gain attention without such shallow gimmicks. I get that many people rely on this industry to make a living, but it feels far removed from what I believe literature should be. *****. Among humanity, there exist those who are born without human emotions. People who lack the feelings that should be inherent to mankind. They charge into storms of arrows without hesitation, plunge into tasks deemed impossible by all, and even when faced with an army of hundreds of thousands, charge forth alone on horseback. The ancients did not call such inhuman bravery foolishness. They called it heroism. That was exactly what Jamie Schneider felt as he watched Guyuna. It was the same awe Greek might have felt toward Alexander the Great, the same reverence a man of Chu might have held for Xiongnu. How fearless! Guyuna was unafraid of the millions watching beyond the camera. She did not care what they whispered, shouted, or accused her of. In an era where words, whether spoken or typed, killed more people than swords, what she was doing was no different from charging straight into a phalanx formation with nothing but a spear. Of course, it was possible that she was simply too young to know fear. But Jamie Schneider's keen insight told him otherwise. Guyuna was a child who understood the world. Courage born of ignorance is recklessness, but courage that comes from awareness is a virtue. So, in response to that honesty, Jamie Schneider decided to grant her the one thing she had been hoping for. Then, shall we talk about literature? Yes. Guyuna nodded. Her face remained expressionless, but Jamie Schneider's sharp instincts picked up on something. She was happy, like a child beaming with joy. Looking at her now, he even found her a little cute. It had been a long time since an interviewee had managed to pull him in like this. Not since his rookie days had something like this happened. Now, instead of an interview, it felt like a genuinely enjoyable conversation. So, with that mood, Jamie Schneider asked his next question. What inspired you to write this book? Oh. Guyuna fell silent. Then, she hesitated. Jamie Schneider was taken aback. Is this question really that difficult to answer? He hadn't even thrown a tricky jab to trip her up. Yet, Guyuna couldn't respond. She fidgeted anxiously, fiddling with the hem of her skirt, unable to say a word. For someone who had just told the entire world through the camera to just talk about literature, you damn idiots. This was quite an ironic scene. Moon In was even more shocked than Jamie Schneider. Unlike others, he understood Guyuna's expressions. And the look on her face right now was embarrassment. Fortunately, Guyuna, who had the courage to say, "You shallow bastards," in front of countless viewers, managed to overcome her embarrassment and answer. She fidgeted with her fingers, looked at the ground, then up at the ceiling, and then she stared at the boy beside her for a little longer than necessary. I just had something I wanted to say to someone. After saying that, she sharply turned her head away, feigning indifference. Jamie Schneider raised an eyebrow at the display and smirked knowingly. Guessing who that someone was wasn't difficult at all. And most likely the audience had figured it out too. Chapter 174. Guyuna's interview was a success. She had successfully thrown a barrel of oil onto a burning house. The scale of interest pouring onto Guyuna was incomparable to before the interview. Whether positive or negative, it grew exponentially without discrimination. Fortunately, public opinion leaned more toward the positive, but that was that, and this was this. A mistake was still a mistake. I sincerely apologize. That was why Rachel Surface clasped her hands together politely, tightly shut her eyes, and bowed in apology. Naturally, the recipient of this apology was none other than Michael Collins, the CEO of Collins Press, who had now earned the title of one who engages in vulgar noise marketing. He smiled as if to say he was really fine with it, but anyone could tell he was not fine. It's okay. It's fine. It was not okay. But couldn't the content have been edited? It was a pre-recorded broadcast, wasn't it? The unspoken words. If it was pre-recorded, you should have edited it properly, you bastard. Were almost tangible just by looking at how Michael Collins clenched his teeth. Rachel Surface trembled as she answered. WL. That's because Mr. Schneider got involved in the editing. Michael Collins smacked his forehead. I see? Then it couldn't be helped. Who in this industry could possibly go against Mr. Schneider? If Rachel Surface had been Korean, she would have showcased an impressive spinal technique by bowing her head twice per second to physically express her immense regret. But she was a cold-hearted American more familiar with lawsuits than apologies. So she had no proper way to convey the overwhelming remorse flooding out of her. So, her hands politely folded at her navel, then flailed in the air as if trying to justify her mistake, and eventually, they covered her face like a mask. Rachel Surface hid her face in her hands. Sitting like that, her own situation felt so miserable that she suddenly got choked up. Sniff. It was a small sound, but in the quiet office it was loud and clear. Are you crying? Michael Collins felt his heart drop. Normally, if a subordinate messed up and then whined about it, he should have been furious, but for some reason, his heart was sinking instead. Fortunately, Rachel Surface wasn't the type to break down so easily. She quickly pulled herself together, lowered her hands from her face, and returned to being a professional editor. She then gave the ultimate apology one could offer in American society, something equivalent to a dejiza in Japan. I will take full responsibility. In East Asian cultures, people would often lower their heads and beg for leniency, trusting that others would show some mercy out of face-saving considerations. But in the cold, pragmatic world of the West, where efficiency and rationality reigned, that kind of implicit understanding didn't exist. In such a pragmatic world, the greatest apology was taking concrete action to fix the problem. So, Rachel Surface resolved to burn herself in atonement. I will do my best to clean up this mess, and then I will take responsibility and step down. That's enough. Michael Collins cut her off. Out of a sense of loyalty to a capable employee, he decided to be especially generous this time. Let's stop talking about this. It's not like the results were all bad, right? I don't really get it, but young people these days love this kind of thing, don't they? Like Greta Thunberg. Those cheeky little girls. Anyway, I'm not here to discuss politics with my employees. The interview did produce some positive outcomes, so there's no need to be so discouraged. That was true. Gu Yuna's shocking interview had gained cult-like popularity among young people who worshipped shock value. America had always loved things like this. But that was Gu Yuna's benefit, not Collins' press gain. Strictly speaking, Michael Collins' argument was incorrect. However, logic wasn't the priority right now. Acting indifferent and saying whatever came to mind, Michael Collins pardoned Rachel Surface's mistake. So, you can leave now. Just be more careful next time. Understood. As soon as Rachel Surface left the CEO's office, both she and Michael Collins let out deep sighs of relief, simultaneously. Kiten Starry Sky. The long journey across the starry sky has come to an end. The long journey across a strange land where literature had vanished, leaving only capital to rule, had also come to an end. Gu Yuna sat by the familiar clubroom window and closed the final page of A Starry Sky. A cool autumn breeze slipped through the slightly open window. It was a signal that the intense summer, which had begun with that school trip, had finally ended. Her dry, emotionless eyes turned toward the vast autumn sky. It's clear. But the girl's heart was not. Gu Yuna's gaze returned to the book. The cover of A Starry Sky was dressed to impress. White starlight stretched across the black sky. The title, written in refined Hangul, was so elegant that it could be considered a work of art in itself. But that, too, was mere vanity. Gu Yuna did not see the beauty of minimalism in the cover. Instead, she saw flattery, designed to ensure that those who purchased the book felt satisfied. Utterly vulgar. The book band wrapped around the cover was proof of that. Publishers generally avoided placing worldly phrases directly on the cover. The cover pretended to be noble, like a Confucian scholar reciting poetic verses while secretly accepting bribes. The dirty work was left to the book band. That disposable strip of paper, which could be peeled off and discarded at any time, was covered in all sorts of chatter. How many copies had been sold, how many countries had published it, how many awards it had won, how many media appearances it had made, how many, and how many more. The usual phrases like, a sensational bestseller, were printed on that book band. And throughout the summer, the book band of A Starry Sky had been changed dozens of times. To captivate those obsessed with rankings, the publisher replaced the book band with every slightly better statistic that emerged. And now that the promotional campaign for A Starry Sky had finally concluded, the book band bore the most glorious achievement it had recorded. Hugo Award. The award, often referred to as the Nobel Prize of Science Fiction, was the greatest feat A Starry Sky had achieved. Gu Yuna was not an ordinary person, but she was an ordinary aspiring novelist. So, like any other aspiring novelist, she had once fantasized about her own novel sweeping through the world's most prestigious literary awards. And the Hugo Award was exactly that kind of prestigious literary award. It was the most renowned, most authoritative, and most honorable prize that science fiction literature could receive. No one could dispute that, but Gu Yuna wanted to dispute it. This was not her award. It wasn't Moon In's award either. This Hugo Award belonged to Lim Yongwook. Everyone was applauding Gu Yuna and Moon In's literary achievements, but Gu Yuna had witnessed Lim Yongwook's business strategy from beginning to end, and with her keen intellect, she could see through the truth behind editor Lim Yongwook's actions. In her view, Lim Yongwook had aimed for the Hugo Award from the very beginning. The controversial noise marketing, the mass-friendly approach through social media, the deliberate emphasis on the fact that the author was East Asian, everything had been calculated for the Hugo Award. Because the Hugo Award is determined by votes. A Starry Sky had been selected as the best novel at the World Science Fiction Convention, Worldcon. Everyone hailed it as a historic triumph, but Gu Yuna thought it would be strange if she hadn't won the award. Not because the novel was particularly outstanding. The election had been decided before it even began. The Hugo Award was famous for being chosen not by industry experts whispering in secret, but by votes from science fiction fans around the world. But those science fiction fans around the world were none other than paid members of Worldcon, who had joined by paying a membership fee. Their numbers amounted to only a few thousand, and even fewer actually participated in the voting. And the majority of them were American. For the past decade, they had shown a tendency to vote for Asian science fiction writers, holding a deep pride in SF as a niche literary genre. There was no reason for them not to cast their votes for an Asian SF girl who had set American mainstream culture ablaze. Especially when that picky yet charming girl had spent the past few months touring every YouTube channel, radio station, TV program, political charity event, and book launch, carrying out what was essentially election campaign. That's right. Every step Gu Yuna took had been an election campaign. The meticulously structured schedule crafted by Lim Yongwook was never just a simple promotional tour. There was a clear political agenda behind it. And that agenda was the Hugo Award. The Hugo Award win for A Starry Sky functioned like a carefully placed piece in a grand scheme. A novel that was famous for being famous carried an unfounded sense of authority, which invited heavy criticism. But the Hugo Award completed the puzzle. With its endorsement, A Starry Sky became a perfect myth. Simon Publisher, realizing too late that they had walked into a trap, lashed out, accusing Collins Press of stealing the Hugo Award through underhanded means. But their words fell on deaf ears, drowned out by the smear campaign they had already been waging for months. The public had long since grown tired of negativity. Had Simon Publisher launched their attacks just a few months later, this year's Hugo Award might have been recorded as a failure of democracy. But their criticisms were dismissed as the usual whining of sore losers. The fight had always been for entertainment, and the moment the public decided that Gu Yuna winning the Hugo Award made for a more entertaining story, the battle was over. Simon Publisher became the Dark Lord, Gu Yuna became the hero who defeated the villain and secured a happy ending, and the public, satisfied with the story they had orchestrated, moved on in search of their next target to vilify. On the surface, it seemed like a grand tale, but in reality, it was utterly devoid of romance. And so, Gu Yuna felt no romance in this Hugo Award either. The dreams of childhood had vanished the moment she stepped into the shallow, wretched world of publishing. A world without art was bleak beyond words. Did Moon In see the world this way as well? That, she did not know. But there was one thing she did know. Gu Yuna would not succumb to this vulgarity. Yuna, what are you doing? Reading. How many times are you going to read your own book? Because I like it. Postmodernism dismantled all cultural authority. The cry of how all those supposedly great, rational, reasonable, and intelligent people could kill so many through war changed everything. And so, people labeled Gu Yuna as the vanguard of postmodernism. In the apocalypse of modernism, a ruin brought forth by so-called rational thought, a starry sky, was said to depict an image of humanity embracing one another with irrational warmth. The critics proclaimed, "Ah, how beautiful were the lives of the old poets, wanderers, and drifters who roamed the world beneath the starry sky." Bullshit. Gu Yuna had not written a starry sky as some artistic statement on modernism or postmodernism, or any other convoluted Western artistic movement. She had simply wanted to help someone. Gu Yuna was defective. From the moment she was born, she was flawed. A broken, abnormal being. A piece of human garbage who would pour boiling water on her sister just for playing a prank. A reject, a freak, a psychopath. Even her own mother had trembled and wept, telling her, "You don't belong in a school. You should be in a mental hospital." And in that moment, as she wondered, what exactly did I do wrong? She realized something was truly wrong with her. No, Yuna. You can learn. If there's something you don't know, you can learn. So let's not give up, okay? But Gu Hakjun believed she could become perfect. The greatest novelist in the world had believed in her. And so, Gu Yuna began to learn literature. She walked the path to abandon her flawed self and become a more perfect person. But one day, she met a strange boy. That boy saw her for who she was. "You're a talented novelist." Others called them flaws, but to him, they were her greatest strengths. Yuna doesn't know how to express herself well. That's all. But she has such a warm heart. How beautiful it is to meet a friend who sees you as you are and embraces even your imperfections. Gu Yuna learned the warmth of being fully accepted, flaws and all. Of course, just because Moon In was indulgent didn't mean her flaws would disappear. She knew that. Gu Yuna was a person with defects, and those defects had the potential to hurt others. So, like cutting off a part of her body, she would have to carve away at her heart one day. But giving back even a little of the warmth she had received, surely, that wasn't too greedy of a wish. "Hey, Yuna." "What?" The two of them sat side by side in the clubroom, reading a book together. It was the book they had written together. The boy nudged the book toward the girl. Then he pointed to a passage in the novel. "There's this part where the boy speaks to the android." 9. "Yeah. Did you write that for me?" An android gazed into the vastness of space. A universe filled with darkness, madness, and uncertainty. The android girl trembled in fear. To her, the boy said, "So 9. I hope you won't be too afraid of the unknown. It's a world full of starlight. It's so beautiful. You won't know until you open every door, whether good things await or bad ones. And even if something bad happens, we can cry together, laugh together. At least you're not making this journey alone, right?" Gu Yuna felt a quiet euphoria rising within her. That was the correct answer. Countless critics had flailed around, attaching all sorts of meanings to the novel. They were all wrong. The idea that interpretation is the reader's freedom did not apply to a tyrant like Gu Yuna. Every character, every plotline, she had manipulated them all with precision, all in pursuit of a single purpose. And that purpose was to offer a single word of comfort to a boy who had resigned himself to this world of darkness, to remind him that darkness was not the only thing that existed here. Thus, A Starry Sky was a long rebuttal against dark adaptation. The roundabout journey she had taken just to deliver those few words. And it was all because of this oblivious boy who was so slow to catch on. So, Gu Yuna smiled and teased him. "Did you finally get it? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It was a war against ignorance. It was a war against intolerance. It was a war against a world filled with infinite darkness. Science tells us that the universe is made of darkness, and that darkness is boundless. But the boy saw stars in that darkness. Even if that starlight was nothing more than the dying gasp of a star that perished billions of years ago, it still carried a glimmer of hope. Thus, that starlight was born from the heart, Not a truth that demands survival through conquest, but a faint belief that if one reaches out a hand, someone might take it. Wanderers relied on that starlight as they traversed the cold, infinite void. And at the end of that journey, the travelers finally gathered by the window, each of them crying, laughing, embracing, cheering, giving thanks, praying, dancing, and singing. The answer they had sought was clear, even from the empty bridge of their ship. The boy chasing stars and the android girl gazed upon the answer before them. A vast green planet, covered in lush, vibrant vegetation, spoke to them. The long journey across the starry sky has come to an end. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Ah, this doesn't sit right with me. What doesn't? Moon grumbled until the very end. Wouldn't it have been a better ending if it wasn't the main characters, but their descendants who reached the sanctuary? Logically speaking, there's no way they could have crossed that vast distance within a human lifespan. And a slightly bittersweet element lingers in the reader's memories longer than a perfect happy ending. Or what if the boy died of old age, and only the android girl made it to the sanctuary? Gu Yuna poked Moon inside with the book. This isn't that kind of novel. Then what kind of novel is it? Gu Yuna thought carefully. She closed her eyes, leaned against the window, and chose her words with the utmost deliberation. It's a fairy tale for those who haven't become whole yet. That's why it has to end with a happy ending. The autumn breeze slipped gently through the slightly open window. Leaning against the clubroom window, Gu Yuna's hair swayed softly in the wind. Moon watched her and let out a quiet laugh. Then he nodded. I see. His gaze returned to the book, while Gu Yuna kept her eyes closed, staring into the void. Their eyes never met, but their conversation continued. Moon Insiep. What? Did you have fun writing this book? Yeah. Much more than dark adaptation? Much more. Do you think you can continue to write happily in the future? Yeah. Thanks to you. Then that's enough. Gu Yuna smiled faintly. Mission accomplished. To tell a boy who saw the world as darkness that there was starlight even in that darkness. To let him know that starlight carried warmth, born from the heart. That was the sole reason A Starry Sky had come into existence. And now that it had succeeded, even the stains left on her heart by the vulgarity of the publishing world in America seemed to be washing away. In the end, she had managed to return a little of the warmth she had received from Moon. Somehow she felt more human. She was getting closer to perfection. But just a little more. Just a tiny bit more. She decided to be greedy. Or maybe just a little brave. In a quiet clubroom with just the two of them. A gentle autumn breeze slipping through the window. The soft rustling of pages as the boy turned them. Leaning against the window, eyes closed, Gu Yuna spoke. Do you want to go out with me? She did it. The moment the words left her lips, she felt the pounding of her heart, ready to burst. She opened her eyes and looked at the boy. His expression had changed. Not red, white, as if he had come face to face with his greatest fear. Terrified. No, Gu Yuna wasn't someone who let emotions control her. She asked a question, and she received an answer. Now it was time to accept it. I see. Gu Yuna quietly rose from her seat. It's not possible. And then she left. In the classroom the girl left. The boy remained alone. The boy, trapped in a maze of time, murmured in terror. No! Chapter 175. A long, long time ago. That is to say, back when tigers smoked pipes and novelists dined at the same table as members of the National Assembly. The power of Bikak Group pierced the sky. Side EP Mother said she hates grasshoppers. Bikak Group is a media corporation. This simple sentence carries the implication that Bikak Group was far more influential in the past. This is because the era when the media wielded its greatest power was back when television monopolized public interest. These days, the MZ generation dismisses media power entirely, calling journalists trash and whatnot, and even mocks the term MZ generation as an outdated media construct. But there was once a time when the ruling party's floor leader would rush out, bowing and saying, "Welcome, sir," the moment a newspaper editor-in-chief made an appearance. And among those media conglomerates, there was one family so powerful that even the most influential figures trembled before them like frightened puppies. Its glorious name, Baikak. Cut the bullshit. Crash. Once again, chaos erupted in the prestigious Baikak household. The eldest son was hurling curses, while the second son overturned the dining table. There was only one reason why a noble family of such long-standing history would descend into such disgraceful disarray: inheritance distribution. And with the inheritance being vast, the conflicts between the brothers escalated to the extreme. Ever since the founder who had built this massive Baikak empire from a single bookstore had collapsed, the Beck family had not known a day of peace. The eldest son, wielding the power of legitimacy. The second son, aligning himself with the tides of the emerging civilian government. The third son relying on foreign powers. Who would inherit this massive empire? Of course, in the end, it would go to the eldest son, the one who would later fail at his presidential gotcha and run the family into the ground, but at the time no one knew who would ascend the throne of Baikak Group. Because Baikak's power was unimaginably vast, there were too many variables seeking to interfere in the succession dispute and take a share for themselves. The ruling party, which had barely extended its reign through President Roh Tae-woo's re-election, wanted to either keep Baikak as a steadfast ally or force it into submission. The fiercely ambitious three Kims secretly supported the second son, hoping to eliminate Roh Tae-woo and other rivals to secure the presidency for themselves. The third son, who had successfully married into another chaebol conglomerate, was willing to sell even his soul to foreign powers for a shot at the throne. As they repeatedly formed and broke alliances, the long war dragged on while the founder lay bedridden. And when civil wars drag on, outsiders inevitably start eyeing the spoils. Among them was the owner of a flour factory, the man who would later become Baek Seol's maternal grandfather. The key players in the Baikak Group's internal war were primarily the eldest son, second son, and third son. However, there was one wild card, a hidden piece in the game: the illegitimate son. Like many tycoons of that era, Baikak Group's founder had more than one wife. As a result, he also had a youngest son who was an illegitimate child. This illegitimate son, whose name was never even recorded in the family registry, grew up enduring severe mistreatment from the legal wife and her children. Had the founder been a cold-hearted man, this would have simply remained a tragic tale. But because the founder was a soft-hearted man, it led to an even greater tragedy. It is only natural to feel guilty toward a child who was never given nice clothes or good food. As the founder grew old and approached his final days, he could not take that guilt to his grave. In the end, he sought to atone with money. Thus, the illegitimate fourth son was given a considerable inheritance while his father was still alive, including shares in the company. Not enough to claim succession rights, but not so little that the other brothers could dismiss him outright. Of course, while the founder was still of sound mind, he left behind a stern warning. Never, absolutely never pick a fight with your older brothers. That's not why I gave you this. I gave it to you so you wouldn't be mistreated. Just hold onto it quietly. The fourth son, the illegitimate child, accepted with tears in his eyes. Yes, father, thank you. I will live as if I am dead. But soon after, the founder fell ill. Now, he could do nothing but wait for the day of his death. All the brothers had disregarded their father's will and thrown themselves into the civil war, so there was no way the fourth son wouldn't feel restless. To make matters worse, his sharp-witted eldest son, the ambitious Baek Do-hyun, fanned the flames in his father's heart. If we fail, it's treason. But if we succeed, it's a revolution. What? The same bastards who treated our family worse than stray dogs our entire lives are now begging us for help just this once. If not now, when will we ever have the chance to intervene in the main family's affairs? Father. In the end, under Baek Do-hyun's leadership, the illegitimate family threw itself into the Baikak Group's civil war. Because the founder had showered them with some measure of affection, they held a fair amount of power. Of course, it was just a handful compared to the other brothers, but now was a time when that handful could be used as a decisive dagger. And one particular flour factory owner took notice of this. The fourth son, could he actually take over Bikak? History has always been written by youngest sons. Even web novels prove it, whether it's a Chable family or a swordsmanship clan, the youngest son is always the strongest. Even King Sejong was a youngest son. This flour factory owner was by no means a Chable, but he was a quasi-Chaebol, running not just a massive flour factory but also several food production plants. Having built his fortune from nothing, he trusted his own judgment more than common wisdom. And in his eyes, if he backed the fourth son and made him the chairman of Bikak Group, an unimaginable fortune would come rolling his way. In other words, he had jumped on the youngest son of a Chable family hype train. This phenomenon is often called the Kingmaker Syndrome, a dangerous delusion that has afflicted many ordinary men in history who fancied themselves the next Zhuge Liang. And, of course, it was an incurable disease. Regardless, the flour factory owner took a gamble, hoping to break into the financial elite. He offered his daughter, along with an enormous amount of military funds, to the fourth son's family. The fourth son's faction, which had been unable to wage war due to a lack of funds, saw this as a divine sign from the heavens and eagerly accepted the marriage proposal. The wedding proceeded in the blink of an eye. Taking on the role of de facto family head, Baek Do-hyun arranged for his younger brother to marry the flour factory owner's eldest daughter. "All right, let's take the photo. Everyone say Kim Chi." The eldest daughter, who found herself suddenly in an arranged marriage, wore an unfamiliar wedding dress and forced an awkward smile. Her name was Song Soon. She would become Baek Seol's mother. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The illegitimate, youngest son of the Chable family had now armed himself to the teeth with flour money and charged into the ferocious Bikak Group succession war. His goal wasn't necessarily to become chairman himself. Rather, by influencing the next chairman's selection, he aimed to gain enough authority to properly join the main family. To be more precise, there wasn't even a clear strategic objective. For someone who had spent his entire life being scorned as a nameless, unregistered child, this was simply the first time his brothers had ever acknowledged him and asked for his help. And that high, the thrill of finally being included, blinded him. "Humph, you were born from a lowly mother. But if you help us just this once, maybe, just maybe, I'll acknowledge you as a brother." Truth is, I've always considered you guys family. Isn't that right, brother? So just close your eyes and sign this proxy document real quick. The moment he fell for this sweet talk, tragedy was inevitable. The fourth son of the founder had never received the training to be an heir. He was an ordinary man. And his son, Baek Do-hyun, was still young, swept up in the heat of the moment. As everyone knows, when the succession battle reached its climax, the Bikak Group's illegitimate family was crushed to dust and exiled by the main family. The only silver lining was that, through this turmoil, the bond between Baek Do-hyun and his younger brother solidified. Having witnessed firsthand the terrifying underbelly of the business world, filled with gangsters and backroom dealings, Baek Do-hyun's younger brother abandoned his inheritance claim and dedicated himself entirely to supporting his older brother. Thus, despite suffering a crushing defeat, Baek Do-hyun managed to rally the remnants of his faction, fueling a long-standing resistance. And in the process, he gained an unwavering younger brother and an adorable niece, Baek Seol. At least he had avoided the absolute worst. But there was one person who had not been so lucky. A woman who had married into a powerful family through an arranged marriage, only for that family to collapse overnight, left with nothing but the crying baby Baek Seol in her arms. Song Soon. The grand, imposing in-laws had collapsed. Her own family treated her as an outsider since she was married off. And to top it all off, her husband had declared that he would not inherit any wealth and would instead live off the allowance given to him by his older brother. How could she not resent the father who had pushed her into this marriage? "Soon, I know you're not too thrilled about this, but if you go through with this marriage, you'll truly become the wife of a Chable household. Don't lie to me. I heard this family doesn't even have a proper family registry." "What does a registry matter?" From what I've heard, the chairman of Bikak Group left him an enormous share of the company. If things go well this time, things did not go well, and Song Soon had ruined her life. She wanted nothing more than to slap the face of the greedy father who had pushed her into this. But even that father did not escape unscathed. The victors of the bloody succession war would never let some upstart flour factory owner who had dared to insert himself into Bikak Group's affairs walk away unscathed. Bikak crushed the flour factory with a single newspaper article. Mold has been found in a certain flour factory, and just like that, her father's empire crumbled. Thus, Song Soon's marriage became the worst mistake in the history of her family. And so did she. She had committed no crime, yet just her existence alone reminded everyone of the humiliating mistake they had made. But the ruthless world did not leave Song Soon alone. Her father, who had lost his hand in the Bikak Group's succession war, died. And the business was inherited by his eldest son, who went on to turn the remaining food factories into a full-fledged food corporation. The secret to success? Selling good food at fair prices. For decades, while their father had tried to become a chaebol through underhanded means, supporting the youngest son's coup in a chaebol family, his children took a righteous and honorable path to becoming a chaebol themselves. But on that noble, upright path, there was no place for Song Soon. She had become nothing more than a mistake of the past. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When your cousin buys land, your stomach hurts. It's not just an old joke about petty people. It's a timeless truth that pierces to the core of human suffering. Every time Song Soon heard news from her family, her insides twisted with rage. The siblings she had grown up with had all become chaebols. All of them except her. All of them except her were living well, eating well, thriving. And yet, as they grew older, it seemed they had suddenly decided to feel sorry for her. Sometimes, they would call her up, saying Soon Yuni or Soon Nuna, with affectionate familiarity. But Song Soon never answered those calls. They had tormented her for so long without reason, and now they wanted to call her? But sometimes, she wasn't even sure who was tormenting whom. She couldn't tell if her memories of her siblings looking down on her were based on truth or just paranoia. Hatred like this had no clear direction. She had no idea where it had come from or where it was going. And in the face of such emotional turmoil, the only way for a person to protect themselves was to shut themselves away. Song Soon had all but cut off contact with her family. But even if she avoided them, she couldn't escape their presence. Even a simple trip to the supermarket was enough to haunt her. No, she wasn't losing her mind. It was just that the supermarket shelves were lined with products marked with a familiar logo. This was why Song Soon avoided certain food brands. And Baek Seol knew exactly why her mother hated going to the supermarket. Because it wasn't just a random discomfort, it was her mother's deepest wound. So on a certain day, when Baek Seol saw it on the breakfast table, she froze in shock. Oh! Big round bug eyes, sleek hind legs, cute compound eyes, smooth hind legs, a cute caricature reborn as a green insect. Grasshopper. It was the uncomfortable certain food brand that Baek Seol's mother had been running from all her life. Baek Seol, who had been busy wrapping white rice with tuna in seaweed, stopped her moving hands. Mom, this... She couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence. She had almost blurted out, "Isn't this grasshopper tuna?" But she couldn't. She could never say the name of that horrific insect in front of her mother. But Song Soon, she was no longer the young maiden who had just married into a powerful family. She was now a wrinkled mother who smacked her husband's back whenever he skipped home-cooked meals to go eat omakase instead. And she just smiled casually. Why? What do I have to be ashamed of anymore? Ah! Did they raise their children better than I did? Baek Seol watched as her mother finally let go of the dark, heavy complexes she had carried in her heart for decades. Her mother's turmoil had not been a fleeting wave of emotions. It had been deep-rooted Han, a sorrow etched into her very being. But now, in the smile of the woman who had cast off that pain, there was a peace that even her own daughter had never seen before. Baek Seol gazed at that beautiful smile for a long moment, Then, unable to meet her mother's eyes any longer, she lowered her head. Her chest tightened. Baek Seol had never once felt pride in her own success. Because none of it had been hers, it was the success of her lineage. Even the Hugo Award that had shaken the world was no different. The news might call it Baek Seol's genius translation, but in reality, it had been Lim Yong-wook's sharp strategy that had secured the victory. But, just for today, and only in front of her parents, would it be so wrong to boast just a little? With that thought, Baek Seol let out a soft laugh. Of course, I'm such a capable CEO. I'm great at translating, great at business, great at investing. I make good coffee, and I even replace water purifier tanks like a pro. But when are you getting married? Oh, come on. Chapter 176. The world is not made of numbers. The world is composed of human beings, beings who are incalculable, capricious, mostly emotional, and simultaneously the creators of countless variables. Every now and then, highly educated experts forget this obvious truth and end up making a complete mess. Just like the famous British professor Isaac Newton, who lost his entire fortune into stocks, or the renowned Korean professor Gu Hak-X, who lost 100 million won in Dogecoin. It was the same with Starry Sky. Although the two scoundrels who wrote it treated the Hugo Award as if it were some kind of bonus, the record set by that book did not just remain as ink on paper. That record leapt into reality and triggered numerous changes. Congratulations, CEO. The crown of Deputy COO Kim Gun-tae's bowed head, offered up before Baek Seol, was one such example of those changes. Side EP, a lucky day. Deputy COO Kim Gun-tae of Bikehak Publishing had long served as head of the book distribution division, and was someone who clearly understood how this company operated. And Bikehak Publishing was a company like a trophy, built to showcase brand value and cultural influence, and to please the chairman, even at the cost of massive deficits. In such a company, a young CEO spouting off about global business and U.S. expansion, no matter what else she brought to the table, was bound to be treated as a rookie. And this was a more familiar cliché than one might expect. If you're a working professional in Korea, there's no way you wouldn't know about this seasonal event that visits every so often. The outline of this event goes as follows. 1. A royal parachute drop into an otherwise smoothly running company. 2. A young and passionate executive team who treat the existing executives like morons, launching some kind of global venture. 3. A massive failure followed by a change in leadership. There are also sub-events like death games to select a new person in charge, and cooking the books to prevent a stock price crash. But the moral of the story always remains the same. There is a reason why things don't work out. Did the existing executives of Bikehak Publishing never dream of entering the U.S. market? Of course they did. Any true publisher harbors the romantic dream of reviving the industry in their hearts. But dreams are high and reality is a sewer. They punched numbers into calculators, dipped their toes in with courage. But even then, it looked hopeless, so they didn't go ahead with it. U.S. expansion? They're barely making it through this quarter's deficit, so what kind of nonsense is that? No matter how clueless someone might be, still, this is too much. She's just so young. Let her try whatever's he wants. It won't work anyway. Haha. When the new face tanks the business and steps down, the deputy COO will get promoted to clean up. We'll support him then. That's all. Thus, the seasoned Bikehak men assumed that Baek Seol was someone who would soon be gone. Bringing in a new face for the sake of pretending to innovate is nothing new. The new face messing everything up and getting kicked out is also nothing new. Then, the empty seat would inevitably be filled by an experienced old hand to clean up the mess. So those who fancied themselves as people with foresight quickly aligned themselves with the deputy COO. And those who had a precise read on the political situation already knew that Baek Seol was a kind of puppet, and went about doing their own thing. But that puppet came back with a Hugo Award. Ah! Deputy COO Kim Gun-tae, who had been responsible for all the neglect and isolation poured upon Baek Seol, who had been conversing with plants in the CEO's office, now had to shout, "Damn it! I believed in you." As expected, People who've studied abroad really are different. And no. You've resolved Bikehack Publishing's long-cherished project in one stroke. For reference, Deputy COO Kim Gun-tae's daughter is 3 years younger than Baek Seol. Making a living was indeed this hard. *****. The Hugo Award was a sacred relic endowed with divine power, enough to transform Baek Seol, who had been something like a succulent plant for ornamental use in the CEO's office, into a living deity. And even without the Hugo Award, the revenue Bikehack Publishing raked in this quarter from book sales was colossal. The number of zeros was on another level. After all, the idea that an economic recession could be resolved through overseas market expansion was a self-evident truth even known by the imperial powers of the 19th century. The British didn't march into India with guns and swords for no reason. However, after Japan's economic policy, which involved taking Korea with guns and then throwing a tantrum trying to take over China, backfired like an atomic bomb, the key to next-generation economic policy became this: how do you expand markets without guns and swords? Countless experiments have been conducted to solve this conundrum. Trigger a financial crisis if free trade doesn't go your way, purge those with poor urban development performance, build missile bases near someone else's capital city, and so on. But such methods are only applicable at the national level. Private companies which lack lobbyist-level financial power like Wall Street, a reserve currency like the dollar, or even a military force like the People's Liberation Army, have to resort to far more pitiful means. For example, getting someone drunk on whiskey, be it a manager or a journalist. That's usually called sales. In that sense, Lim Yong-wook's sales, where he knocked over senior managers from Japanese and American publishing giants with nothing but persuasive speech, formed a three-nation alliance to enter the U.S. market and strategically maneuvered to win a Hugo Award, was at the level of divine mastery. Wow! Seriously impressive. Truly amazing. The people at Bikehack Publishing weren't fools. There were almost none who believed that the success of Starry Sky in America was due to some sacred lineage possessed by Baek Seol. Everyone knew who the real protagonist was. Lim Yong-wook. I acknowledge you. Woo Ki-tae, the head of the publishing planning department, was a senior from several classes above Lim Yong-wook. When he was working as an assistant manager, Lim entered the company as a regular staff member. Woo had seen Lim, a graduate from a regional university, go head-to-head with alumni from prestigious schools. He had seen Lim slowly worn down, pushed here and there. And when Lim Yong-wook and the reformist group in the publishing planning department were miserably ruined and kicked out of the company, Woo Ki-tae had merely clicked his tongue and stood by as a spectator. But both men knew that someone of that rank could never be a purely innocent spectator. Woo Ki-tae bore some responsibility for Lim Yong-wook's downfall. So, the fact that the words "I acknowledge you" came from Woo's mouth must have tasted bitter and sharp. The moment he finished speaking, Woo rinsed his mouth with strong soju. But the bitterness had yet to fade, as he swayed in his seat, unable to keep his balance. It was Lim Yong-wook who caught his large frame just as he seemed about to fall off his chair. "Sunbae, pull yourself together." I'm totally fine. I'm completely sober." "You're completely drunk." Clearly. From Lim Yong-wook's perspective, Woo Ki-tae was already beyond saving. The words that followed proved it. "Hey, you know what my kids said? They're saying Lim Yong-wook must have reached enlightenment in the underground parking lot. That they're going to do wall-facing meditation there too and return enlightened." "Who said that?" "Huh? Min Cheol?" "Min Cheol said it." I see." One more name was added to Lim Yong-wook's hit list. Whether he knew of that terrifying inner thought or not, Woo Ki-tae continued to stagger drunkenly. The stench of alcohol radiating from Woo's body was far worse than the Odin broth scent filling the Pojangmaka. What could have made this man this drunk? The inferiority complex of being surpassed by a once-friendly junior? The fear of having to now walk on eggshells around someone they drove out? Or perhaps the despair of being unable to accept that they were wrong and Lim Yong-wook was right? Who could say? Unless they were him, Lim Yong-wook could never know how they felt. Just as they would never understand what Lim had been thinking for 2 years while enduring in that underground parking lot. Yongwook. The kind of senior-junior relationship that could never be reconnected was finally able to exchange a fragment of sincerity, but only far away from the company, and only with the help of alcohol. I'm sorry, I really am. I was wrong, okay? I did something truly awful to you, but a truth spoken in drunkenness belongs strictly to the realm outside the company. It's not a matter of contracts that can be trusted, but rather part of the ambiguous, fallible relationship between people. And once someone turns 30, they no longer trust people. Under that premise, any sincerity exchanged becomes faulty sincerity, unreliable to both the one expressing it and the one receiving it. So Lim Yongwook gave a reply just as faulty, a response like a cheap plastic toy from Daiso. It's fine. Please sober up, Sunbae. You need to get home. Right. Gotta go see the family. I'll get you a taxi. Still living in the same place as before? No, I moved. Tell me your address. Oh wow, you moved to a nice place. Lim Yongwook bowed his head until the taxi carrying Wu Kitae disappeared from view. Even though the man was a department head, someone above him in rank, he just did it. Like back in his rookie days when the company was strict with discipline. But the proud smile that once adorned the face of young new employee Lim Yongwook, when he would rise from a deep 90-degree bow, was nowhere to be found on department head Lim Yongwook now. When he raised his head after bowing, Lim Yongwook's expression was dry, apathetic, businesslike. At a glance, he even looked worn out. It was a remarkably dispassionate demeanor for someone hailed as the greatest salesman in the company's history. But then again, Lim Yongwook wasn't 30 anymore, he was closer to 40. His body couldn't take it like before. He had to go home and collapse in bed if he wanted to be able to wake up tomorrow morning. Wrapped in such fatigue, he boarded the subway for the commute home. Thankfully, it was late at night, so he was able to sit. He swayed like a floating water plant, entrusting his body to the rhythm of the subway, staring at the bizarre human spectacle that never disappeared from line 1 even in the dead of night. And then, Lim Yongwook suddenly realized that what had just happened wasn't something ordinary. It was, by no means, a normal occurrence, because it was the very thing he had longed for with all his heart while enduring those 2 years in the underground parking lot. A delayed wave of realization struck him. He had received an apology from those cruel seniors who had driven him out of the company, an apology that admitted they were wrong, that he was right, and that they were sorry. So now the angels were supposed to descend, fireworks were supposed to explode, and the world in his view should have lit up in dazzling colors with a "Congratulations" banner floating in the air. Surely that's how it was supposed to be. Lim Yongwook had endured 2 years in the underground parking lot while clinging to nothing but this day, and the long hours of humiliation had come back to him with even greater success. Lim Yongwook had become a hero of the company, and the people who had driven him out had become obsolete relics. He had even completed his revenge with his own hands. But the angels didn't descend, and the world didn't shine in multicolored light. The world seen through Lim Yongwook's eyes was still the same line 1, where a drunk staggered around aimlessly. Why was that? He didn't know. Had his emotions dried up? To find out, Lim Yongwook took out a text message he had received earlier today at 2:32 p.m. and checked it again. Executive Director Kim Myung-woon, the right-hand man of Baek Do-hyun, had sent a message confirming Lim Yongwook's promotion to an executive position. Since Baek Do-hyun was the head of the HR support team in the strategic planning division at headquarters, there was no way the information could be wrong. It meant they had backed him. But even when he looked at that, his heart didn't race. Why was that? To describe it in literary terms, it felt as if he had become a regressor whose emotions had dried up after tens of thousands of repeated regressions. Lim Yongwook muttered the kind of thing such a regressor might typically say. Just got lucky. But suddenly, he had a foreboding certainty. If he returned to his empty home like this, he wouldn't be able to shake off this restless feeling all night. So Lim Yongwook, in a deliberately childish tone, sent a message to his younger friend. Hey Inseop, mind if I crash at your studio tonight? The answer was obviously going to be okay. Lim Yongwook was already debating what kind of late-night snack to bring over. Jokbal would be good. He could grab some warm jokbal and a few dumplings, then brag about his promotion to executive. That might help lighten his mood a bit. But upon seeing the reply that came back right away, Lim Yongwook felt something like a heartbeat stir within the chest of the regressor, whose emotions had dried up from repeating regressions tens of thousands of times. Only it wasn't a pleasant kind of stirring. I'm gonna stop writing for a while. No wonder it had seemed like such a strangely lucky day. Chapter 177. The new year has dawned. While adults greet the start of a new year wailing like immature children, "Wah, I don't want to get older," children feel the pounding of their hearts and embark on an adventure. It's because the school year changes. A child's world is small. The classroom is their entire universe. So even the change of a grade level feels like facing the creation of a whole new world. Whether it's purity or ignorance that makes one's heart race at such a minor unknown, no one can say for sure. But if that small classroom truly is the whole world, then to leave that world and go on an adventure must certainly require great courage. And here, there was one transfer student who carried such courage and set out on a long adventure. Wow! Through the school gate filled with pale pink cherry blossom petals, students in stylish uniforms stepped lightly. Though the transfer student was wearing the same uniform, they fidgeted with their outfit hesitantly. It felt as though they were far from worthy to be among these impressive students. There was a clear hierarchy in this world, and the upper world seen from below looked like a completely different realm. Everything felt unfamiliar. The school that looked bigger than a university, the peers in pretty uniforms, the security staff guarding the school gate, and even the wealth sensed in the air, felt exactly like crossing the boundary into a new world. The transfer student gulped and stepped beyond the school gate with the feeling of leaping into the unknown. It was the schoolyard of Baikak Arts High School. P11 Evening Bell. The life of Moon Ji-seop, a resident of New Light Spring Orphanage, is divided by a single pivotal moment. Between his former self, a weak, childish boy obsessed with soccer, and his later self, who believed in his own talent and steadily grew. One day, a piece of advice changed everything. "From what I see, you're more suited for studying than soccer." He just asked a friend sitting in the corner of the playground to play soccer, and got that response. Without even a second of hesitation, Moon Ji-seop replied, "Yeah, go away, I'm gonna play soccer." But the moment he heard that the friend turned out to be a literary genius of unprecedented caliber, and that a broadcasting station was coming to interview him, that advice belatedly gripped Moon Ji-seop's heart tightly. The wandering soul asked the prophet, "Teacher, do you really think I can succeed through studying?" Then the sage replied, "Yes, I guarantee it. Your talent is equal to or even greater than mine." And so began Moon Ji-seop's hellish study life. He entered the orphanage's study room for the first time in his life, begged his homeroom teacher to give him spare copies of teacher's edition workbooks, and spent his meager allowance on study materials. "If I ever so much as kick a ball during break time again, I'll cut off my toes," he solemnly declared, only to get scolded by the teacher for saying gross things. But Moon Ji-seop really did quit soccer. Considering that soccer balls radiate an irresistible charm to elementary school boys, it took almost superhuman patience. However, if studying worked just by making up your mind, then private academies wouldn't be raking in money like they do now. Walking the long and lonely road of the hellish study life, Moon Ji-seop was constantly tempted by evil spirits. "Do you really think you'll succeed by studying? Let's just go play. Unju seemed to like you. Shouldn't you try dating at least once? How about spending your allowance on Malatang? Why sacrifice sleep to study? You're at an age where sleep is important." These were fatal temptations, but as a Christian mission orphanage resident, Moon Ji-seop knew how to cast out Satan. When Jesus fasted and prayed in the wilderness for 40 days, even when the devil came to tempt him, he defeated it with these words, "Man shall not live by bread alone." Having read both the Bible and martial arts novels, the semi-believer Moon Ji-seop had become mentally confused, but his lion's roar had some effect. With the Lord's divine protection and the purified inner power of authentic martial arts, Moon Ji-seop banished sleep and temptation, letting out a sigh of relief. Whew! But this was only a fleeting moment of peace. Tomorrow, when studying resumed, the same temptations would surely return. A question arose. Why was he studying? To wish for success, he didn't really have anything he wanted to do when he grew up, and to say he wanted to escape the orphanage for a better life, he was far too satisfied with life at the orphanage. So then, why was he clinging to this hardship? It was because that unbelievable line he happened to hear in his childhood. You're better suited for studying than for soccer. Ah! In that very moment, a lightning-like realization struck Moon Ji-seop's mind. He wasn't studying because he truly believed in those words. Rather, it was because, despite being the same age and in the same situation as him, he wanted to become like that boy who had gained fame in the world and generously helped out their fellow orphanage friends. It was right then that Moon Ji-seop realized what he admired and what he wanted to become. He had come to admire the profession of novelist. After that day's realization, Moon Ji-seop's goal changed to Baikak Arts High School. Back in the day, the tuition would have made it unthinkable, but thanks to the suspiciously increased budget of the orphanage, tuition was no longer an issue. Still, it wasn't an easy thing. Studying was one thing, but the entrance exam for the creative writing department included a practical test. And in that practical test, kids who had just started learning literature were unlikely to surpass those from the arts middle school. To make matters worse, this year's class was overflowing with students and parents who had heard the news about that very Moon In. With competition soaring through the roof, Moon Ji-seop getting into the creative writing department of Baikak Arts High School was an incredibly difficult feat. But Moon Ji-seop did that very difficult thing. It wasn't because he suddenly discovered literary talent. Moon Ji-seop had only one secret to success: overwhelming grades. That's right, Moon Ji-seop really was a kid more suited for studying than soccer. The reason Moon In had brought up studying in the first place was because Moon Ji-seop had once been accepted into the best university among all the orphanage kids. So, while the kids with outstanding literary talent used the practical exam to make up for their written scores, Moon Ji-seop compensated for his lacking literary power with overwhelming academic scores and succeeded in getting accepted. In this way, Moon Ji-seop earned the right to reunite with Moon In. Phew! Trying to calm his nerves, Moon Ji-seop slid open the classroom's wooden door with a rattling sound. And as soon as he stepped into the classroom, he rolled his eyes around looking for Moon In. But what he encountered wasn't Moon In, but a group of students turning their heads like a bunch of meerkats to look at him. Thanks to them showing their faces directly, Moon Ji-seop realized that Moon In wasn't in the classroom. But then, why were the kids in the classroom looking at him like meerkats too? In that moment, Moon Ji-seop spotted a subtle hint of disappointment flashing across their faces. That disappointment was oddly similar to what he had just felt. Ah, I see. That's right. You guys were also looking for Moon In. The students sitting in the classroom had also been waiting for Moon In, turning their heads like meerkats every time a new student entered. Moon Ji-seop willingly joined the meerkat crowd. And like them, he turned his head sharply every time a new student entered, checking their face. Eventually, the meerkat group grew from 7 to 17, and just when Moon Ji-seop's neck bones began to protest in pain, he heard a chuckling sound from somewhere. It was the girl who had just come in and sat at the back. That girl was giggling with another girl next to her, mocking those around them. Moon Ji-seop secretly listened in on their conversation. Looks like everyone's looking for Moon In? Keep waiting forever. As if Moon In's going to show up. Startled, Moon Ji-seop spoke up to them. Do you two happen to know Moon In? The two girls looked at him in surprise, staring blankly. Moon Ji-seop awkwardly added an excuse. No, it's just... the way you talked, it sounded like Moon In isn't coming. Moon Ji-seop felt stung, as if he had been branded a creepy boy, which he was, who eavesdrops on other people's conversations. But fortunately, the response Moon Ji-seop received wasn't ugh, gross, but rather a strange sense of pride. The two girls smiled with twitching lips as they looked at Moon Ji-seop. Ah, so you don't know? That? Can't blame you for not knowing. If you're not from Bikehack Arts Middle School. It seemed the two girls in front of him had attended middle school with Moon In. With a desperate expression, Moon Ji-seop asked, "What is it? Tell me too." Knowledge is a precious thing and not something to be shared recklessly. However, Moon Ji-seop's appearance was a luxury brand in itself, with enough persuasive power. The two girls cleared their throats and began to unravel their bundle of knowledge. This is a secret, but yeah. Moon In-seop is currently in seclusion. Seclusion? Moon Ji-seop knew what that meant too. Thanks to the sports teacher at the orphanage, who always cursed at the TV while watching the news. Isn't that what defeated politicians do after an election? Either that, or was Moon In some kind of ascetic practitioner, severing all ties with the world to shut himself away in a room? But he was such a successful novelist, after all. Why? That we don't know either. Moon Ji-seop tilted his head with a confused expression. But today's the entrance ceremony. He didn't even come to his own graduation. Why would he show up for the entrance ceremony? So Moon In was a delinquent among delinquents who skipped both his graduation ceremony and entrance ceremony? When Moon Ji-seop's face showed shock, the two girls licked their lips, as if they were about to expose the true nature of the delinquent Moon In-seop, unknown to others. But Moon Ji-seop's reaction was something they hadn't expected at all. That's amazing. Wow. That's so like In-seop. Doing something we couldn't even imagine, just like that. Yeah. If you're from New Light Spring Orphanage, you've got to have that kind of spirit. Among the two girls, the one who managed to keep a grip on her senses spoke to Moon Ji-seop about common sense. When someone skips both the graduation and entrance ceremonies, shouldn't you feel like something's wrong? Not at all. It's thrilling. Did you get electrocuted or something? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Popularity or being in the spotlight. This invisible resource is something that gradually depletes over time. Actress Kim Byle, who had gone through a 10-year dark age, knew this better than anyone. But the Best Actress award from the Cannes Film Festival brought with it an overwhelming level of fame that was difficult to burn through. It was truly immortal glory. Kim Byle did her best to consume that fame, partly because her agency wanted her to, but mostly because her popularity had become so intense that ordinary life was no longer possible. Fortunately, popularity is a consumable resource. Kim Byle burned through it with commercials, variety shows, upcoming projects, and the passage of time. After rotating through a schedule on par with that of a top idol for several months, she finally managed to enter a period of rest. Such was the life of an actor, a cycle of activity and rest. Since it's a profession where you have to row when the tide comes in, you're too busy to breathe during the active period, and during the ebb tide of rest, there truly is no work. But for the first time, Kim Byle had a rest period not because the work had dried up, but because she was too exhausted to continue. Only then was Kim Byle able to look back at herself. Her reflection in the mirror was still pretty and fresh, but she looked rather tired, and she had grown a bit taller. Overall, she didn't look much different from before. But Kim Byle had undergone a major change. It was a change that could not be seen with the eyes. Over the past few months, what Kim Byle had done could be summarized as exchanging popularity for other resources. And Kim Byle exchanged her popularity for fame and money. As a result, Kim Byle became an S-tier actress and became even wealthier. Ahem. Well, to be honest, maybe not quite S-tier, more like somewhere between A+ and S-. Anyway, compared to her past when she was below a C grade, she had risen unimaginably high. Now, all she had to do was avoid drunk driving, drugs, affairs, abuse of power, and gambling. Having reflected on herself like that, once Kim Byle had gained some breathing room, she began to look around at those close to her. And of course, included in that around she had to look back on was Moon In. It was only natural he was her friend and benefactor. However, when Kim Byle tried to check on Moon In's condition, he was already gone from that place. No matter how hard she searched, Not even a trace of him could be seen. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Just where the hell is he? Kim Bile often scoffed at celebrities who caused scandals. Even after achieving the popularity and fame she so desperately desired, how could they not manage themselves and end up throwing it all away with their own hands? Truly spoiled behavior. But now that she had experienced it, she understood. People inevitably cause big or small scandals in life. It's only because they're celebrities that their mistakes become sins. And so, after holding it in and holding it in, Kim Bile finally snapped and committed the sin of abusing power by raging at an executive of a major company. It was a vulgar and base kind of tyranny, threatening to use her status to make someone suffer if they didn't give her the answer she wanted. Fortunately, Bikehack Publishing's publishing management department director Lim Yongwook didn't report Kim Bile's abuse of power to the media, but instead obediently cooperated with her threat. Phew, don't tell anyone I gave this to you. After several weeks of a long and exhausting fight, Kim Bile received an address from Lim Yongwook. This place is? It was a quiet public rental apartment complex. Chapter 178. Bikehack Entertainment CEO, Baek Sung-won, may be a bit edgy, hypersensitive, paranoid, and a workaholic who tends to neglect his family, but he treats his celebrities well. But from the sidelines, he can be a little scary at times. You'll know why when you see him. So you did everything the PD bastard asked for? Are you out of your mind? Are you possessed by Satan? Oh my! Who is this? Isn't this the cosmic megastar Kim Bile, shining with the Best Actress award from the Cannes Film Festival? Seeing him snap at employees like catching mice and then suddenly gush makes you wonder if he has some kind of bipolar disorder. One of CEO Baek Sung-won's favorite phrases is, pillar of the company. It's something he says when he's complimenting someone, telling them they are the pillar supporting the company. There were quite a few of those so-called pillars. Min Hyo-min S of Benivis is a pillar, and Min Hyo-chan C of Rapid Boys is a pillar too, which shows how inclusive Baek Sung-won's definition of pillar is. Anyone can become a pillar. From this phrase, Kim Bile could glimpse a part of Baek Sung-won's management philosophy. To him, a celebrity is not an artist, but a sturdy pillar that supports the company, in other words, an asset. That perspective explains quite a lot. While other entertainment agency CEOs scold their juniors as senior artists and teach them about the hunger spirit, Baek Sung-won uses his smooth tongue to manage human resources. The convenience facilities scattered throughout the company are proof of that. Since the slaves have to work hard to bring in money, he feeds them well, dresses them well, and only speaks pretty words. It's truly a terrifying management strategy. Anyway, as someone who aims for a big government rather than a small one, CEO Baek Sung-won actively exercised a stewardship code even in matters of privacy. That means he managed things as strictly as if catching rats. Bikehack Entertainment gave a lot to their celebrities, and in return they took quite a lot as well. This was especially true in matters of privacy. The most common complaint from celebrities who left Bikehack Entertainment was that the company intervened in too many things. That says it all. However, Bikehack's style of managing personal life, to the extent of overseeing even secret relationships, was acknowledged as somewhat of an industry standard, showing that Baek Sung-won's talent for manpower management had reached a level of mastery. But Kim Bile is the queen of Cannes. No one can block the path of a queen. IP11 Evening Bell. The hellish lair that is Subway Line 1. Crawling with shady merchants of darkness. Inquisitors, cosplayers with crippled legs, and recorder-wielding murderers. Today, there was one more. A schoolgirl constantly clearing her throat and glancing around suspiciously. It was Kim Bile. Ahem. Accompanied outings with a manager, no exposure on social media, no use of public transportation, autographs preferably only at official signing events, no taking street photos, and so on. Queen of Cannes Kim Bile told the company to go away and went out on her own. Queens in winter usually tend to be a bit irresponsible. Just like that Ms. E from of Arendelle who embarrassed herself at a banquet and ran away from her kingdom. Kim Bile ran away from the company to rescue a friend holed up at home and set out on an adventure. The only problem was, since Kim Bile was still a high school senior, she had to use public transportation without a manager. Luckily, Thanks to the irresponsible human race that had wrecked the planet, the bitter cold of early March still felt like midwinter. Which meant that even if Kim Bile wrapped herself in a mask, scarf, furry hat, earmuffs, and a long padded coat, no one would find it suspicious. Everyone was dressed like that to survive. Furthermore, veteran senior actress Kim Bile made a bold decision to forego the biggest mistake celebrities, hiding among the public, make: sunglasses. Instead, Kim Bile wore horn-rimmed glasses without lenses to seal away her beauty. The long COVID era and the development of makeup techniques had mass-produced Magi-kun, mask beauties. In a world full of eye beauties, even a stunner like Kim Bile could subtly cosplay as an average person. What a convenient world this had become. Hey. Kim Bile, thinking thoughts that would get her in trouble if she said them out loud, comfortably boarded the subway and commuter train. Everyone eyed the seated schoolgirl who was chuckling to herself with suspicion. But since it was the season when students driven mad by college entrance exams could be found everywhere, they all just let it slide. And so, Kim Bile safely arrived at the address she had, forcibly, obtained from Lim Yongwook. Although it was close to a bustling district, the neighborhood somehow felt bleak. The sun had set early, casting a shadowy gloom outside, and, honestly, it didn't look like a wealthy neighborhood. Why on earth had Moon-in found a place here? He should have plenty of money. While entering the apartment complex, Kim Bile even received a strangely discomforting glance from a passerby. If it had been Moon-in, he might have sensed that glance and read a thought like, "Ugh, he's just some youth gross," and would have gone home sobbing while writing. After all, youth rental housing is considered a public nuisance facility on par with industrial waste sites and sewage treatment plants. In all of human civilization, the culture of shoving the poor into corners and pointing fingers has never once disappeared. The Jews forced into ghettos are living proof of that. Fortunately, Kim Bile didn't realize she'd just been treated like a medieval, or 1930s era Jew and casually walked into the apartment complex. She passed through corridors with peeling paint, rode a rickety elevator that shook ominously, and arrived at the door written on the paper note. Unit 303. Is that right? Knock. Knock. Kim Bile knocked on the door. With no answer, she pressed the bell. Ding dong. Only then came the rustling sounds from inside, followed by a familiar voice leaking through the door crack. Leave it at the door. Recognizing the sullen voice, Kim Bile chuckled softly and replied, I'm not a delivery, you know? This time, there was a thump from inside. There was a hurried rustling as someone frantically straightened things up, and finally, Moon-in appeared, looking startled and wrapped in that blanket of his. What? How did you even? But Kim Bile was also shocked. A brutally honest impression burst out of her in startled amazement. Good heavens, what happened to you? The Moon-in she encountered again was halfway to being a wreck. Asterisk. It's humble. But go ahead and eat.
Yeah.
Kim Bile couldn't even pretend with the usual, oh, it's not that bad, routine. It was genuinely shabby kimchi fried rice. But even that humble-looking kimchi fried rice couldn't compare to Moon-in's shabby appearance. It made her wonder what happened to the outer shell that Bikehack Entertainment Skincare Clinic had helped build back then. As she ate the humble kimchi fried rice, surprisingly tasty, Kim Bile kept sneaking glances at Moon-in. His condition was serious. His hair had grown so long that it covered his eyes, so much that she couldn't even guess when it had last been cut. His dark circles were panda-level intense, and more than anything, there was a dull, gloomy atmosphere about him that extended beyond his appearance. Thankfully, the efforts of Kim Bile and the Bikehack Entertainment skincare professionals hadn't gone entirely to waste. Despite being a teenager, there were no pimples or blemishes to be seen, and judging by the soft shampoo scent, it seemed he was at least washing regularly. Well, at least you're bathing properly. What? And nothing. Never mind. Just as Kim Bile was finishing up the humble kimchi fried rice, she cautiously struck up a conversation while watching for Moon-in's reaction. So, how have you been? You haven't been well, huh? An awkward silence followed. While Kim Bile wiped sweat from her brow, Moon quietly stood up, took her humble kimchi fried rice bowl, and brought it to the sink. Then he returned and spoke. You can go now. What? Unless you had more to say? Flustered, Kim Bile waved her hands awkwardly in the air. And no, well, have you been writing lately? I haven't. What dash? Moon in not writing? It was a shocking revelation, enough to surprise the heavens, the earth, and Kim Bile herself. Startled and at a loss for words, Kim Bile stood still as Moon waved his hand dismissively, as if to shoo away a sparrow from a rice paddy. Please go now, and tell Department Head Lim, or rather Director Lim, that I have no intention of writing for a while. That prickly attitude. Kim Bile suddenly felt her temper flare after a long while. Yeah, this guy had always been this rude. Seriously, there's no reward in worrying about someone like him. Hey, your revered senior came all the way here to check on you, and this is how you treat me. I swear. What happened to basic decency in the entertainment world? Moon replied briefly. I'm not sick. Then why are you holed up at home? I heard you're not even going to school? Sure, our school may be lenient, but if it gets on the internet with people yelling about special treatment and power abuse, you'll get roasted, you know? Ugh. Dealing with a handful of a junior like you. Just as Kim Bile's nagging was about to continue, Moon gave an answer to the question of why he was shut in at home. It's none of your business, Sunbae. What? Please go now. With him cutting her off so cleanly, even Kim Bile lost the will to care any longer. She wiped the playful tone from her face completely and shifted into a cold, serious expression that made anyone watching shiver instinctively. Fine. Got it. I'll go. Make sure to eat properly. After confirming that, Moon gave a small nod. Kim Bile picked up her bag and outerwear and headed out. And while she deliberately made a noisy ruckus putting on her shoes in the foyer, she clicked her tongue quietly. TSK. Not even trying to stop me. In truth, Kim Bile's stern act wasn't entirely sincere. It was more of a technique. When her mom or manager crossed a line, putting on that cold tone helped her regain control. Of course, it's a trump card that shouldn't be used too often. But seeing that even her trump card didn't work, Kim Bile was honestly a little hurt. So for now, she decided to just go back. If he says he doesn't need my concern, then what can I do? Pretending to reassure herself, Kim Bile opened the cold door to Moon's studio and stepped outside. The chilly March wind snuck through the door crack and made her shiver. However, before she closed the door behind her, the final sight she caught erased that cold feeling. No matter how cold it was outside, couldn't be colder than Moon's empty living space, with no heating, no furniture, just bare emptiness. And when you see something like that, it's simply impossible not to worry. Asterisk. Kim Bile has few friends. Actually, she used to have many. But after becoming a has-been, Kim Bile took time to rethink what really defines a friend. In that sense, the kind of people who stick close when you're doing well and vanish when you're not are not friends. Similarly, people who are friendly on the surface but jealous underneath are not friends. A friendship is something pure. That's the kind of thought only someone who doesn't have many friends would have. So indeed, Kim Bile has very, very few friends. In any case, for Kim Bile, who entered society as early as her preschool days, friends are as rare as they are precious. That's why, truthfully, when she had to leave the Popular Culture and Arts Research Club, she was very sad. Even though she had become friends with fellow members like Moon, Gu Yuna, and Min Hyo-chan, she was the only one older and ended up being placed in Bikehack Arts High School instead of Bikehack Arts Middle School. So around that time, she felt quite lonely, and since her friends didn't consistently text or call, she got sulky alone and then got over it alone. A whole history of emotions there. It's no wonder she clung to Moon and dragged him through every corner of Bikehack Entertainment's convenience facilities. In any case, for friendless Kim Bile, the timing of the reunion of the four-member Popular Culture and Arts Research Club felt special. For people who met in middle school, was it possible that with time, they could once again come together in high school, complete as a group? With that in mind, Kim Bile recreated the oddly named Popular Culture and Arts Research Club in Bikak Arts High School exactly as it had been. For a Can Best Actress Award winner to bribe the theater and film department teacher was easier than stealing candy from a baby. Kim Bile had long maintained a one-person club, even while violating school regulations. Although Min Hyo-chan had arrived a year earlier, the Popular Culture and Arts Research Club was still Kim Bile's solo endeavor. After all, if it were just the two of them participating in club activities, it was obvious what kind of rumors would spread around the school. And besides, Kim Bile already knew that she was Min Hyo-chan's first love. Your concept of friendship is kind of pathetic and gloomy. Shut up. Anyway, Kim Bile, who valued friendship this much, had been waiting for this year for a full 2 years. The day Moon In and Gu Yuna enrolled at Bikak Arts High School, in other words, the day the Popular Culture and Arts Research Club would be re-established. Such a special day was completely ruined because that damn Moon In holed himself up at home, and the sense of emptiness and disappointment Kim Bile felt was beyond words. So she complained to Gu Yuna. "Do you know how long I've been waiting for this day?" "Yes." "What do you mean, yes? You little rice cake face thing." Kim Bile tugged hard on Gu Yuna's chubby cheeks while scolding her, then caught Gu Yuna's fierce Shaolin-style counterattack with brute force. As she wrestled and bickered with Gu Yuna, letting off steam, Kim Bile eventually slumped over the cafe table and whined. "Ugh. This is why novelists are no good. Always being overly sensitive for no reason." Gu Yuna muttered, "Uni, I think you're more sensitive." But Kim Bile casually ignored the perfectly valid point and continued. "What the hell is Moon In doing not coming out of his house? Did puberty hit him a little too hard?" Mumbling, "Ugh, whatever," Kim Bile tried to soothe her tangled emotions with a cold iced Americano. That's when Gu Yuna answered Kim Bile's question. "I confessed to him, but Moon In turned rejected me." A dramatic spray erupted from Kim Bile's mouth. Indeed, she was a professional. Chapter 179. The memories of that day are not vivid. I want to interpret that as a sign of how much I was engulfed in confusion and pain. Because it's too miserable to admit that I unconsciously tried to forget such a horrible memory for the sake of self-protection. But this isn't a horrible memory, nor is it one I can forget. It's something I must bear forever. It's karma. This isn't us breaking up. You're abandoning me. IP11 Evening Bell. Huck. Like someone jolted awake from a nightmare, I kicked off the blanket. My whole body was drenched in cold sweat. It was freezing. I tried to calm my heart, which was pounding as if it would explode, with deep, rough breaths, barely managing to anchor my existence in reality. Hugh. Lately, it was always like this. My sleep was haunted. But the scariest thing about this nightmare is that it's not a dream. It's a memory, and you can't escape from memories. I'm having nightmares even when I'm awake. Like someone escaping from memories, I would fall asleep, and like someone waking from a nightmare, I would awaken. But I could never escape. Ha! I barely collected my senses and composed both body and mind. I got by with a boiled egg and coffee for breakfast and opened the window. The sky was teal. That teal aurora that cuts across the border between bright yellow morning and navy blue dawn was my favorite color of the sky. But even that beauty couldn't soothe my heart, because my insides were filled with things too pitch black for that teal to seep into. That darkness wasn't some acute affliction that emerged overnight. It was darkness that had steadily piled up in the deepest parts of my heart for over 10 years. Gu Yuna merely drew out that darkness. In the end, it was all just the darkness within my own heart. Asterisk. If asked to specify what that darkness was, I could only answer that it was the commonplace darkness every human inevitably carries. Of course, due to my unfortunate fate, I had more darkness than most. Wasn't mine a life abandoned by my parents and scorned by my peers? But that was something decided before I was even born. I can say with certainty it wasn't my fault. That's a sorrow I could release by writing it into a novel or something like that. But Gu Yuna's case was different. Gu Yuna was my only friend, my companion, and perhaps someone who could have become family. To abandon such a benefactor for something as trivial as money or social status was purely my own sin. This isn't us breaking up. Yes, it wasn't breaking up. You're abandoning me. I was the one who abandoned Gu Yuna. Since then, I've never spoken to Gu Yuna again. I was thrown beyond the flow of time, unforgiven. And yet Gu Yuna, the one I had abandoned, now approaches me with an untainted, pure expression and says she wants to date again. Do you want to go out with me? The moment I saw that crimson blush, flushed with the fever of love, I wanted to die. I really wanted to go somewhere where no one else was and disappear without anyone in the world knowing. That's what Gu Yuna's affection, which had returned to me, felt like. I felt like a criminal seducing an innocent girl who knew nothing. Are you kidding me? After doing such a terrible thing to this girl, to Gu Yuna as a person. And because I regretted it, because I missed that affection, I lingered around pretending to be a mentor, and now, in the end, trying to receive her love again? Ha! No. This is something that must never happen. For me to be with Gu Yuna again would be like a murderer marrying their victim. It's like a hideous adult wearing the skin of a boy touching a girl who hasn't even shed her childish innocence. I've never resented the one who threw me into this river of time more than now. To be thrown into the past, never to be forgiven by Gu Yuna again, and this stupid bastard only then realized the root of all evil. Who was it that made it so I could never be forgiven for the sin I committed against Gu Yuna? Who was it that threw me beyond the bounds of time? No, it was me who killed the person named Moon Inseop. In the end, everything was my fault. Not being forgiven by Gu Yuna, and approaching her without being forgiven. All of it was me. It was around that time that I decided to return to the place where I had died. *****. Youth rental housing is like a detention center where poor young people are packed in. Convincing one of those impoverished youths with money wasn't hard. Because I had no money, no social status, simply born without anything like that. I had torn apart the heart of the person I loved the most. And yet, didn't this cruel trick of time grant me undeserved wealth and fame? This kind of affluence came to me far too late, a burden rather than a blessing. But to someone living in youth rental housing, it arrived like a treasure at a most desperate time. I can't offer you a lot. No, it's more than enough. Thank you. Then may I use the house? Please use it. Feel free to. With the generous understanding of the tenant, or rather the subtenant of the leased room, I was finally able to return to the house I once lived in, or the house I would come to live in. The place where everything ended and everything began. The last house I lived in. I had returned there. Before my mind could think, my hand moved first. It wasn't my brain but my hand that remembered where the light switch was. Click. When I turned on the light, it flickered once or twice before illuminating the dreary house. I looked around with deep emotion. Thanks to the tenant faithfully following my request to clear out all belongings, the familiar youth rental housing was now completely empty. And so, it became nearly identical to the place I had once lived in. I finally felt as if I had escaped from the boy's body. It felt like I had returned to the literature student who once lived locked in that room, before being thrown to the other side of time. I had escaped the curse of time. My muddled mind, the pain that stabbed at my heart, both seemed a little lighter. As if nothing had ever happened, no suicide, no Gu Yuna, no regression. I quietly crawled into the corner of the room and curled up to sleep. Just a moment, just resting for a bit. Like that, I made excuses to myself and took a brief rest, unaware that a bit would turn into 6 months. ****. So basically, Moonin fell into demonic deviation because of Gu Yuna's punishment by confession, right? Min Hyo-chan, whose pink hair dye was starting to fade and now looked odd, summarized the situation in his own way. But people looked at Min Hyo-chan as if they were looking at someone whose mind, not hair, was strange. Kim Bile clicked her tongue, Gu Yuna gave a stern look, and Min Hyomin, who had the most right to treat Min Hyochan however she pleased, displayed disgust and contempt freely on her face. Surrounded by stares, Min Hyochan flustered and looked around. What? Why? What? Gu Yuna's number one disciple, Min Hyomin, stepped forward to punish the wicked one who had defiled the honor of her sect and master. If you don't know, then just shut up. Smack dash. With an S-class idle Benivis Min Hyomin's slap to the back, the C-class flop idle rapid boys Min Hyochan sank. This was the strict discipline of Baikak Entertainment. Now that the fool who spoke nonsense without knowing his place had been punished, the meeting returned to square one. The second president of the Popular Culture and Arts Research Club, Kim Bile, declared, "Guys, this is not the time for this. Right now." Popular Culture and Arts Research Club, the first emergency response committee. The first agenda item, we have to drag Moon In out of his house, was getting the delinquent student to attend school. But like attracts like, as the saying goes, Min Hyochan, with his pink-dyed hair and earrings that made him look like a delinquent student, defended another delinquent student. I mean, like, isn't it okay if he doesn't come to school? Min Hyomin replied instantly. What? Ah. Don't hit me. Just listen for a second. Min Hyochan pushed Min Hyomin's face away as he continued speaking. Honestly, does Moon In even have a reason to go to school? Compulsory education's already over. There's nothing to learn at Baikak Arts High anyway. I think it'd be fine to just support him if he wants to stay home and write. He pointed at his younger sister, who was glaring at him with a sulky face. Didn't the company also pressure Min Hyomin not to go to high school and just drop out? For minor celebrities, it's enough to attend up to middle school. There's no need to make such a big deal about it. Kim Bile's icy voice cut off Min Hyochan's words. Are you really trying to lecture me on the physiological needs of underage celebrities right now? Yes, ma'am. I'll shut up now. Shriveling under Kim Bile's sharp glare, Min Hyochan instantly deflated. Kim Bile, reflecting on her own overly harsh tone, softened a little and explained the situation in a more measured voice. If Moon In were just staying home to write, I wouldn't have called you all here like this. But it seems like things are worse than we thought. How bad are we talking? Kim Bile hesitated for a moment, then confessed. Moon In Siap has practically become a shut-in. Only then did Min Hyochan grasp the gravity of the situation. His expression stiffened, and even Gu Yuna's brow twitched. But among them, the coldest and most rational, Min Hyomin, only gave a customary worried expression as she pointed out the facts. Oh no! That's concerning. But what can we really do to help? Mental health issues aren't something you can interfere with. In Min Hyomin's view, in situations like this, it was best to leave the person alone. This was a professional opinion born from experience dealing with mentally broken fellow idols. Getting involved always led to failure. But Kim Bile, with even more experience, had seen firsthand how far mental struggles could drag a celebrity down, and had felt it herself. If you're struggling mentally, you should go to a hospital. Staying holed up at home doesn't help anything. That's just escapism. Ah! Kim Bile hadn't gathered the club members to create a rolling paper of encouragement and fold 1,000 paper cranes as a gift for the depressed Moon In. As the second president of the Popular Culture and Arts Research Club, her purpose was far more direct and clear. Drag Moon In out of his house and throw him into the Baikak Entertainment's psychiatric counseling room. If persuasion doesn't work, we'll use force. No room for questions or answers. Under that powerful leadership, the club members found themselves nodding instinctively. Even Min Hyochan, who thought this was a bit overboard, bowed under the pressure and nodded. Perhaps because she once filmed a gun action scene on horseback in Manchuria. Once she started going all out, she was like Genghis Khan himself. Even Gu Yuna, with her nomadic cruelty and barbarism, joined in. We already know the address. As long as we drag him outside, it should be fine. Right? Right? Yes. And I don't think subduing him will be all that hard. Min Hyo-chan looked seriously at his deranged friends planning an actual kidnapping and wondered how on earth he ended up in this group, reflecting on his life choices. But Min Hyo-chan was, after all, a hot-blooded high schooler. It was the perfect age to be tempted by rebellion and crime. This punk thinks he can skip school? Let's show him some discipline. That's right. That's right. Min Hyo-min, who was looking for some excitement to break the monotony of the entertainment world, also grinned brightly as she agreed to this outrageous kidnapping plot. If Baek Sung-won, the CEO who truly cared about the moral education of idols, had seen this, he would have wept blood. At that moment, what interrupted the madness of the Popular Culture and Arts Research Club trying to kidnap its first president was a clear, polite knocking sound. Knock, knock, knock. Apparently, they did understand kidnapping was a crime, because these budding delinquents all jumped and stared at the sliding door of the classroom. Too stunned to answer, the visitor hesitantly opened the door and greeted them with an awkward voice. "Is anyone there? Who are you?" Hello? I'm hoping to join the club." The polite, friendly-looking boy who entered with a shy smile was none other than the top brain produced by New Light Spring Orphanage, Moon Ji-seop. "Is this the club that In-seop's in?" Chapter 180. The members of the Popular Culture and Arts Club did not welcome the sudden arrival of a prospective new member during this critical situation, a kidnapping plot. The second club president, Kim Bile, stepped forward to harshly state the truth. "Sorry, but we're not accepting any new members right now." "Huh? But the teacher said it's the official club recruitment period." Moon Ji-seop was right. It was indeed the club recruitment period. Therefore, all clubs were obligated to sincerely evaluate any applicants and accept new members if appropriate. However, Kim Bile had been maintaining a one-person club for the past 2 years. With the seasoned charisma of a veteran entertainer with over 10 years of experience, she had bribed teachers and broken school rules to protect a haven for her friends. School regulations? Unacceptable. This was the domain of the Queen of Ken, Kim Bile. So Kim Bile deployed her domain expansion. Reckless whining. No way. Anyway, no. Excuse me. Go back. Just go back. As Kim Bile took the lead, the rest of the members also stared at the outsider with intense, suspicious glares, as if they were in the middle of plotting something shady, which was true, with eyes that seemed to scream, "Get out of our village, you monster!" Moon Ji-seop stepped back in panic. For an ordinary child from a typical household, this was a crisis where it wouldn't have been surprising if they'd run off in tears. But Moon Ji-seop was no delicately raised child. New Light Spring Orphanage. The weak cannot survive there. Moon Ji-seop didn't know the internal situation of the club. He didn't even understand why Kim Bile was pushing him away. However, the will that had enabled him to survive up to today, the will of New Light Spring Orphanage, was now trembling within him. He entrusted his body to that heartbeat and instinctively sought a path to survival. I see it. The thread of an opening. With the sharp instincts unique to children raised in orphanages, Moon Ji-seop's senses whispered the right answer into his ears. I'm friends with In-seop. That bombshell statement sent a massive shock through the clubroom. The shock was especially severe for those who knew Moon In better. Kim Bile and Gu Yuna exchanged bewildered looks, unable to hide their surprise. In those glances was this shared thought. Moon In has a friend. IP11 Evening Bell. Popular Culture and Arts Research Club. Commonly referred to as PARC. But even the club's founder couldn't remember the exact name and just mumbled something like, Popular Whatever Club, that's PARC. PARC was supposed to analyze a wide range of artistic genres, novels, acting, musicals, rap, pop music, from multiple angles to explore the convergence occurring at their boundaries. But in reality, it was a ghost club created by Moon In to ensure smooth school life for Gu Yuna, who, from the looks of it, was bound to have her club life wrecked by bullying. However, to outsiders, it didn't look like that at all. Just looking at the lineup made that obvious. The crown prince of the literary world, Moon In, Queen of Can, Kim Bile, youngest daughter of the Gu clan, Gu Yuna, S-class idol, Min Hyomin, and then, what was their name again? Min something Sunbae. What boy group is he in? I can't remember the group name, but he had pink hair. Yeah, pink hair. Anyway, that's how this club full of current celebrities came to be. That's what Park is. The two female students who had spoken to Moon Ji-seop on entrance ceremony day talked to him about Bike Hack's legend, Park. In fact, rather than an explanation, it felt like fishermen bragging about the fish they caught. It was more creative than factual. I see. But Moon Ji-seop, being clever, nodded as if he had just been told something really valuable. Not out of consideration for the others, but because he knew that was how to draw out more information. Moon Ji-seop's prediction was accurate. The two girls got even more excited and continued talking. Actually, back in Bike Hack Arts Middle School, there were a lot of kids who wanted to do club activities with Moon In, but that guy was such a jerk about keeping his distance, you know? Totally. I even applied to join once, but then I heard they hardly ever talked about literature in the club and just chatted and snacked all the time, so someone told me not to bother joining. What a ridiculous lie that was. That's basically a polite way of saying get lost. Compared to their peers, the creative writing department students, with their linguistically sensitive sensibilities, interpreted Moon In's words as euphemistic speech. However, Moon Ji-seop saw it differently. Even if Moon In-seop was somewhat gloomy, ill-mannered, and a loner, he wasn't the kind of person who would flatly reject those who approached him. If anything, he probably gets lonely. As a result of rational deduction, Moon Ji-seop concluded that the threshold for entering Park wasn't actually that high. Of course, at present, Kim Bile had raised that threshold to the mountain peak, but this bold confidence led to an encounter with the members of the Popular Culture and Arts Club, who just so happened to be in need of professional manpower. Aha! So you're planning to drag In-seop out of his house? Yeah. That jerk keeps making people worry. Even after hearing the club members' sinister plan, Moon Ji-seop never once used the word kidnapping. And in truth, Moon Ji-seop didn't perceive it as a kidnapping. Everything depends on how you look at it. Crime is a concept based on perception. And in high-risk zones, the threshold for what qualifies as a crime is slightly higher. At New Light Spring Orphanage, drinking, smoking, and even bloody incidents were categorized as minor pranks. Adults who threw a fit like the world was ending just because some kids drank, smoked, or fought with friends were the weird ones. Buying drugs from runaway gangs, getting into group fights with blades, only that kind of thing really counted as crime, didn't it? With such a perspective, Moon Ji-seop saw the current situation not as kidnapping but as a minor prank. Therefore, what he questioned was not, can we do this? But rather, is that the way to do it? But after dragging him out of his house, what are you going to do? Sunbae? What do you mean? I'll throw him into the Bike Hack Entertainment counseling room right away. And after that? What? Moon Ji-seop, who got into Bike Hack Arts High School purely by academic scores despite not knowing the first thing about literature, let his intelligence shine. If he refuses treatment and you force him into the counseling room, the counselor will be in a tough spot. Even if he somehow go through with the counseling, unless you lock him up somewhere, he's just going to go back home. Then you'll have to drag him out again. Do you really think Moon In will come out willingly after getting caught once? It was such a surprisingly reasonable and sharp point that Kim Bile was flustered and couldn't respond. Kim Bile looked around blankly. However, everyone avoided her eyes and didn't offer a helping hand. To begin with, the kidnapping plan was only made because Kim Bile incited it, and everyone else got swept up in the mood. And Kim Bile herself had the flimsy mindset that once they went through with the kidnapping, through the power of friendship, things would work out somehow. So she had no argument against Moon Ji-seop's words. But fortunately, Moon Ji-seop hadn't voiced his objection just to criticize Kim Bile. On the contrary, he was quite serious about the kidnapping. Which is why what we need right now isn't just the kidnapping, but a plan for what comes after. We need a way to keep Moon In confined and under continuous supervision. Likewise, Min Hyomin, who was also very serious about the kidnapping, sparkled with excitement in her eyes. Oh! Moon Ji-seop, thinking that he'd seen this plain-looking girl somewhere before, placed the final piece into this plan's puzzle. By any chance, do you know Ki-hoon Hyung? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As soon as school ended, the club kids rushed over to Bikak Entertainment without even changing out of their school uniforms. Unlike Min Hyo-chan, Min Hyo-min's schedule was packed to the minute and she technically shouldn't have had any free time after school, but since it was an activity at Bikak Entertainment of all places, her manager gave a big sigh and reluctantly gave in. Compared to the Benivus unis dating boy group members from rival agencies, Min Hyo-min was a complete angel. So Min Hyo-min's excitement skyrocketed to its peak. Tada dash! Min Hyo-min completely forgot the original plan of kidnapping the famous novelist Moon In, and instead enthusiastically introduced the company she worked at to her friends. Naturally, the person she considered her closest friend was Gu Yuna, who jumped up and down with arms linked, wearing a bright smile on her flushed face. This is our group's practice room. We finally got it this year. Do you know how much of an honor it is to have a group-exclusive practice room at the company? So here's how the system works. Ugh! Gu Yuna, a fighting/dark-type Pokemon, was completely drained by the sparkly aura of fairy-type Min Hyo-min, who was clinging to her. The ever-proud and self-centered Gu Yuna had finally met a rare natural enemy. Meanwhile, Moon Ji-seop, who had inherited the will of New Light Spring, was already strategizing for survival within the club by targeting Min Hyo-chan, a fellow male. First, Hyung Nim, you look even cooler in person than you do on TV. Your height, your proportions, wow. It really makes you think that this is the standard for someone to be an idol from their student days. What? Hyung Nim? Min Hyo-chan, who was the youngest in Rapid Boys and always got pushed around by Moon In the club, was now hearing someone call him Hyung Nim for the first time in ages. Already conquered, he beamed and shouted at Moon Ji-seop, "Hey! Call me Hyung." And from the very back, Kim Bile was glaring at them. To be precise, she was glaring at Moon Ji-seop. That guy. His social skills are suspiciously good. Moon Ji-seop, despite being the newcomer, was already showing leadership as if he were spearheading the club's major plans. Since Kim Bile had always considered the club very dear to her, she was slowly starting to feel a sense of crisis, as though the initiative was slipping from her hands. This is my personal little club. This time, that feeling of crisis leaked out of her mouth. Her muttered voice echoed loudly down the quiet hallway. The club members looked at Kim Bile in surprise. Moon Ji-seop, who had just been bluntly called out, trembled like a mouse before a cat, thinking, "Did I overdo it?" and lowered his eyes quietly. Unintentionally having restored discipline, Kim Bile, her face flushed with embarrassment, hid it behind a prickly tone as she briskly walked ahead. What are you all looking at? Let's just get going already." Luckily for Kim Bile, her chance to shine would come soon. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. They finally arrived at their destination, the management division of Bikak Entertainment. Rookie manager Ma Ki-hoon was not actually affiliated here. Ma Ki-hoon was an employee of the subsidiary BH Agency, a joint venture launched by Bikak Entertainment and Bikak Publishing. That's what it said on paper. On paper, Lim Young-wook wasn't an executive at Bikak Publishing either, but rather the CEO of BH Agency, and BH Agency itself was listed as a promising in-house venture company that received ample government subsidies. Since Bikak Publishing is a book-selling company, it has a tradition of writing documents in a literary style, which means fiction. So in reality, Ma Ki-hoon wasn't a full-fledged staff member but more of a trainee learning at the management division of Bikak Entertainment. And the senior employees, hardened by real field experience, didn't go easy on this rookie whose lineage they didn't recognize and didn't know where he came from. Ha man, this really grinds my gears. Really grinds them. I'm sorry. Ma Ki-hoon apologized energetically, but the senior didn't soften his expression easily. Celebrities may rest, but managers don't. When there's no schedule, managers are assigned office work. Thus, the paper fluttering in the senior's hand was paperwork. It was inevitable that Ma Ki-hoon, who had never touched Excel, would keep making mistakes in paperwork. Hey, how long do I have to babysit you, huh? You think this is school? No, sir. You think this company's a joke? Your celeb buddy has your back, so you're not worried about getting fired. Huh? Is that it? No, sir. I'm sorry. Ha! You haven't even been to the military, but you sure talk like someone with perfect discipline. The reason Ma Ki-hoon hadn't gone to the military was because he had no parents. The phrase hasn't even been to the military subtly carried that implication. He wasn't hearing such insults because he was incompetent, but because he had committed the crime of being born without parents. The world was cruel to orphans. Whether it was working part-time at a convenience store, doing delivery gigs, or working at a gym, this kind of verbal abuse was always bound to come your way. Through such experiences, Ma Ki-hoon had learned how to grow accustomed to it. It was the internalization of pain. Damn! Moreover, it was easier for Ma Ki-hoon to endure this bullying because he knew it stemmed from jealousy toward him. In reality, Ma Ki-hoon's job stability and promotion speed were superior compared to other managers. Thanks to having a close friend who was a celebrity, he wasn't at risk of getting fired, and with the publishing management task force rapidly growing, Ma Ki-hoon benefited as well. In a way, you could say he had aligned himself well. So, while Ma Ki-hoon was somewhat immune to bullying, he had no immunity to being bullied in front of someone like a close friend, or rather, someone as close as an actual younger brother. From Ma Ki-hoon's perspective, Moon Ji-seop had appeared at a completely unexpected time, in a completely unexpected place. Hyam. Hyam was not referring to salted, processed pork, but a Busan dialect form of the word hyung, older brother. Of course, neither Ma Ki-hoon nor Moon Ji-seop was actually from Busan. New Light Spring Orphanage was located in Gyeonggi Province. Then why use Busan dialect? Because their parents might be from Busan? No, that kind of question should not be asked. You just have to open your heart and accept it as it is. That's the culture of New Light Spring. Ma Ki-hoon was also a man who had inherited the will of New Light Spring. Ma Ki-hoon, after quickly gauging the mood of the flustered senior, lowered his voice and assumed a cool demeanor. Ah, you came. Ki-hoon Hyam. Long time no see. It's been a while. What did you come here for? This ain't a place to hang out. Go back. Surprisingly, it wasn't Ma Ki-hoon but the senior who had just been chewing him out who backed him up. That's right. Are you Ki-hoon's friend? This is a place where ordinary people can't freely enter, so please leave dash. The senior gave a sharp look toward the group of uniformed students, then suddenly widened his eyes as he spotted someone far too naturally mixed among them. But he had spotted her too late. The senior, lacking the will of New Light Spring, also lacked the observational awareness needed for survival, and the result was devastating. Humph! A girl who, when pissed off, could casually speak without honorifics to the head of the management division. The Queen of Can, Kim Bile's fury, was directed at him. We're not here to hang out, and we're not outsiders either. Take the actor K. Kim Nim. Kim Bile's sharp gaze flew like an icy dagger. By the way, what exactly was that I just witnessed? What? A disgraceful personal attack.